beautiful one right here into the lip.
Buenos dias, good morning, and welcome to Surf City, El Salvador. Guess what? Waves on tap once again as we get early morning vision of yet more crisp lines out of the Pacific here, lighting up the coast at La Volcana, our principal podium this morning, where we'll fire things off. Boys under 18, rapid charge will keep rolling with that round. We're eliminating surfers and campaign staying alive through big performances is what we saw throughout the afternoon this morning. Having a look at some warm-up waves, it looks like there's plenty of juice out there still. Some fun options for surfers to show their stuff, impress the panel. And here to talk you through all that action, joining myself, Paul Evans, Rachel Tilley. Good morning.
Good morning. Buenos dias.
How are you feeling about the waves?
Feeling really good. It looks like a lot of fun. It looks like the swell has maybe backed off a little bit from what we were seeing yesterday in a really playful way. And as that's a great example here.
Looking at Surprise out of South Africa. Such a good surfer, this dude. Love his energy. Total ripper.
Oof.
And chucking plenty of spray. So some big names from global surfing. And some names putting their hands up as well. Some really young performers. As one of the things from yesterday that we saw is the fact that kids who are maybe young as 13, even younger than that, can still compete in 16s, even 18s. Impressive.
Our youngest surfer here, Buyu from Chinese Taipei, is only 10 years old. And it's such, being able to see the kids just growing up and at so many different age ranges competing, it's so amazing.
So we're past midway, right, in the competition, but still several more days to come. In terms of performances from our surfers coming back day after day, being able to do it. We've talked about the heat as well, and slightly different conditions today. What are some of the challenges for keeping a campaign alive and just to keep winning those heats? I guess it'd be the classic, don't think too far ahead, just think about your next heat, next wave.
Yeah, I know it does turn into such a classic, like the heat by heat thing to say in the post-heat interview, but it's that stereotype because it's true. You can't be, you have to come here with the goal to win, but you have a job to do every single heat. And if you get too confident about what's going to happen in 3 days and you lose sight of what's the job right at hand happening here, sometimes you can get off your game.
Having a look at Yuma Nagasawa of Japan, Arthur Randall from England, Derek Ortegana, Venezuela, and Sebastian Ribez, Dominican Republic, a paddle for Nagasawa. Been really impressed by the Japanese crew. Feel like they've had a couple of just those unlucky moments as well. Some of their surfers who look really good, but just not found themselves waves. Let's see if Yuma can make amends for that. Good camp unity from their squad. They're not the loudest, I think it's fair to say that. They're not making the biggest cheers, they're not the most vociferous, but in terms of letting their surfing do the talking, some very high skill sets indeed. Nagasawa have another look here, and I'll put himself behind a peak, which will give him a little wall on a left, and he'll go at it. So first action of the morning, really nice. Good spring in his step off the bottom. Great technique from him. Look at this, so much drive. And he'll whip that thing around with a little bit of style as well on the kick out. That's going to be a good number already for him with less than a minute gone.
Yeah, you could see that aggression already coming. That first paddle that we saw was actually prior to the heat starting. So you knew his strategy was, hey, as soon as, be ready to take off on a wave as soon as that horn blows.
Dominican Republic, Sebastian Ribez. And he'll jam one. Got a nice little bit of release off the tail there. And then a little too much release that time, incomplete. He looks like quite a small wee lad. The Lycra looks pretty baggy on him.
Yeah, I think he's only 13 years old from the Dominican Republic, but young in age, still has tons of experience, and national champion for U12 and U14, so he will use that experience out here for sure.
Nagasawa again, great turn. His first hit really nice, and then that swing around the roundhouse, wetting that rail completely. Jamming it all the way back, squeezing into the white water. He's going to get 2 good numbers, and already his campaign got off to a blistering start. Open in 2 minutes. He's going to have a pretty commanding lead when the numbers come in.
Yeah, and that's something we were really seeing yesterday. It's so important in these 15-minute heats to be busy, be active out there, and how easy it is to actually find a score under priority. And so sometimes we found a priority can be a blessing or a curse in terms of getting yourself too patient.
Orellana from Venezuela, driving hard off the bottom, just got a touch caught, didn't go into the lip with quite as much speed as he would have wanted. He'll make amends here with a nice whip and still going down the line, carrying that speed. Good finish, very well done, didn't overcook the finish. We've seen a lot of people come a cropper on that section, and he did enough to make it look good and polished and rad, but not too much so that he fell off. First heat of the day, Rachel. How's that preparing for you? Having a big breakfast? You sleeping in? What's it like? You waking up at 3 a.m. thinking about your first wave? We'll revisit that as we'll pick up England's in the form of Arthur Randall. Too hot to handle as he goes into the lip, but tries to blow out the tail and loses it.
Yeah, Arthur is a experienced competitor, not just on a shortboard, but on a longboard too. And I love, being a longboarder myself, seeing that representation out there.
Yeah, Skin Dog, who's obviously competed here in the longboards and is coaching Team England. Ben Skinner, he rips on a shortboard too. Yeah,
I think coming from England, you have such a variety of waves. It does you well to be comfortable on all types of boards.
All right, what do we got here? Looks like Ribez. Great style as ever from him. Whoa, that was nice. And again, that drift, but just a little too much. So just not quite getting that unweighting of the front foot onto the back foot. Just quite figuring that out into the lip, but the style looks cool. The flow is great. The wave selection's good. Here's another look at Japan.
Beautiful opening turn. I love how he dropped that arm to add a bit of variety. And he's just coming out with so much spring and confidence, and just even that soul arch cutting out. You can see he's already feeling himself. Love that drag of the back arm. Comes back around. A smaller wave that he's surfing with so much speed and energy, and making it look like more exciting than the wave actually would provide.
Numbers in for him, 517 and a 4. So mid-range numbers for Yuma Nagasawa. Judges using his surfing to set the scale in mid-range.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're talking about, being first heat in the morning. That is something, if I'm very first heat, I always am aware that that is the heat that's going to set the scale for the day. And oftentimes we can see those first few waves come out as mid-range. I mean, of course, unless it's excellent, the judges are happy to go there, but they are using this heat to set the scale for the rest of the day.
Randall, backhands, blows out the tail hard. Too hard, wave blows up, and he'll go incomplete again. That'll be another one or something for him. So yet to get a completion here. Still got time, though. He'll have to paddle back out, but he'll still have 9 minutes or so to get a couple of scores in this. 3.6 for Orellana. That's our third best number. Yeah, first heat of the day or last heat of the day? Which one would you rather do?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Feels tough hanging around all day waiting to surf. No, we'll pick up live action Ribez. He's not hanging around. Bang. Tags the lip. And there's a little look around, realizes it's a one and done. That'll help his total.
That would feel good, though. After having a few incompletes, he's finally completed one and has kind of maybe reset that energy and that rhythm for himself. And let's see what he can continue to make in his waves moving forward.
Set is consistent, and the positioning is great for Nagasawa, and he'll go again here. Holds that rail. Look how much ground he covers with these turns. That's so good. Into the lip, bang, wow. Really nice surfing. Great style from him. A little bit of swag as well on the kick out, so don't mind that at all. And thinking about his number as a 5.17, really good chance of topping that with that surfing.
Yeah, I think so. That was a beautiful wave. Like you said, he covered so much ground with his turns, and seamlessly as well. It was rail to rail. There weren't any little unnecessary pumps in between each maneuver. So that's the flow component of the criteria that the judges will keep an eye on.
Orellana here. This one's just a frenzy of activity as the waves keep providing opportunities for surfers. Snap in the pocket. And this one goes a touch slopey. He'll cut down his line to bring himself to do this. Nice hit to finish. And again, not wildly dissimilar to his first ride. Smart surfing. Realizing after his first maneuver, there'll be a little downtime, and then he'll get a chance to go into the lip. Does it really well. And he'll get another number there. 3.6 was his previous score, his only ride. That'll be the second number for him. It comes in 3.07. We're going to get another look here at Nagasawa.
Beautiful opening carve. I love that down S-turn carve. That snap of release of the fins there. A nice set of variety, and he's showing how confident he is to the judges. Taking a look from this drone angle, watch how he drives down and really elongates that turn, engages that rail, and then offers a variety of maneuvers, as that is exactly what the judges are looking for. They don't want to see the same turn over and over. They want to see you take each turn and make something different of it. It keeps it exciting, gives them more to sink their teeth into, so the judges will love that.
Yeah, it felt like it could go excellent when I watched it live. It gets real close. 7.67 for him. Here's Arthur Randall. What's he got? First turn strong, and he'll need to get completion here. Another turn. It's decent from him. He's getting loads of spray. Got a good muscular style, low to the board. And he's throwing buckets here, and he'll get a good hit and release the tail to finish. Very nicely done. And after a couple of missteps and going incomplete, linking multiple turns together, and he'll get a decent number as well there.
Yeah, and looking at the score requirement, it's a 5.67, but really, he's actually just trying to throw away both his scores at the moment, a 1 and a 0.87. So that will do that. That will lower that requirement, and he'll be able to paddle out with some confidence on what the new requirement, and he's now in the running in the heat.
Not a lot of water there on the inside, is there? He waited patiently, pretty smart, and decided not to duck dive that set straight away. You just let that water fill in up the cobbles here before getting back on the board and paddling out. You saw on that 7.67 Nagasawa, that last turn that he did, went right around that big boulder as he did it. So that'll be playing in our surface minds as they get the inside, as they're thinking about hitting the inside section, also thinking about staying off the rocks. More
Absolutely.
sets out the back. Look at these lines. This looks so fun. And that smaller swell really hitting the reef. It's super consistent. A couple of things can happen when swells drop. Sometimes you can get bigger holes and longer weights. It's smaller, but almost feels like the periodicity. We've got more waves coming through, which is great news.
Yeah, that's something we still saw a lot of swell in the water yesterday, but a lot of slow heat. Surfers were struggling to find their second ride within 2 minutes to go. And we saw a lot of surfers not make the heat, or make the heat just because the fact that they were able to stand up on a second wave. This is the complete opposite. It's been such a busy heat, and you know, that's way more fun as a competitor too, especially if you fall in the first few and you just know there's plenty of opportunity out there. It makes 15 minutes feel a lot longer.
The wave machine setting has been turned to ultra consistent here at La Bocana. Number in for England. Arthur Randall, 4 points for him. That'll get him in the game here. He only needs a 2.67 now. He's got under 5 minutes to get it though. And he's in fourth priority. So that relationship with the ocean and that consistency will be crucial in the coming minutes from his point of view. Staying alive here. 2.67 is the number. That's of course assuming there's no improvement from Derek or Tigana in these final 4 minutes and 20 seconds. But yeah, we mentioned pushing hard early on for him and a couple of falls, and that can play on your mind, can rattle you a bit. Good mental fortitude as well as the surfing skills on display to do those turns and get that fall.
Yeah, it definitely takes some, you can see him waving his hands there. He's eager to know the time and what the current situation is. It takes a really strong mental game to be able to do that, and something that being on at a world championship event like this, it exercises that really well. And you have to, sometimes I've been talking to surfers who have gotten heat wins in these post-heat interviews, and they needed to do that, do like a mid-heat reset. And a lot of the tactics you hear from surfers would be like splash some water on their face, or try and close your eyes and take 3 deep breaths and just kind of hit the reset button and in your mind pretend that, okay, I'm surfing a 10-minute heat. Let's start from the beginning.
3 minutes and 20 on the clock. A little bit of downtime here. This one will just sit and simmer for a while. We're close into the beach. The drone view shows just how close the surfers are to the outside bowl section, and then pretty much on the boulders here. Surfers taking risks to go into the lip on the inside, getting rewarded. Randall's getting away, trying to find something inside and underneath. Let's see where that puts him under the 3 minute mark here. The heat leader is Nagasaki. Nagasawa, he's looked great in this. Very impressed by what he's done. And he's got first priority as well. So he might use it here on a left, as we see from the drone. Ortegana going right. He's stuck in the threes.
Oh.
And he'll pop that one above the lip. So bad news for him, as he won't be able to add. And yet more good surfing sharp from Nagasawa. We picked up him on the end of that left, hitting it hard. Team England looking on here. So in terms of that exchange, good news for them that Ortegana won't add. So Randall goes to second priority. He's got a couple of minutes here. Of course, Ribes now he needs a 4-5 himself. Here's Randall, almost in position for a left. Was a touch deep, and there's waves out the back. So this looks like the energy that he'll be hoping for from this swell in terms of his quest to find himself just a 2.67. Well, he's taken it down pretty close to the wire in terms of his campaign for that. We'll watch a set fill in here. And he'll paddle wide and outside. Top of the peak has been held down by Sebastian Ribes, who has priority and looking for a 4-5. He might be a little deep. Here goes Ortegana with some speed and drive down the line. And he'll throw up a turn and slightly miss it. So I didn't see loads to add to his requirement there. That is Nagasawa duck diving. All right, final minute and 20. Is Randall too deep on this? No, he's not. He'll go here. So looking for 2.67. England up and swinging. Pushes off the bottom first clip and then into the lip. Good stuff. Well done by him. Good combo. And he'll come around the competitor. The combo 2 turns on the backhand. You feel that will certainly be enough for that number 2.67. So now it'll come down to whether Ortegana and Ribes will improve. You feel Randall will stay in it though, and he'll paddle straight back out. Final minute. Nervous moments these.
Oh, it really is a nervous moment when you're waiting for the scores to be announced and you're not sure where exactly it's all going to land.
Randall gets his high score 4-4. He's in second place. You're looking at the heat leader, Nagasawa here. And he's just cruising through this. He looks great. Love the style, love the technique. Looks like he's got a bit about him as well. Like the attitude from him, really, really cool. And there's the board control to just ping that quick reverse right on almost dry boulders. And he'll bring that one in. Well done, Team Japan. A brilliant performance. Look at his numbers. 13.74. What a way to kick off the heat. And he got a 6.07 prior to that. Very well done by the Goofy out of Japan. Looks like England will be stoked. They'll be in full voice. Arthur Randall left it pretty late to get himself the numbers. And he'll be delighted with that. Couple of fours, good enough to see him through in second. It'll be unlucky to Derek Ortegana, who's just got a couple of threes. He did have a couple of chances to improve, didn't he? But unable really to unleash and get good numbers. So a sort of contrasting story from Japan, who getting big numbers there, in England just getting it done. It doesn't really matter how you do it. You stay alive and you come back to fight another day. Or possibly the same day later on.
Yeah. That was a great comeback from Team England, and they are so loud and have so much energy on the beach. So I'm sure he'll be very stoked coming back to his team with that.
Japan and England make it out of a tricky first heat for the morning. Swell looks great. Conditions look dreamy. More live action from the repechage round. Labocana, El Salvador, right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
I say, World Juniors welcomes you back to Surf City, El Salvador. La Bacana is the spot. Rights and lefts, mainly lefts this morning for scores, and velvety smooth on the face. Still about 4 foot or so. Plenty of energy from the ocean for surfers like this guy, Luis Escudero of Belgium. To get to work, sets up, nice and patient, wrapped start, and then a softer wall for him. He'll just knife that board through with a little whip around, so not put too much into that one. But getting something on the board early on, which is always a good idea in a 15-minute heat. Paul Evans and Rachel Tilley are already enjoying the action we've seen so far this morning.
Yeah, it was a very busy heat, that first heat. Lots of waves ridden, lots of great surfing that we saw. So a bit different than yesterday. Slower heats, they were bigger swell, but slower heats yesterday. So the first heat of the day kind of sets the tone, not just for the judges and their scale, but as a competitor in the second, third, fourth heats. You want to go out and watch how the first heat does it, where they sit, how busy they were able to be. And the first heat set a really great example for that. And these surfers now would go and see all the opportunity, all the scoring potential that was on offer out there. Taking a look at this replay of Green, drawing it out and bringing it back around. This wave shouldering off a little bit, so he's just doing these carves to bring it around, looking for that variety, digging it in, getting nice spray behind him. And this wave didn't really offer him much opportunity to add in that variety, but it was a consistent wave that he was able to at least get the feet in the wax and get a score on the board.
11.5 to go in this. We're looking at Goldner again here. Look at this wave. Looks beautiful in front of him. And the first crack of the whip, plenty of spray. That's because of the speed that he generated from that takeoff section. And then tries to squeeze another one in. And can't quite get that done, but good work prior to that. His finger Gillespie out of England. What's he got? Driving down the left here. Has to pump mid-face to get around a section. When he does, he'll crack it. Puts that board all the way up through the lip and then arriving late. Can't quite get there. So left a little bit on that in terms of the incompletion on the end. But good for him just to feel the speed and the drive to get going, open up the campaign, get involved. Here we go, Yendel Marentes, Venezuela. Cruzy look to this. He'll just wait patiently. As this one shoulders a touch, so a bigger wave, but not much in front of him down the line, so he's having to just wait by that white water. And he's probing and prodding through to an inside, and he'll get a couple of wiggles to finish as well. So we haven't seen anyone light this one up as yet, but surfers getting involved and getting scores on the board.
Sometimes that's so much part of the first waves of the heat. Surfers are just kind of taking off on, well, no priority is established, so you try and split up or position yourself somewhere separated from the other surfers, and you know, so sometimes you're not sitting there waiting for the best of the day. You're waiting to just get your feet in the wax, get busy, and then get the campaign rolling from there.
A brilliant performance already this morning from our Japanese surfer Nagasawa. He's standing by for a chat with Mitchell Salazar.
And a style master too, Yuma, congratulations. Really fun waves out there. It seems like the lefts were the smart option.
Yeah, that was so fun wave and good hit. Just do my thing, just do it, yeah.
Part of the mob too from Japan. Tell me, what kind of hip hop should we listen to from international perspective? Are there any artists that you like listening before your heat?
Hip hop, yeah, I like hip hop. I do rap, yeah. I like hip hop, yeah.
Any specific artists that we should look out for? Like Tupac, you like Kendrick, anything?
Yeah, Japanese rapper, yeah, Kosuke Okamura, and Up Down Sound, I like it. Ten's unique, so good, man. Yeah, man.
Anything you want to say back home to Japan?
皆様応援ありがとうございます。ちょっとリパ回っちゃって悔しいって気持ちもあるんですけど、まあリパで全員ぶっ倒して優勝するんで応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。おぎり。
We got some new music to listen to, Paulie.
I love that guy surfing. I like his music taste too. There's a lot to like about that young man. Let's check out Gillespie. Whoa, that was sick. Gave that one a massive hit. and got loads of spray. And just giving that one a full-bodied crack with the speed. The backhand turns have been favoured by the judges. Rachel, you into hip-hop? Getting into that? No?
Not as much.
Not so much?
That's not so much my style.
Okay. Okay.
That was something that was actually a big dynamic of our U.S. team last week competing in the longboards, is everyone got to choose their music, of course, before their heat, and we'd all kind of be with whoever was about to paddle out on our team. And
I like this.
the boys love that. And so that was like the boys' music, and then the girls, we were putting on like, for me, like, you know, Spice Girls or something. Just for me, I love happy songs, and I love something that's going to make me feel like I want to dance and relax and have fun.
A bit of lightness.
Yeah, a lightness, a song that feels light. And the boys' music, I just didn't feel light listening to that. So I was happy for them. It got them like angry, fired up.
Yeah.
That's not how I don't want to paddle out feeling like really angry or fired up. I want to feel like light and happy.
I always associate longboarding with jazz, not so much hip hop, but that's an interesting combination.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I guess it's, yeah.
Horses for courses.
Yeah.
7 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Number in for Gillespie. Decent 4-6, puts him in second. Golden's got a couple of threes. Escudero, just a 2-3-3. Bit of a sleepy heat, this one. Marentes, he's yet to get going in this. Nothing on the board. And I want to do something about that sooner rather than later. Lines filling in. Let's see where Marentes can put himself, try and get in on the action. Away from the pack is Luis Escudero, who thought about getting something on the end, that little bowl that breaks a little wider. And sometimes reels down the line with a steep section. I guess that's what he's thinking all the while he's in fourth priority, and that's why he's not sitting with the pack.
Yeah, that is a really smart strategy from him, just looking to improve upon that. At La Bocana, we see it's the A-frame peak, but there's like 3 or 4 peaks that the surfers can choose to sit on, really. And we've been seeing a variety of, as the tide changes, as the conditions have changed or the swell changes, surfers choosing different peaks prior to paddling out. And sometimes that strategy to pick a peak that it feels like no one else will probably choose, because it allows you then free reign, even if you're in fourth priority. If you're on your own peak, it doesn't matter what priority you are.
Under 6 to go in this. A couple of threes good enough for the lead for Goldner of Panama. And Escudero now jumps up. The number in for him, 4-4-3. He goes to second. Gillespie of England drops down to third. He's got the 4-6, though. It is the highest score of the heat, and that means he only needs a 2-1-6. 5.5 on the clock. These are going to be nervy and tight, these heats, I feel, as the talent level in the water is pretty similar. There's waves available for everyone in terms of the opening exchange, but getting a couple of waves, maybe 3 or 4, feels like a pretty tall order for everyone to do. And as a result of that, looks like we're going to come down to final minutes with requirements and some nervous moments for people watching on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point, this is where it comes down to heat strategy and timing and who had priority at what point. And, you know, so often it's not the best surfer who wins a heat. It's the person who played the smartest heat and surfed the smartest heat, which comes down to, yes, talent of what you're able to do on the wave and earn the scores, but also where you sit, the wave selection that you have, the way you time your heat, how many waves you catch. You know, all of those things come into play in terms of heat dynamic that can win or lose the heat for you.
Sometimes it comes down to the person that picked the best Spice Girls song as well.
Exactly.
Which particular tracks are the bangers for you? What do you like from their canon? I mean, there's a lot to choose from.
Stop was like the one that would happen before every heat. that was the go-to.
I don't know why that made me laugh. Just the way you said that with... Yeah.
Yeah, like very intentional. This is serious business.
Yeah,
here.
you didn't have to think about it.
Not at all. That one was on every heat.
All right, 4 to go in this. Golden still leads it. So it's Panama and Belgium at the moment. We're looking at a calm sea. That's not what you want if you're Team England or Finn Gillespie. They've seen something. There's some nervous faces there. Oh, they're looking at Finn. That's why. All right, here he goes. First turn. Light on his feet, nice whip on the rail, and on a smaller wave, he's surfing this up. He'll get Another turn there, very good for a small wave with not loads of speed. You feel that will be the 2.16 for sure, but will it be enough come the context of the end of the heat?
Well, that's where it comes down to is in these final minutes, yes, you do have to start looking for that requirement. But if our other surfers improve upon their lower scores, second lowest score as well, it changes the dynamic again. So it looks like he might have enough time to get out there before the heat ends and maybe another opportunity. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, really well surfed wave. Just lacked a little bit of the oomph for some of the sets here, but you need a score. Time's ticking away. You would have read the ocean and realized possible chances getting few and far between. So took a wave and surfed it well. It's with the panel right now. You really feel he's going to get the score, but it depends how much by and how much margin he can put on that. But really well surfed. Meanwhile, here goes your heat leader with Pryo. Uses it, Goldner. And look at this thing stretching out in front. They all load up. Bang. That was great. And again, this one just more of a cruise back to the pocket. And then a redirect sort of in between the first two turns. A similar sort of thing, a chop down for a finish. That first turn was the one, though. The damage done early on. Okay, here goes Escudero. And he'll belt that. So Gillespie goes to first with a 3.77. We're going to get a number in for Goldner. 4.8 to go back to first. Also, Escudero, who we just saw, needs a 2.47. A couple of minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it feels like both of those surfers that we just saw are going to improve upon their situation. And potentially we're going to have a situation change again. But our surfer in blue has made it back out. A minute 45. That is plenty of time to get some work done. But let's take a look at these replays. White got a wave as well. Took that right split peak. And he's just waiting for this energy to build up, taking his time. He sees it down the line. He starts gaining speed, pumping down, looking at this end section here, and he hits it and rides out of it clean. The only downside of that is there wasn't much opportunity to get much done anywhere else on the wave besides that end section.
Live action, Gillespie, good looking steep section, gives it a crack. That was really nice, tons of spray. And again, going full body into these turns. Just makes an adjustment on that one to set himself up for an inside runner. Multiple whacks from him. Won't get the finish done. It's pretty much on dry rocks down there. But that first turn, so judges have got a bit of work to do here. They got scores for everybody. Final 45 seconds. And they'll be crunching numbers, watching replays here. The first turn was really good from Finn. Also, the first hit we saw from Goldner on his wave was decent. Escudero got left, didn't quite have the pace or the energy, his wave, just kind of comparing them to the other two. Morentez's wave looked good when he bottom turned, it just disappeared and he kind of lost interest. His body wasn't committing. More lines coming through, final 20 seconds. This one's going to be super tight and close. It looks like Escudero in the spot here. All right, what's he got for us? He'll go. Luis Escudero of Belgium. And that's super technical surfing as he drifts out that tail. And again, combos it straight into the lip. Bang for a finish. So his best, you feel. It looked like the best surfing from him. It looked like Gillespie behind him. Was he up before the horn? So a lot happened here for the judges. This is why they earned the big bucks, Rachel. They got some work to do here.
Absolutely. The heat. Well, how the heat is going to end up is all down to these last few waves. They're going to be looking at the replays, comparing each wave on wave, making sure they're judging right towards the scale. Let's take a look at this replay, what I think is the best wave of the heat. That was super technical, slides the fins out, and just looked really calm and cool. The stall at the top on that floater, again, really technical and finishes out with a bang. He's happy with that. He knows that's his best wave. He's looking to improve upon that 4.43. Look at that spray and the way he was able to hold that. His upper body on both of these maneuvers were really relaxed and casual. I think he has a reason to be really stoked with that, knowing that he needs a score right now. We're waiting for 2 scores for him.
Yeah, not just that, but the fact that he went straight from recovering that turn, straight into his next one, into the lip again. So getting that combo makes it look really, really cool and joined up. Numbers are coming in. Finn Gillespie gets a 4.27. We're all up with numbers for him. He's in first place currently. We are waiting for, well, we've got a number for Goldner, 5.17. He's in second, so that requirement for Lewis, well, he gets it. He'll get the number 5.17 in for him. He goes to first. Finn Gillespie in second, Goldner in third. His scores are all in. It's bad news for Panama. We are just waiting for a number for Yendel Morentes. He needs a 6.17, but well done to Belgium. Great surfing, technical surfing. When you're in a situation as well, there's a tendency to go conservative. That's not what he did. Very impressive stuff. While we wait for numbers to come in, well, we're all caught up actually, and Yendel Morentes won't get it. So well done, Belgium. England will advance in second place position. Brilliant surfing from a surfer from Belgium, Escudero. We'll go to break here. When we come back, expect more electrifying performances like this from the Repechage round under 18 boys.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Surf City, El Salvador plays host to the best juniors from around the world. We're watching under 18 boys Repechage round 2, heat 13. And official results from that last heat. Look how close it is between first and third. Escudero of Belgium got it done with some technical surfing under pressure. Finn Gillespie did it with power and speed, essentially. And unfortunately, third place position, not far behind at all. But only two can go through, three bow out. We'll see a brand new quartet looking at Benji Lange from the USA, Tristan Straits, Germany, Anders Ravenscroft right here from Jersey in the Channel Islands on a bomb. Thomas Castillo of Chile also in the water. Ravenscroft hits that hard. Good flow from him as he manages the speed and manages this section of the wave. Oof, and goes up late and goes down. Here goes Straits, the German, hard off the bottom, throwing up some shapes and into a steep section.
Oh!
And just gets overwhelmed.
Wow. Well, if he looks pocket-sized, it's because he is. He's only 12 years old, so you can see him compensating for that power by just throwing everything he had into it in that opening turn. His head, his arms, the way he positioned. He's trying to find the power out of just being a little 12-year-old.
Let's go down with Mitchell Salazar standing by with a happy Team Belgium, winners of the last heat.
Yeah, Luis Escudero, first of all, happy birthday. Your coach was kind enough to tell you that you got a nice little present out there. That last wave was necessary. You made it close. How was your heartbeat right there at the end?
It was like 200. I was beeping. I was really nervous in the heat. I didn't want to lose in my birthday, and really happy to get first.
Is there a special feeling competing on your birthday too, knowing that it's almost important for you to make that heat?
Yeah. If I lose, I will be like, fuck, my birthday, I lost. I was really nervous.
What about the support from your teammates so far? It seems like Team Belgium, you guys have really improved in the last year or two.
Yeah, we improved and we are surfing always 100%. And the team is really small team, but we're still in the competition, so I really like it.
Congratulations. Let's get the cheer in, boys. Happy birthday, Luis.
Team Belgium love it. And a great present there for Escudero. Rip that heat up. He's stoked. He's delighted to get through.
And I love that being his birthday actually added more pressure to him. You know, it wasn't just, I want to make it through this heat. It's like, I don't want to lose on my birthday.
Ravenscroft here. Good first hit from him. He's picking good waves. Another bomb for him.
Ooh.
Almost gets detached from the board, and then it goes. You saw that boil on the face. Almost went dry as he went up the wave. He'll try and hang on, though. Impressive stuff from him. And then he'll get a kick out. I thought you saw that boil mid-face. It must have been a really dry part of the reef there. And he actually, rather than just kick out straight away, he was determined to get his turn done, and he did. He
was. He knows that the judges enjoy complete surfing, and although it was kind of an incomplete turn, he didn't get to draw it all the way out. It is still better than falling off and just letting go.
All right, USA. Benji Lang, here he goes. With some drive, a bit of a fat face, and he'll put a great carving whip off the top. There's another. And he'll keep going here, so seamless really from those 3 turns. Rapid fire surfing from Team USA. And he'll find a lip on the inside as well. Bang, and he'll just tag that. So giving it a little extra on the inside to finish. Throw in the variety. He went a long way there. He had to be patient for that. Quite a bit of time's gone, 6 minutes or so from the heat. Good way to get involved.
Yeah, getting the opportunity to look at it straight on now. Nice opening turn, really extending that upper body and those legs out in front of him to just add that power, add that flare. Gets a little bit bogged on that one, but he will continue on and finish it clean. Even on that last section, the wave was really tiny there, didn't have a lot of power, and he brought the power with his surfing. This wave of white meeting the lip as it's coming back down to him both times. He'll feel good with that. Might not be the really high score of how technical that would have been, but was a really strong surfing. You can see how strong he was in his legs to meet the lip where it was.
That second turn was incredible, really. The way he got around and brought that ball back down, very impressive. He goes again, Castillo. He'll open up on the rail with some power, engage in that rail, and then snap the tail through the lip line. And then a little bit of cover to kick out.
I love the variety from him on that. The opening turn, nice roundhouse, and then straight into the snap. And cutting out at the end, nice and clean. That will improve upon his scoreline.
It was like, from what we've seen so far this morning, just so many tight heats. We've not really seen surfers running away with it. There's a lot of quality, a lot of similar kind of talent level in the water as well. And the waves are providing a couple of opportunities for everybody, which means it's just super tight. We saw that in the last heat particularly. I feel like we're going to see that again here when we caught up with numbers. We're waiting for white and red. That is Lange and Castillo to drop in. And anytime that happens, you just get these tense finishes, which is horrible if you're in the support camp. But it's great if you're neutral and you're just a surf fan. They're really entertaining.
Yeah, we're having a great time watching it. Absolutely. It's very exciting. But it's that consistency that we're seeing, bringing each heat down to the last wire. Because everyone in both the heats we've seen so far, seems like everyone catches a wave within the final 60 seconds, puts all the pressure on the judges to replay and make sure they get it right. But it is exciting as a surf fan watching if you're not in any of those surfers' camp.
We're enjoying this as we'll pick up vision from above. The drone just hovering above the lineup here at La Bocana, where the swells drop down a touch in size. It's super clean right now. And there are still consistent sets, still waves way overhead as well for our surfers. This is a smaller inside wave for Castillo. And you talked about the variety. And exactly that as he blows out the tail and reverses it around. Here goes Straits, the German. On a right-hander again. Nice hit from him to open up. Then he'll carve that one, whips the board around, gets the nose going down the line. Good flow through and inside. He'll try and take on the lip here. And he'll do it pretty well. Meanwhile, Ravenscroft again found himself a good left and just jamming the first turn. Timing in there for the second one. He sees that rock and kind of plays chicken with it for a little while, heads towards it, and then decides at the last minute to get out of the way. Good looking wave here for the American. And just that one first turn from him, but showing what he can do. Judges throw him the high score of the opening hostilities, 5-2-3 for his long left, multiple wraps outside of the tag on the closeout, 5-2-3. That's the best of this so far. We'll get a score there. We're also waiting for straights as last wave, that right, and Ravenscroft. He'll get a number 2. Castillo leading this one. It's going to be another tight one.
Yeah, it is, and we'll wait for all of these scores to drop. But I think we can really see the size difference too, as we talked about before. Blue being on the younger side of this heat, he's throwing everything he has into his body to show his power and drive through these turns, as compared to someone like Red, Benji, who you can see is a bit older.
He's about 3 feet taller.
About 3 feet taller, exactly. And that power just comes a little bit more naturally. So Tristan is doing really well to compete in this division at such a young age and really round on round making some impact.
Well, he's swinging those arms and trying to get himself back on the line. It will certainly get another shot here. He's nearly back out there. He likes these rights. He's stuck to them. That's a tactic for him on the forehand. Otherwise, everyone else is mainly focusing on the less. And here we go. Priorities with the American. Here he goes. And he'll go right here. Ooh. And he'll go down. Meanwhile, Castillo opens up with a whip. Heat leader prior to a couple of numbers still to come in. Layback from him. And he's pretty much shown us his whole repertoire here. Is there anything he hasn't done?
I was just going to say that every single turn has been different from the one before, wave on wave.
Very impressive from the Chilean. He's got a couple of 4s. Meanwhile, here goes Benji again. A softer opening section. He'll just kind of spring over that first whitewater crumble and then jamming one with spray. And again, and just in his technique, buries that board and then kind of slices it through the water. And from committing his rail hard to the water, it makes it's really easy for him to release that board with speed. There's something he's doing that's just a little different. He's giving it a bit extra, and it's dynamic and it's impressive. He does have that high score of the 5-2-3. The Chileans supporting Thomas Castillo. So far, so good for him. At the moment, he's leading. We are going to get numbers, though, for 3 surfers. I think 4, actually. Yeah, okay, we've got 4-6-3 in for Tomas. So his high score, and we're waiting for scores for everybody else. Just 3 minutes to go, Rachel.
Again, this is where it gets nerve-wracking, right down to the wire, and all these surfers will make it back out to the lineup before the heat ends. So potentially we could see that happen again, where all 4 of them catch a wave in those last 60 minutes, and it comes down to after the horn, waiting to see what happens.
Whoa, so a left here for Tristan Straits. Look at the speed he's got. So he's been sticking to the rights thus far. This time he'll go backhand. Great style and composure as he waits, looks over his shoulder, and then he'll tag a finish on the inside as well. He's gone a long way there, multiple hits. He's in on the boulders right now. One of the advantages of being little and light, quite easy for him to float and just stay super shallow. Don't want to penetrate, just let the whitewater just kind of drag you, stay on the surface, starfish it, and then tentatively make your way back out. Probably walk over a couple of those before getting on your board and paddling. Meanwhile, sets outside, number 4, green, Ravenscroft, 5-6-3, his best. And then right behind him, number in for Benji, 4-3-7 for the American. Here goes Anders. Channel Liners again on a left, again on a great looking wave. First turn goes up and doesn't hit it too hard. He projects down the line, and he was looking great for a combo.
Yeah.
And loses it on the bottom turn.
I really liked that opening turn too, and that's where that gets frustrating, where you actually did some really amazing work on that opening turn, and that's where the money is. That's where you get the points, and all you have to do is finish it out. And it just looks like maybe he got ahead of himself. He got unstuck. He's turning around, looking at the beach, checking how much time is left. 1.5 minutes, plenty of time to get back out there, but not a lot of time to sit and wait for a wave for maybe another opportunity. He does require a score.
Benji Lange having a paddle there. He's the heat leader. He's got 9.6 as his total. Castillo, not a long way back from him, 9.2. Ravenscroft, 8.33. So once again, less than a point separating first and third. It's a similar story. Straits, he'll get a number, 3-1-3 in for him. He'll remain in 4th right now, 5-8 his requirement, not massive, but it will need to be the best wave of the heat so far. Final 50 seconds here. Castillo with priority, and he'll want a chance to use that. And he'll also try and exert a little bit of priority dominance over Anders Ravenscroft, who's in green and is about 10 centimeters away from his rail.
Yeah, that is as close as it gets. That is strategy at its finest. There's no doubt what he is doing right there with his priority, use of priority. Like, I've actually never seen it so aggressive. He was basically not just sitting on top of him figuratively, but literally.
Wow. Yeah, really, really close quarters. He's making it personal. As we'll go final 10 seconds here. Here goes the American, Benji Lange. Great first turn, just stings that board into the lip line. Oh, that was cool.
Oh.
And gives it loads of extension. Doesn't get a completion on the end. He was leading the heat anyway. We're all out of time here, and it looks like Chile will be stoked as Thomas Castillo, who has literally Velcroed himself in the final minute or so to Anders Ravenscroft just to make sure the surfer down the order in priority. Couldn't get a wave, but I'm impressed with his repertoire, his variety. The fact that he's expressed himself with different maneuvers and makes it entertaining and cool to watch. Well done to Team USA. Once again, looking strong. Their squad rolls pretty deep with talent.
Yeah, it does, and they have a great coaching staff behind them. Ryan Simmons, Courtney Conolog, and it looks like they've had a really great team vibe running around between Labukan and El Sunzal, making sure they're at every single one of each other's heats to support and cheer on. I've been loving to see that energy from them.
Yeah, it's good to have easy to have a good team vibe and keep winning as well. That helps.
Yeah, exactly. That keeps the vibes up. Just win.
Keeping smiling here is Team USA. As we'll wrap up Repecharge round and we'll keep going with that. We've got more heats to come. The action is scintillating. It's tense too. And we're enjoying the spectacle. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador when we return.
Welcome to Day 5 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. These are our top single wave scores from Day 5 of competition. Team Mexico's Lucas Sankbale with a 9.10.
Performance is climbing at the same time. Here's some power.
Alfonso bringing a lot of power to that three-turn combination.
My heat was really difficult. I were with Inigo Medina, one of the best surfers I think in this comp. Yeah, really happy and really stoked.
Team USA's Olivia Storr with an 8.93. Belle Betteridge with a 9.60 for Team England.
The wave looked pretty good, and I was just like surfing, I don't know, just chilling.
That's it for Day 5 of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action from here in Surf City, El Salvador.
Welcome back to a Thursday morning in Surf City. Guess what? It's a wavy one. As swell continues to fill from the Pacific and entertaining heats go down. Close ones too. Again, not a big spread between first and third. Crucially, in that first place in red, Team USA. Benji Lange. Well done to him. Good performance from the Goofy. He's a stylish performer. I reckon he's got loads more in the tank from what he showed us. And we'll check out a brand new quartet. We'll see from Norway, Noah Storhaug, Tio Sorrentino of Mexico, Ming Jiang Lu from Taipei, Ewan Buick from Wales in action here. Here he goes. A left roping in front of him and a big first crack. And then a wrap in the pocket. Loses a bit of momentum there, but manages to match the wave. Enough for a decent finish. Storhaug, the Norwegian, he's super stylish and polished, and he's in the lip, and he's throwing buckets. So great start to this as we watch on. Paul Evans alongside Rachel Tilley. There's Team USA. Does that fill your heart with joy to see the Americans doing well?
Well, it's great. It is great to see them doing well. in terms of representing Team USA last week at the ISA Longboard World Championships, but I've been loving seeing everyone here representing. There's so many countries represented here, a record number, 441 competitors. It is incredible to see all the cultures and team dynamics that the ISA World Juniors brings out from everybody. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, we're loving the action here. Of course, stakes is high this morning. We're eliminating surfers in repechage round 2. And if you get in the repechage, you're basically going to be doing a lot of surfing, and you're going to need to be doing a lot of winning, or at least coming second. Here's Teo Sorrentino trying to do that great looking wave. Look at this thing. Stretched out in front of him, and the first turn is light speed. Bang.
Oh.
Second one, it disappears.
That looks like the lip hit his head before his board got there. Like he was crouched down trying to get up, and the lip just went bang, punch in the face. Ouch.
That looked, yeah, don't know what happened there. Maybe slipped off. Something went wrong, badly wrong. He was going fast. The wave looked great, and he'll be kicking himself a little bit because there was scoring potential that he couldn't quite tap into on the inside. The first turn was nice, though. We'll see where that number goes. Good number in for the Norwegian Storhaug. 6.17 for him. So a bit of real quality early on in this.
Yeah, and coming from a country that would be so cold, Norway, but he lives in Costa Rica, so he is nice and comfortable in this warm water. This is a replay of his 6.17, wrapping it all the way around. Oh, this is, sorry, his first wave of the heat, the 3.17 that just got his feet in the wax. And a replay of our surfer in blue. Nice snap. Mid-face car, wrapping it all the way around. These opening waves just kind of not providing a lot of energy for the surfers. They're just kind of getting busy. But we definitely know there's better wave quality out there that allows the surfers to unleash a bit more. Again, another one that's kind of shouldering off a bit. And so the surfers our surfer here in red is doing everything he can to bring the energy with his legs and his surfing. And now we'll have a look at the 6.17 from green. Beautiful opening turn, snap, releases the fins and gets a second one. Nice zest. You could see the spray off the top. The fins come out the back of the wave from our angle. That was really nice.
Yeah, really, really cool. By my surfer out of Norway. Have you done much experimentation with Norwegian cuisine, Rachel?
With Norwegian cuisine, I've tried some chocolate from Norway.
What about the brunost? Have you tried that?
No.
The brown cheese?
Oh, no, I haven't.
They have this brown cheese that's like slightly sweet.
Oh,
sort of tangy.
Sweet.
I mean, it sounds a bit
This
gross,
conversation is like ping-ponged to so many ways I was not expecting.
It sounds a bit gross, but actually
It does.
It's pretty good.
All right. Yeah, I love it.
Salty licorice as well.
Salty licorice. All right. I have so many things on my bucket list for that.
Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Benji Langred here from Team USA. Benji, it wasn't pretty, but you got the work done. After a slow start, how were you able to rebound towards the end?
I knew if I just got some waves and actually surfed and made something, I knew I could make it. It was just a matter of actually catching the wave, and because I kept paddling for the first wave, because I was like, oh my God, there's so many good waves out here. So I just kind of threw myself off by paddling for bad waves and got myself out of position. But got 2 waves and got some scores and made it through.
Knowing you put a lot of pressure on yourself, but also the privilege and the honor of being on Team USA. What's the biggest thing you've learned so far this week?
Well, just kind of controlling the nerves. I felt like in my first heat I made it through still, but I put a lot of pressure on myself, trying to put the nerves away. And then I started trying to embrace it and use it as a strength instead of a negative, and hopefully we can keep it going.
What about the comfort level that you have with a lot of the members too? You know a lot of them personally, but having two people, on the team from North Florida as well. Asher Nolan, who's one of the assistant coaches, and also Linnea Mons, a silver medalist last year. What's that like, having a little bit of comfort of home from here?
It's been really nice. I've known Asher since I was 10. I've known Linnea since I was 10, so we've kind of grown up. I've coached with Asher before even these events, and yeah, it's just nice to have that comfort level in these contests.
A message back home to Volano Beach?
Yeah, I'd just like to say hi to my sponsors and everyone watching, my family, and yeah, just hope we can keep it going.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Benji Lang, cool customer. I reckon he's got loads more in the tank. We're enjoying heat 14, repechage 2. It's the Norwegian Noah Storhaug in the lead. Other great contributions to global cheese culture from Norway. Let's not forget the Osterhøvel, which is the little cheese slice. That's Norwegian. It literally means cheese shovel. So it's flat. It's just like a flat thing. And you just run it over the top of the cheese. And
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Osterhøvel.
Osterhøvel.
Yeah, cheese shovel.
Oh gosh, I'm
from
embarrassed
Norway.
for anyone from Noah's family listening to me just try and repronounce
They're
that.
stoked. Honestly, I think they'll be glowing with national pride. That's a really good thing to have in your kitchen.
Well, I've just pulled up some images of brown cheese and the
Brunost.
it's right there, the Osterhøvel in this photo,
I mean,
slicing the brown cheese.
You got the Brunost, you got the Osterhøvel.
It kind of looks like a block of chocolate. I think I'd take a big bite thinking I was getting chocolate and get cheese.
Here he goes again, Norway via Costa Rica on a bottom of a wave as he'll just swing around. This one will actually go a touch soft through the inside, but now it's nice and steep. Bang! That was cool.
Ooh,
whoa, and
wow.
if he sticks this, very stylish indeed. Let's see where that goes. I reckon the 317 toast. He might attack the 6. Here's Sorrentino from Mexico. And gives it a little head whip on the back end. Things get a little sticky for him. He'll readjust. And then puts a turn on. It doesn't get a finishing wave. Here goes Ewan Buick from Wales. They got some good cheeses too.
I'm going to go on a cheese tour after this, I think.
Yeah, carefully. It's a pretty tasty one from that part of the world. He's in 3rd place at the moment, and he'll want to get busy here. Just a 3:31, the requirement, under 5 minutes.
Yeah, on that last one, just maybe a bit too much pressure on his front foot as he was a little too high on the wave to complete that turn. But let's take a look at this replay of blue. Nice opening wrap, but it looks like it is not really offering much lining up, and he got that end section but was unfortunately unable to complete, so that just comes in as a 2-4-3. He still has a requirement on the board.
Ewan Buick, first priority, looking for 3:31. Pending scores, of course, to come in for both red and green. Here he goes. Backhand, first crack. And then a little slopey. Yeah, and he's not really feeling that.
He's frustrated. Yeah, but that will definitely replace. He has a 0.67, and in order to lower that requirement that he has, a 3.31, already tiny already, but if he replaces a 3.2, it'll lower the requirement. I just realized a 3.31, if he improves upon the 3.2, it will be the requirement.
Yeah, we saw that little bit of body language from there. He didn't look too stoked. And how do you not get rattled maybe when things aren't going your way in the heat? You're looking for a number, it's not a big one. You feel like the ocean's not cooperating. Is it hard to watch that off when you're paddling back out?
For sure. You're looking at the time, and it's really easy to get overwhelmed with the time running out, looking at the clock and knowing paddling back out that he's going to be in 4th priority. You can let all those factors get to your head in a really negative way, but if you just talk to yourself positively, try and remove yourselves at this point. What I would say as this coach is get away from the other surfers that have higher priority, that know you only have a small requirement and will want to keep you off of that. We saw that in that last heat, that strong use of priority for that reason.
Whoa, Storhaug again. Such a good surfer. Bang. Three turns comboed up really nicely. Avoids the rock as well. So Norwegian via Playa Hermosa, Costa Rica, absolutely ripping this heat up. Here goes Mingjiang Lu, Taipei. Needs a number, 3.24. It's not a big one. Nice technical surfing from him. The bottom turn is pretty much textbook. That top turn isn't, as he'll blow the tail out and miss a completion. Important wave here for Mexico. Sorrentino, very nice. Really good first turn. Second bottom turn is really good, and he'll just about hang on to the top there. It looked like he'd overdone it, overcooked it, but great composure to finish. Whoa, Buick, look how fast he's going. And he'll tag it on the backhand as well. He'll slash up and throw spray, and then he'll get a tag as well. Judges with their work cut out here too on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that was exactly that. What we were talking about before is regrouping after that frustration, and he's able to take off on a wave, complete it. That will probably improve his scoreline, but Unfortunately for our surfer on white, I think red probably just improved his scoreline as well, throwing away that 267 with that last wave, which will up the requirement for both of our surfers in blue and white.
Yeah, it's another tense one here in terms of that battle for second place. First place, it looks pretty good for Norway. Number in for him, 603. So he's got the 2 high scores of this heat. And the number in for Ewan Buick, 3.5, puts him into seconds. So that requirement for Sorrentino now needs a 2.87. Well, he's going to get that, isn't he, when the number comes in. It looks like he'll jump back up, and it will be Buick needing a number. Also got a number for Lou. He only needs a 3.44, so anything can happen here in terms of that battle for second. First place with a minute to go. You'd feel that the Norwegian surfer in the green's pretty comfortable there right now. But other than that, this one's anyone's. Okay, priorities with the heat leader. Second prio is with Lu from Chinese Taipei. His number's in. He'll stay in third, 3.33. Oh, so not quite enough. Meanwhile, all right, here goes Teo. Whoa, look at the speed he's got. He's absolutely flying down the line. That's a great combo. And a good chance for him to get his last score to come in. He might get 2 new scores with that one as well, because that looked like his speediest, his sharpest, his crispest surfing.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like he's finally found his rhythm, and in the last 2 waves has been able to unleash a bit of that split peak happening right now.
Yeah, it's all sorts going down here. Here we go. We'll stick with Ming Jiang Lu from Taipei. He's so smooth. His technique's really polished. It's just a soft wave, and he's not caught the steep ones, and that'll continue here. And he'll just run out of steam. Let's see where that goes numbers-wise, but a couple of crucial numbers for Teo from Mexico. Is in 4th. At the moment. So we need a number for all of our surfers. We've got 2 numbers to come in for red, Teo Sorrentino, but he only needs a 2.87 to jump up and threaten Ewan Buick's second place. Also a number coming in for Ewan as well for that right. Whew.
These surfers are making the judges earn their money here and really work on their expertise. Taking a look at this replay on his backhand. 2 nice turn combination. Don't think that'll go into his scoreline. This replay of white on his forehand. Nice opening turn. See that spray unleashed from him. Second turn a little bit more bogged, but he finishes it off clean. So he will be happy with that. He's looking to replace the 3.2. It is our surfer from Chinese Taipei now up and riding. 2 good turn combination. This wave just kind of, you can see bending out to sea, and that's where it starts to lose that energy quite quickly. And red looking to improve upon his scoreline to protect that second place. Really crisp, sharp, critical surfing. And that stresses me out that he just jumped in feet first, because we know it's super shallow out there.
Well, he's got a 4.77 for his first of those 2 waves, so it'll be Teo Sorrentino that jumps up a second ahead of the man on camera, Ewan Buick. But we've still got another number to come in for Ewan for that left. It will be a solid number that he needs. 5.1 is the requirement for that. Good spray on his first turn, but other than that, wave went a touch soft. Surfers being careful to make their way in over these boulders, take their time, and then by the time they get back on terra firma, their fate will be delivered via our beach announcer after the deliberations of the panel of judges. A 5.93 for last of Teo Sorrentino. And as we suspected, his last 2 waves will be his 2 scores. Number also in for Lu, not enough. He'll stay in 4th. We'll get a number in. I don't think it'll affect anything for the heat leader. Looks like he'll stay in 1st. It's all really going to come down to Ewan Buick. Whether his wave was, well, his requirement's gone up to a 7.2, it's not going to be that. So it looks like well done to Norway and Mexico. We're watching Teo Sorrentino of Mexico, who early on in the heat looked a little bit out of sorts, but you could see what a good surfer he was. And it was when he connected with those quality waves that had the steepness from the takeoff on the backhand, we really got to see his skills.
Yeah, really great wave selection, and that's what it's really coming down to.
All right, so it's Norway and Mexico. A little advance. When we come back, more live action from Surf City. We're going to bring in Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch for the call. We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome to day 5 of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined by Barton Lynch, the 88 World Champ, in the booth with me today here in Surf City, El Salvador, where the surf has tapered off just a little bit, but wow, the shape is looking so fun and rippable out there today, DL.
Yeah, and that clean morning last night, 8 or 9 o'clock, I went out onto my veranda. Good morning, peoples. We're very happy to be here calling the action with you, Shannon.
Morning.
Always a good time. I went out onto my veranda and the wind was howling side on shore, and I was like, wow, it's going to be bumpy and lumpy in the morning with that amount of wind. You wake up and you go, wow, it's clean and glassy and absolutely perfect yet again.
Yep.
Every day we've been scoring great waves, and as it comes down that little bit, it almost gets better because it settles onto the reef, and we see that at El Sunzal and at La Bocana. So great conditions for competition. Those first heats of the day, showing people how to manage the conditions of the day, and here's our lineup.
Well, we've got 2 heats remaining in our under-18 boys Repecharge round 2. New Zealand, Thailand, France, and Chile out in the water with Spencer Rowson, Renato Medina, Nathacrone C. Yu, and Jay Phipps. Surfer out of Thailand, Nathacrone goes by 9, so we'll refer to him as that within this heat. And we've already got a 4.17 on the board for Spencer Rowson to kick things off. Let's take a look now at Renato, up and riding, pumping and driving down the line, setting himself up here for a first big re-entry. Throws the fins out just a little too far. Most of the board goes away with him.
Yeah, unfortunate incompletion.
Jay Phipps now up and riding for Team France. Great couple maneuvers to start things off. Sharp on rail, keeping that board just slicing through the face of the wave for the half Australian, half French competitor out in the lineup, setting himself up for a clinical finish.
Good energy, so determined.
9 in on his forehand. Oh, just nearly misses the finish on that wave, unfortunately. So we've got scores to come through across the board with 11 minutes on the clock.
Couple already in for Chile, a 0.5 and a 0.93, so a difficult start there. As you said, he had that wave, and when you push it so hard on those opening rides and you don't complete the wave, not only is it a time issue when you've got 15-minute heats because you've wasted that time without turning it into a score of consequence, it has an impact on your confidence as well, and you start to sort of question yourself. So be interesting to see how Renato Medina bounces back.
Let's take a look at some replays here for this first wave of 9.
Love the spray, the green flames, 2-turn combination. More or less gets the completion. I mean, you could have come out of that and jumped, but what I think the winner of the opening exchange will be this young man. The energy evident, he wants it, and you can feel the determination in Jay Phipps here as he comes through to the inside, pumping and driving. One last little turn, waiting for the whitewater to get to him, and on some shallow cobblestones on the inside.
Spencer Rowson dropped this 4.17 to start.
For New Zealand, nice tight turn, big tall wall, staying tall like those right-handers do. Another snap back to the pocket, sharp and fast. Another turn, gets caught at the top, and good because he saw it was dry rock in front of it.
Up and riding now. Sets himself up for this opening turn, lays it down, and straight into that bottom to top turn combination, as there's a little bit more opportunity up in front of him. Setting himself up here for a solid finish once again. He opened with a 4.33, bettered the opener of Spencer being a 4.17. And with that, let's take a moment to check in on the beach with Mitchell Salazar. Another great win, another surfer advancing through the repechage rounds.
And it's Noah Storhaug once again. Noah, muchas felicidades, congratulations. Spoke to you yesterday. What's the biggest difference you see within the conditions from yesterday into today?
Well, conditions are super, super good. It's perfect out there. Actually, I was super happy to get this heat in the morning. It's super glassy, and who doesn't want to surf heats in this kind of conditions? Super, super fun.
The format here at the ISA a bit different than any other event, really. Are there any specific drills that you did in preparation for 20-minute heats and also these reps, 15-minute heats?
Yeah, I've been trying to stay more active because it's like you have 5 minutes less. So I've been trying to stay very active, having a good wave selection, being confident on the wave I'm paddling, and really happy to make this heat.
Could you teach me how to say good morning in Nordic?
God morgon.
Good morning. Okay, is that pretty good, or should I work a little more?
It's good, yeah. I would also like to thank all my sponsors that have helped me to come here. I also wanted to say hi to my grandparents. I know they're watching. Y también un saludo a todos mis amigos y familia en Costa Rica, a mis padres, a mi mamá, a mi papá. Muy, muy agradecido por estar aquí y gracias por todo.
Thanks for the lessons, Noah. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Noah, teaching Mitch a thing or two about languages down on the beach.
Professional young man too, getting the thanks into the sponsors and the people that support him, and remembering his family, grandparents watching. And I don't think Mitchie did such a good job of the Good Morgen.
Good Morgen. It's got a G in it, right?
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
I was hearing that as well. Well,
not that I would know. Let's not. I'm not claiming any ground there.
Great to see the Norwegian making it through. Norway's also been one of those regions and those countries specifically that's had a great coach behind them for a number of years in Shannon Ainsley, a South African who moved there. I don't even remember how many years ago now, but it's probably going on 7 or 8 years, and has put in a lot of work and development behind their World Surfing Games teams, their open teams, as well as their junior development. And so it's great to see the fruit of some of those labors, all those kind of groms starting to come up and really take ownership of some of those heats.
Yeah, it's being a coach is it's a great job, but it comes with a lot of responsibility, and there's the physical, the emotional, the competitive. There's so many elements to it that need to be considered, and then the individuality of every person that you're working with. So it's there's a lot of great coaches out there now, and internationally, the coaching is most probably something that's risen in parallel with the performance levels. As we see the performance levels rise, the coaching does the same thing. Here we go.
9 now up and riding. 3.27 is his highest score so far. As we take a look at a little layback to start. Throws on that stall, starts to set it up for this inside section. Just trying to time it out and pace it as he wraps through that second turn. Waves going really soft for him. I think he was hoping for that little runner, that wall that would have a lot of speed on the inside.
Absolutely. When you do stall and you do wait, if it doesn't eventuate into something good, that's always a bit of a down point for the judges. You've kind of wasted the time while you're trying to wait for the wave to do something, and when it doesn't do it, you're like, oh, well, none of that worked.
Restart, paddle back out, kick out, get into back line and get yourself another one. At the moment, Jay is sitting in the leading position. He improved his scoreline with a 4.93 for his last wave. And we'll have a look now at Renato, who's had a bit of a sleepy start within this heat, only 5.5 minutes remaining. Nice opening wrap, sets it up for that second turn into the third. And just kind of 3 cutbacks to kick things off.
And he's in a bit of a trap because he got those first 2 rides that we can see there on the screen, the 9.3 or 0.93 and the 0.5, and then he got first priority. And he was obliged to wait with that first priority and turn it into something, and all of a sudden you go, well, 10 minutes has passed. That was such an important ride and important use of priority. I don't know that it was what he was hoping for. It didn't have enough lip and enough action.
Spencer's in a great position right now. He already has a 4.17. He's now up and riding on his second wave. A couple backhand snaps to start things off with, putting as much kind of weight into them as he can. He only needs the 1.67, so he'll take away that second place position as we see Phipps now up and riding. Sharp looking surfing on his forehand.
Yeah, great energy, but that won't improve. That was a loss of priority that you most probably would have been better off waiting. You see, he's already had, the two best waves of the heat in a very strong position, and just gave away that priority. But again, they need to use that priority well, or else it's, it's such an asset, comes with responsibility and some weight, as we've discussed. But if you can use it well, one of the greatest assets that exists in competition surfing.
Well, Spencer Rowson does well with his wave selection there to improve his situation. Gets a 3.83 on the board, and he'll move into second. That puts slightly more pressure now on the bottom half of the field into that mid-range 4 for both 9 and Renato to be able to take the advancing position. We're down to 3.5 minutes on the clock. This heat has kind of been kept in that lower score range, Barton. We haven't seen anyone break into the 5s yet, which yesterday we were seeing a lot of those scores kind of in that 5 to 6 point range, the occasional score going above that, but even yesterday it seemed a little harder to get the excellent scores on the board.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly early in the day. As the day goes on and the things have defined themselves and the judges clearly understand the potential of the day and the lineup, and then they're able to go to that higher place a little more easily. In the earlier stages of the day, you really, you don't know what the potential is quite yet. And luckily that those, the 4.73 and the 4.87, easy achievements really with the correct wave. So those 3s really coming into play at this point in time. You would think before your heat that a 3 is not going to be something that you would be happy about or that you would keep or that would have an influence. But in this situation and across the board, they have been starter scores that have created opportunity to build.
Renato now looking to build to a 4.87. Just a single turn, and he goes down with that incomplete. Also noting that first wave for 9, the 2.57 that came through on his opening ride was where he had that nice turn to start and then went in for that closeout section and was kind of questionable if he got the ride out.
Yes.
I think the score shows us with the 2.57 that he didn't ride out complete of the second maneuver. It's just the score for that first one. So judges, really sharp today on making that statement for getting those clean ride outs. Even if it kind of looks like it for a moment, if there's that kind of hesitation on, staying in and riding through, certainly better to just do everything possible to stay standing for as long as possible.
Yeah, don't leave any doubt, as you're saying, and it's a little thing, it's a tiny thing, but it's a point of difference.
9 now up and riding, only needing a 4.73. Great looking carve to start off with. Drives back for the second one. Hopefully this wave will start to stand up for him and offer him that little extra punch on the inside, but he'll go down. Just those outside turns will count. Spencer also with a chance now on a kind of heavier, more critical looking wave, but he falls on his second, so he's only going to be scoring the first turn of that. Was looking to improve on a 3.83, and everyone's kind of in the same position of the little mistakes are working against them, but in favor of everyone else, and it's kind of a trickle effect at the moment. Renato, though, getting the job done, squaring it off the bottom, actually getting vertically up into the lip, which we haven't seen from a lot of the waves ridden in this heat specifically. He's going to try and ride out of that. I mean, even there in that moment, you could kind of wonder if his fins would have connected with a rock or something.
I mean, you have to fall there. Really, in reality, you don't want to be riding any further onto those rocks and risk 20 seconds. Here we go, Phippsy up and riding.
Opportunity to improve his lead goes huge.
And, the right-handers that we just saw there for Spencer Rowson, there's 10 seconds on the clock. Renato Medina, he needs a 5. He may get that score. I feel like that was one of the best waves of the heat, although the 4.93 had a lot of work from Jay Phipps. Here we go.
Spencer again, so the fall on the last wave isn't going to help him out. That two-turn combination could be improving on the 383. His last wave, just a 3 for the single turn. Now he's found 2 together. For 9, it's a 307. So it's just, it's not going to factor into his advancing position. And Spencer just improved with a 4.6. Scores in for everyone now except for Renato. And a moment ago, he was chasing a 4.8 to get through. Now he's chasing up to a 5.64. Barton, your thoughts on that wave in the context of the heat, our highest being about a 4.93 right now?
Yeah, I thought he was going to get the score before it went up to the 5.64, and because he was looking really for a flat 5, and I thought he got that. The thing that I'm seeing, I'm not going left. Look at these rights. Look at the wall on the right. And we've seen it for Spencer Rowson as well. The size of the wall on the rights, that's a tapering right. But see, it still stands up towards you and gives you a big section to hit. He gets caught in the whitewater here, but those rocks are gurgling beneath him. And most probably a good thing is he tries to make his way through the barnacle-covered rocks in that part of the reef on the way in. Got to be super careful. He's having some issues getting through there without cutting your feet. Judges still considering his score, which we know what that tells us.
Yeah, so it's going to be close wherever it comes in. And with the tide being that low right now, scores are in. It's a 4.47. So shy of the requirement to take away the leading position or an advancing position. And well surfed up until the end of this heat, had that final opportunity. Like you said, the right's looking really good. And for a goofy footer to say that you'd rather paddle out and catch the rights out there, it's got to be something good for you.
Yeah, 100%. And the winner, Jay Phipps, winning with his first 2 rides, again showing the importance of the start.
Yeah, very important on the start. Spencer Rowson for New Zealand holding on to second, improving his situation as well on his last opportunity. When we return, we're in the final heat for our boys Rapid Charge Round 2 under 18s, and we'll be right back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to our 16th and final heat of our boys under 18 Rapid Charge Round 2. We've lost a lot of surfers from the competition out of this round specifically, being a large one with a lot of heat surfed and a lot of really tight heats as well. Highly competitive. It's been very exciting to witness the levels this early in the Rapid Charge rounds. As we take a look now at our final heat in the round, Netherlands, Chinese Taipei, Switzerland, and Germany in the lineup, with Douwe Robrach, Chia Chi Yu, and Kai Schmitz up against Jake Anderson. So this is going to be a great heat. We've got a few scores on the board. BL to start things off, a 3.67 for Douwe. Has him sitting in the first place position, a 3.17 for Yu Chia Chi in second, and a 2.33 for Kai.
Surfers in the next heat, 2 Hawaiians. Ryland Beavers up against that man on your screen. Jackson Dorian standing next to his dad, hiding behind the Hawaiian flag. And then Keikoa Hummel and Dane Henry. Dane Henry and Keikoa been in great form in this event. That is a stacked heat and going to be a great one to call.
That'll be back into our main round as well. So once we finish out the current heat that we're in, we're going to be into the main event on the boys under 18 side of the draw for round 4. Once that finishes, we're into the same round on our under 18 girls main event. And we're going to be going back and forth between main event heats for a bit, with our under 16 boys and girls also having the opportunity to surf here at La Bocana. Those surfers all would have had a bye yesterday. They wouldn't have needed to surf because yesterday was a full day of repechage rounds. And then to finish out our day here at La Bocana, we'll be in the under 18 boys repechage round 3 for those 8 heats. As we take a look now at Jake Anderson, representing Switzerland out of Cape Town, South Africa. Great opening carve as he checks down the line, finding that speed and drive as he looks for what this wave has to open up with. And he's going to put on a nice finish as well.
Yeah, 367, the highest score before that. Kai Schmitz, 2.33, representing Germany, but out of the Canary Islands. There's Ryland Beavers, 2 Hawaiians in the one heat. Be interesting to watch the potential. That's Luke Temmer standing next to him, a teammate supporting his teammates. One of the great elements of this team competition. While there's an individual component, there's also the team component, so everything coming together, meshing into one of the most entertaining surfing events in the world.
Certainly is, with so many heats being run. I think yesterday in total there was about 72 heats of repechage rounds run between La Bocana and El Sunzal.
441 grommets representing 54 nations. Look at this left and look at the taper in the wall and how quickly they go flat.
Yeah, that is
seriously
a great thing to note as we take a look at Yu Chia-Chi Devlin up and riding here. So a really beautiful looking wave to kind of paddle into, a nice clean face. It's really glassy out there right now, but recognizing the shape in that and the taper off the lefts, not offering a huge amount of scoring potential.
I'm surprised, I suppose, to see so many lefts ridden when the rights, to me, the big scores, I mean, I suppose we sit and watch so many heats that things become apparent to you. And then I've competed in so many and coached so many that, you know, as I watch it, if I was in a coaching position, I would be saying, hey, there's a rare left of value. It needs to have wall, no taper, and it will stay open, you know, for a couple of turns that will be big. But those rights, even the tapering rights towards the ends, will stand up with the last section. And we've seen 2 big turns on a face consistently reward you better than 4 or 5 cutbacks. And so I think those rights are where the big points are for sure. And yeah, as the event goes on, you mentioned earlier that this repechage round yesterday's was the best standard of surfing in a first round of a repechage ever in this event. And it speaks to the development of the nations and how, you know, the quality of surfing across the board has just gone through the roof. And the best opportunities are on the rights. Kai Schmitz having a look at this one.
Having a look on the right, taking a note from one of the greatest of all time, Barton Lynch, as he goes in for a 2-turn combo to finish, and that's great surfing.
See the size of the wall consistently in comparison to Chia-Chi's wave and how it tapered off and you're doing cutbacks? No questions at this point in time at La Bocana in my mind. Look at the shape of this left. You can see the taper. It stays tall for a moment. And really in that moment, you may not even get to hit a lip. You'll get to do a wrap back to the pocket and then you're on cutback mode. The rights, generally speaking, if you're listening to me, coaches out there, the rights, generally speaking, are a much faster path to a 2-score combination for your heat. This left looks like it's going to stay a little taller, though, towards the inside. Well selected.
Robrach honors backhand, having a couple nice cutbacks to start here, just pacing it out through to the inside section. Putting a little pump on here to try and find that finish. And a quick in and out. We've got 7 minutes remaining on the clock. Before we continue our conversation, let's go down to the beach to check in with Mitch Salazar.
Thank you, Shannon, here with Jay Phipps from Team France. Jay, congratulations. Back-to-back heat wins for yourself. I ought to be thinking conditions this morning might be just as fun as yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty fun out there, and I'm super stoked to get through another heat, and hopefully I'll stay on and roll and keep flowing through my repechage rounds.
How important do you think it's been for your success so far, being able to travel between France and Australia too in the wintertime?
It's really fun. It's constant warmth, apart from Victoria, because it still gets pretty cold in Victoria, even through this summer. But yeah, super fun waves in the high school and in Victoria. So yeah, it's great fun.
How does a finals day berth sound in a couple days?
Sorry?
How does a finals day berth sound in a couple days?
Yeah, hopefully I can make it to finals day and stay on a roll in the repechage and make it.
Anything you would like to say back home?
Thanks to my family watching back at home, and hopefully I can bring you guys back a medal.
Congrats, thank you.
Thanks so much. Well done to Jay. As we take a look at live action, Jake Anderson dropped a 4.17 for his last right with a couple nice open carves, locking into another one here. Doing well to just keep things pretty seamless between those top and bottom turns and really opening up those shoulders and that wingspan as well.
Beautiful surfing, beautiful wave selection. He's got the highest score of the heat so far. He's going to eclipse that score with that one, I would imagine. It was a lovely wave and a great use of priority and a great use of his lineup positioning has been perfect in this heat so far.
So looking at the current situation, we've only got 5.5 minutes remaining, and we've got scores that have locked in now for the pack. Out in the lead for the Netherlands, as we take a look at live action from Kai Schmitz, with a carve off the lip to start, out into the open face on the second. Little snap here as he jams it in for the finish. Great combination surfing. His high score, being a 4.33, is currently the highest of the heat. Only needs a 2.51 to take the lead away from Holland out in first. And you now up and riding. He goes down behind the section, so that's not going to help his equation. Currently sitting on a 3.17 and 2.67 for his two highest scores. Team from Chinese Taipei there on the beach, and they've been doing some great work between the two podiums. A bright and shining group of young up-and-coming stars out of that region.
Absolutely. And a 10-year-old in their team even, so looking towards the future, and it looked like there was some heads bowed in some sort of willing of nature and the moment to go their way. Really invested, and I love that when you get to see a successful team member come to the beach and celebrate with the team, and the excitement that the coaches and other team members have for their success. It's a fantastic element of this event. Looking for a 3.50, so it's not much of a score for Chinese Taipei. Again, Jake Anderson hasn't dropped his second score yet. Judges having a good long think about that.
And Devlin for Chinese Taipei, he's a strong surfer. If he gets himself on the right wave, we've already been seeing him drop very significant scores in this event. But at the moment, the situation's starting to change. Jake Anderson drops a 5.10 for his last wave. That takes him into first. Pushes Robrock down into second for the Netherlands. And we're waiting for that last score of Kai Schmitz of Germany, only needing the 2.51.
Well, he gets that for sure, and it was one of the best lefts we've seen this morning. It gave him the opportunity to put in some variety. Watch this stand tall in the bottom turn. See that little moment of casualness as he was going up the wave face? Dropped the back arm into the wave face to get some whip in that turn, and then a nice closing turn with a similar approach, dropping the back arm, some variety. I like that wave a lot. So did the judges. 5.07 takes him into the lead. And this is the 5.10 of the South African, representing Sweden, embracing his family's roots, snaps back into the pocket. Some great work on that one. Goes a little small at the end, cuts out just in time to avoid the rock. And first and second, you know, when you look at the scores of first and second and third and fourth have not ridden a wave yet that really counts. 6.10 the ask for fourth and 5.6 for third. So it's a score they can do in one wave, but we haven't seen that many really high scores. And those guys really, with 2 minutes to go, you would rather it be a two-wave situation and you get something, you know, that matches the 4 or the 5 and you're back in. But it is now a one-wave situation for both of those surfers. Good news is for them that they're in first and second priority. So they've got that power, they've got that control. They don't need to worry about anyone else getting in their grill or in their face and making things difficult for them. They just need to find the right wave. Red paddling over for this one, blue up and riding.
All right, powerful backhand attack, surfing his way towards the 610. Incomplete on the final maneuver, was just putting so much into that wave for Devlin out of Chinese Taipei. As we take a look now at Kai, he's looking to improve his leading situation, and some great backhand re-entries as he carves it out into the face for a moment now. Continues to tag the in section, kicks out quickly to get himself a little jump on the paddle.
There he is, our 10-year-old. Boo-boo.
Boo-boo for Chinese Taipei, throwing the shaka down on the beach. We had a great interview with him yesterday.
Yeah, what a great character. The future. There, the future of Chinese Taipei surfing. Passionate coach. Gets so excited, but he's doing great work with that team.
Really incredible group of young surfers that they have brought into the conversation. A 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, a couple 13-year-olds, as well as those surfers that are just slightly older that are surfing up in the under 18s division. So their focus really is, you know, supporting those surfers that already have the talent. To get a 5.5 on the board now, 30 seconds remaining for Yu Chia-Chi. He's back in the draw, but he needs the time to get the 3.77, and that's going to be working against him. Our surfer for the Netherlands, Doe, with a quick up and down. And on the inside section now, Devlin, we're not sure what he did before this, but he's certainly going to put in all the effort onto the rocks to finish off with. He's only needing a 3.77 at the moment to take away the position from our Switzerland surfer, but you can tell with his body language there that that wave will be unlikely to have the scoring potential in it.
And if he didn't fall on the 5.5, he was getting the score he needed. Yeah, flat on the face, that's the first turn it would seem. So he doesn't get the score there. We're pretty confident of that. And what he will rue is the fall on the 5.5, because a 5.5 with a fall shows you how good the surfing was, how good the judges felt about it, and he would have got the score he needed if he didn't fall on that last turn. So it does come down to those critical moments.
That's right. I mean, in the end, he's dropped the highest score of the heat, the 5.5, with a fall on the finish for what would have been, you know, well into the sixes, maybe a 7-point ride, based off of that top to bottom surfing on the inside. We're still waiting for the last score to come through for Kai Schmitz, representing Germany, but he's sitting in the lead and all other scores have been locked in, so we'll be seeing Germany take away a win, and it will officially be Switzerland in second.
Yeah, Kai Schmitz, I felt like it was the best wave of the heat so far, or in its entirety, as it's finished now, 5.93, consolidating the lead.
All right, well done to Kai Schmitz. Team Germany taking out another victory here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got more action to come when we return. We're heading into the main event. Under 18 boys, round 4 will be in the lineup.
Welcome to day 4 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. These are the top single wave scores from the main round.
He's got a load of speed, he's loaded up. A great first turn. And then that one, he extends and puts a bit of flair into the float.
The style in that moment, and then look at that.
Ty Murphy gets an 8.83 for Team New Zealand.
Force anything here, he's in a good position in this inside with a load of speed and the thick, huge lip, and if he makes that, which he does, wow.
Yeah, I mean, the sport's amazing from all the boys and everyone, the whole team. It's real sick, cool team environment, and yeah, I'm loving El Salvador. It's really hot, but it's good.
Team Hawaii's Ryland Beavers with an 8.67. Team Netherlands' Zoe Zietz with a 9.10.
The waves are like firing here, and it's so fun, and I'm definitely psyching on these point breaks. They're like so awesome. Like, there's such good waves right now. Oh my gosh.
Team Spain's Annette Echevarri with 8.83 points. That wraps up day 4 of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action from here in Surf City, El Salvador.
huge few days of surfing that we've already witnessed. We've got a few more before we'll be crowning our champions and awarding those individual gold medals across 4 different divisions and the team gold medals as well. Team Hawaii's got to be feeling pretty stoked right now to have 2 of their surfers in the boys under 18's main round. It's going to be helping their points, and this is going to be an excellent heat to go to see underway. Australia and Germany in the lineup as well. As we see a paddle here, it's going to be the surfer in blue, Keikoa Hummel, who's able to scratch into this opening ride, but he goes down on the first turn, so that's going to be a throwaway score for him. We've got our surfer in white, Jackson Dorian, paddling himself into position. We've got Rylan Beavers in the white water as well, up against Dane Henry.
Some of the stars of the event so far in this heat, super competitive. Paddling, having a look. Jackson Dorian missed it, a little closer inside. Teammate Rylan Beavers.
Up and riding, quick snap off the top to start. Drives hard out the bottom into that next little kind of closeout section. Puts together a nice finish as well. Big size to that right-hand wall.
That's a keeper. And that last, the wave grew as it went, Nelly. You know, the last
really did.
The last size of the wall on the last turn was bigger than the first, more or less. So that's the advantage. If you understand the judges, you understand the criteria, you know what they like to see and reward, those right-handers have to be the option. And then if all 4 of you are looking for them, it could be, you know, things could get a little heated out there. 20 minutes on the clock now, though. Main round, so an extra 5 minutes.
First wave of Rylan.
Yeah, boom, second turn. Look how big this grows. Right there, it just grows and flares. He hits it beautifully, gets the completion. That's textbook competitive surfing right there.
Having a look at Keikoa on that first right.
Boom! You can see the board out of the lip. The lip held the tail up, pointed the nose down. Dane Henry.
Whoa!
Dane Henry is an aerial specialist. He's on the face surfing is amazing, but what he has been able to develop within his performance in the last 2 years in the air is absolutely top shelf and world class. And if he can, you know, that you saw how hard and difficult that was, a closeout with very little time to go to the air, and somehow he got up and into the air so quickly and pulled it. And when we look at our scoreboard, when you look on that screen, I feel like somewhere along the line he might have done one of those airs I was just talking about that we haven't got to see yet, because there is a massive score, a perfect ride. You and I are sitting here contemplating whether that is a graphical error or whether indeed Dane Henry, the Australian, took to the air on something early in this heat and dropped a perfect score. Time will tell. That's exciting, whatever it is.
Unbelievable. The first 10-point ride, I believe, of competition. We've had some very high 9s on the draw so far. I know that Belle Betteridge for Team England dropped a 9.8 2 days ago in the rapid charge rounds, but now for Dane Henry, a perfect 10 on the board. Rylan Beavers up and riding, and he would have just heard that from the Australian. He's going to go big on the finish here. Just puts that score together. He's got a 6.67 that he opened up with. Smart surfing is going to get him a great backup score.
Yeah, and the 6.67 is a great start. That's a second, and you've done your job in the first 5 minutes. You've got 2 scores you can hold on to and keep if you need to. Now, with that 10 in the scoreline of the Australian, we are going to see some fireworks in this heat. Rylan Beavers is going to have 2 scores, and for third and fourth, Keikoa and Jackson, it is going to be a tough ask to overtake the performances of Dane and Rylan, because so far the fireworks in this main round have not disappointed. I'm blown away by the standard of surfing this year, and I'm just so appreciative of all of the work done by these nations, by the coaches, by the kids themselves, because surfing of this level really means that the future of surfing, the future of Olympic surfing, is going to be so spectacular.
So true. Already a 10-point ride on the board. Dane with a smile on his face as he paddles into this one. Smaller wave on the inside. He's looking for that backup score now to bread and butter surfing. But like that, it's some really nice bread. It's some really nice expensive butter as well.
It's a French baguette with El Presidente butter, which might be the best bread and butter combo I've ever had. You throw some Vegemite on there, you're in heaven. Here we go. Wow, what a heat, what a start.
Paddle now from white, Jackson Dorian of Hawaii into his first ride. A little more patient as he picks off this one. That was a challenging section to ride out of. Rocks popping up in front of him as this wave is just drawing off the cobblestones. Slams it up into the pocket. Tight vertical surfing into another one. He might have one more to finish with. He does so well to keep his speed and momentum moving forward as that wave is coming down right on top of him.
Well, you know, our judges went for a surf down on the contest area yesterday, a couple of our judges, and they said that the person they've seen on the wide right where they were surfing, you know, there was the crowd on the left and the right peak, and then there was the wide right, and they said that every time they've surfed it, Jackson Dorian was out there.
Oh,
so
interesting.
That particular ride there was, you know, the culmination of all of that time spent on the wide right. A couple of times he got stuck in the lip momentarily that lost his complete flow with that wave. But it's obviously, you know, it's his first ride. It's a completed ride. You might need a taxi to get back to the lineup because it was such a long ride. So this heat, very competitive early.
Well, 12 minutes, 35 seconds on the board. We've already got huge scores. We've got a 10-point ride. We've got a 12-point heat total for Ryland Beavers. The 6.67 and the 5.33 would have taken a win in any other heat pretty much this morning. And then we've got a big score to drop for Jackson Dorian as well off that right, just squaring it up off the bottom hit after hit. And another score now to drop in for Dane Henry, which will be a positive backup score for his 10-point ride. And it is a ride that we missed here on the live broadcast, but I've been texting and getting some insights from crew down on the ground at La Bocana, and it was a huge full rotation straight into a big closeout hit. So a combination of a big air plus a finishing turn. There you go.
Yeah, I said it before we saw that score. His aerials, he is doing double grab, full rotations, not in the form of an air reverse, but in the form of a full flip, and so creative. Spent a lot of time on the jet ski, on the rope, and flying into the closeouts around Casuarina, where the high performance centre is for Surfing Australia, and the free surfing clips that he's been dropping to Instagram are as good at airs as anyone in the world, and he's still a junior, so this kid's got a great future.
11 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to check in with Kai Schmitz of Germany, who took out the last heat.
Yeah, and with some great surfing too, Kai, congratulations. A good heat out there. You opened up with a 4. It had been the best wave of the heat. You got your 5 afterwards. How'd you feel competing out there at La Bocana?
Super good, yeah. The waves are pumping and super good.
And your father's from Cologne. I believe your mother is from the Canary Islands. And that's where you resided up until last year. The move to Portugal now, why that?
Yes. We moved to Portugal in October because the waves there are really good and it's super good to train.
Anything you would like to say back home right now, Kai?
What?
Anything you would like to say back home to your family?
Hola a mis padres, a mis abuelos. Estoy súper contento de estar aquí en El Salvador compitiendo con el ISA y pues nada, la siguiente. Yeah.
Congratulations, thank you.
Thanks so much. Well done to Kai. Big smile on his face. He'll be feeling relaxed as he gets to wait until later today to be paddling out again and enjoy some great surfing because this first heat has fire for the under 18 boys.
Wow. 5.83 for Dane Henry. And the work still to be done for Jackson Dorian. Judges still contemplating this score. Super important score in the context of advancement in this heat. The 6.67 and the 5.33 feel realistic. The 10 feels a little unrealistic, but a combination of a giant air to a closeout turn being rewarded with the perfect score. Jackson Dorian, long contemplation. Kakoa Hummel, unfortunately, 0.6 and another 0.9, so low scores. He needs to compose himself and get something on the board. It might be a very tall order at this point, but now we're at 9 minutes 20. You really notice the extra 5. it makes such a difference and gives opportunity for 2 more rides for all of the surfers.
Breathe a bit.
Do you feel
right
like
now?
exactly?
Yeah, I forgot we're back to 20-minute heats. This is great. There's plenty of time on the clock for everyone.
Exactly.
Now, considering that the judges are taking some time with that wave of Jackson, also recognizing that that ride is really far down, they're getting their eyes on it as it's happening, but they've also got those cameras in position to be able to check the replays, and that's really important, especially for the right that's kind of going away from their view rather than surfing towards it on the left. It's very easy to get that first impression well. As we take a look now at Rylan Beavers. On his forehand, he's looking to build on the 5-3-3, very sharp surfing, putting that board on rail, up into the lip, and the quick kick out on the inside section as well. And now we got Dane Henry up and riding. He's already got a 10 on the board. Quick up into the lip for that first maneuver, driving down the line, heads to the air again, and nearly rides out.
I knew that was coming. You could see the legs, the stance widen, and he's got those things on lock. He's got all sorts of different variety in them, different grabs, different flips and rotations and angles in them, and tweaks. And it's great to watch, isn't it? That high performance, new school approach. Ain't that new school anymore still, but when you consider the WCT tour, we don't see that much of it because the judging is kind of at this point in time more focused on the rail and on the wave face and doesn't encourage the airs quite as much as it may have in other points in time. I love to see it. I really feel like that's what I want to see. I want to see people getting crazy with it and doing things that I can't imagine, that I can't do. When you see the backhand re-entries and the traditional on the wave face stuff, it's very similar to what's been done for the past couple of decades. But when you see some of that aerial stuff, that excites me because it's something I know I'm nowhere near doing.
Yeah, that's so true.
It's something may break at 61 if I try.
Vast majority of the world. Now, the great thing about that too is I guess the importance of putting that into combination surfing as well.
Yes.
So when you see someone that puts that board on rail and shows that they have the basics, the foundations down in an excellent manner, because not everybody also can surf a board on rail that well. To be able to see a board go on rail, whether it's that opening turn or that closing maneuver, something like that, and to couple that with an air that is dynamic, that has height, that has distance, that has loft to it, all of those things, that is just unbelievable surfing to witness.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a ride here from Dane Henry. I'll wait to comment on that.
Just a little fade in to start.
You know what
pumping,
he's thinking.
Driving down the line, hits the air again. That one looked just so easy.
Did you see the front hand? How relaxed that front hand was? There wasn't a piece of tension in that whole body because he has done so many of them that he's got it to that point of consistency. Another young surfer in the draw is Lucas Skinner, who is in that same place. And now we're in the main round, round 4 of this main round. Not surprised to see the big airs coming into play. We haven't seen many of them in this event so far, but as we progress, they can be a differentiating factor. Obviously, wave selection is super important, but the wave selection, it's a skill set, it's knowledge and experience that creates that, the opportunity to get the best waves. But at the same time, if you're not on those best waves, but you can do the best surfing, I feel like that should be rewarded as well.
Well, down to 5.5 minutes on the clock. Jackson's score drops in a 6.5. So it puts him right there in the conversation with, the best of the scores. If we just forget about the fact that there's a 10 on the board right now. For everyone else, he's in a perfect position. Needing a 6.77, though, to take himself into that advancing or that top 2 position. Now that we're back into the main round, this is the non-elimination round for the next few rounds that we'll be seeing between all divisions, under 18s boys and girls, under 16 boys and girls. And they will have the opportunity to head to repechage if they don't take the advancing spots here. Jackson up and riding again, now on the right, and he goes to the air. So he's now taking note of where those bigger scores maybe are dropping. Keikoa, he's been sleepy through this heat. He won that opening paddle battle, remember, right off the takeoff, but hasn't been able to put a score on the board. Dane going huge, and that would have, nearly to ride out in the flats.
I love
He's trying it.
I love that. Hey, it really, For a 60-year-old man who's been watching the sport for 50 years and in and around surfing for 50 years, to see that abandon, that attack, that aggression, and there's so much risk and so much danger in flying through the air and landing to the flats with such speed and momentum as gravity pulls you back down to earth, that is a wild situation. So for Dane Henry, he needs to just park it right now and put the handbrake on and just sit, because he doesn't need to do any more. And if he drops another 10, it might be too early for all of that. You know, we saw it with Lucas Skinner in Rio, remember? From day one, he was busting those massive airs, and the more you see them, not the less impressive they are, but the harder it is to wring the score out of the judges, because they have seen it before. So for Dane Henry, mate, you might just want to sit back right now and go, okay, job done. I'll take a breather, save the next 3.5 minutes, and be ready for my next heat and show them something they haven't seen. Because this has been a fantastic heat. For Jackson Dorian, just quickly, the 6.5, that potentially was a 7 or an 8 point ride, and there was some points left on that as he got stuck in the top of the lip a couple of times.
Yeah, great insights for where Jackson could kind of take some improvements within his surfing. He's got a score to drop. We've also got a score to drop for Keikoa. But, you know, you're mentioned to the risk and the danger in going for those big airs. Literally landing out in the flats is a little bit like hitting concrete. You're landing on something, the surface of the ocean, that you're going to break through, but it's still going to be very hard. There's risk early in a draw like this. Ankle damage, knee damage, all of those things that can kind of go wrong in the moment.
Yes.
These are young Groms still out there. You know, we're in the under 18, so they're getting slightly older in the conversation than the 10 or 12-year-olds that are in the draw.
Yeah.
But there's so much risk being put on that do it when it's necessary. Opening of a heat, you're looking for a big score. At this stage for Dane, he's done those airs a million times and he's landed them as well. Is it worth kind of pushing those boundaries when you're going to be taking the win regardless?
I don't think so. I mean, it's hard to constrain yourself and hold yourself back in a moment of momentum when you just go, oh, this is fun. I want to do it again, you know. But this is an event. It's a competition. There's a lot of elements that go into success. You mentioned the injuries potential when you're that high in the air. And when you fall at high speed from a height onto the water surface, it is like concrete. It's hard, and while you say you penetrate, it takes a while, and the first impact can be dangerous. So, you know, great to see this heat. It's been an amazing start to round 4, and it's really boosted that level of expectation from, I'm sure, the judges and everyone else watching, and we're going to see an afternoon of crazy antics from the best young surfers in the world. Shane Dorian trying to shake his teammate Rylan Beavers, and Rylan doing what he has to do, and while he most probably doesn't want to do it to his mate and his team member, the defensive opportunities that exist for priority 1 that he has, priority 2 with Dane Henry, so first and second in the heat, first and second priority, 1 minute on the clock. Dane doesn't care, he just wants to surf.
He's up and riding, squaring it up off the bottom into a second hit, loses the entire board as we see Jackson up and riding. So under priority, Rylan lets him have a look at this one. He's also just kind of stalling, seeing what this wave will offer, goes for the air on the inside.
Pressure's on.
He has to do that sort of stuff now.
Well, he has to do it because of the opponents and what they have done. And the fact that that 6.5 came in where it did told him something. And he was like, well, maybe I'm not getting it just on the face. Maybe I need to go to the air. We saw him stalling on that wave, 25 seconds to go. He did what he had to do. Incompletion is fair enough when you're trying so hard and pushing so hard. And better you do that than surf conservatively and lose.
And down to 14 seconds on the clock. I feel like this was such an unlucky draw for Keikoa Hummel, representing Germany out of Portugal, a world-class surfer. To come up against this kind of excitement at the start of a heat, he just wasn't able to get himself something that offered him to be part of the race from early on. As Rylan's now up and riding, uses that first priority for a little finish off, and he'll just go for that little 360 on the face of the wave, spinner to finish things with, and he'll be taking likely that advancing position. And there we go, we've got scores in for the last of Jackson. It was just that 2.2 because he had the fall in the air.
Yep.
Rylan with a couple 6s on the board for his top 2 waves will secure him in second behind Dane Henry, who has another score to drop just on the buzzer. But his second wave of the heat, a 10-point ride, got a 5.83, improved to a 6.67. Even that backhand surfing on the end was just great to see.
Well, it just tells us the potential. He showed the potential of what he's capable of. Ryland Beaver's doing the rock dance there. Great heat from him. Never went to the air, but caught perfect waves, surfed them beautifully, and outmanaged the time and the heat opportunity from his teammate Jackson Dorian. Also had a good wave in that heat. So heat 1 of the boys 18's main round 4. Fireworks. Congratulations to all of those guys. Keikoa might have been a better chance going backhand in that heat. He was sticking to the lefts.
Great point.
We talked about the tapering nature of the lefts and how that ain't so exciting. And backhand to 3 natural footers, I would have gone that way and shown the judges something they weren't seeing.
And his surfing is right there to be in that. He just needs to be on the right waves. Those rights having the big scoring potential today. We've been seeing it in the last few heats, especially with these low tides. We're going to see so much more of that. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more surfing from our under 18 boys main event round 4. Paul and Rachel. And we'll actually just stick with things for just a moment as we can see our surfer in red, Ryland Beaver, is just doing that rock dance. Now, you can tell how drained out that tide is.
7-foot coefficient. I was thinking exactly the same thing as you said it. 7-foot coefficient, and at high tide, that water will be up at the base of the judging tower. So, you know, there's 50 meters of tide going out there. So it's really going to have an impact during the day as that tide comes in.
Well, we missed the opportunity in live action, but here is the 10-point ride from Dane Henry on the start of the heat. First time we get to witness it.
Massive shout out to the team for finding that as well. A beautiful air at the start into a lovely closeout re-entry. Good work to the production team for getting that too. Congratulations to Dane Henry.
Well, a huge result and great to see that kind of combination surfing rewarded. We've got so much more action. Let's take one more look at it here. Pumping and driving down the line.
Gets a full rotation air reverse into a beautiful closeout. Claims it. The judges loved it. We loved it. And thank you to the production crew for finding that. Great to see. Congratulations to all 4 surfers in that heat. That was a cracker.
All right, well, stoked that we got to get some eyes on that here within the context of the heat as well. A moment to be celebrated on the ground for Team Australia. When we return from the break, Paul Evans, Rachel Tilley on the commentary.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to Surf City. Energy levels through the roof. Massive numbers going down for a huge air in that last heat. And the best competitors in the draw in this round right now will have their thoughts on performance, on impressing the panel, going big and staying alive in the main draw. We'll have a look at Eden Hassan from Australia, Romeo Chavez, Colombia, Simon Winter of South Africa, and Hickson Falcao from Brazil. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Rachel Tilley. Clean lines, some power pulsing again from the Pacific.
This has been an amazing day. Big scores. Let's see what happens here.
Falcao swooping. Whoa, that was cool. Really like that. Great setup, great payoff. Again, just whipping that board with a lot of speed and drive and purpose. Very nice indeed. Doesn't get a finish, doesn't need one because he did good work out the back. The South African Winter. And that white water on the face from the bomb that just went before it for Rickson means that his wave is just a touch slopey out the back. Now it's steep. What's he got? He'll clip one and then set up for a finish.
Wow.
Very nice. So a spring in his step, strong legs. And stomps it, Rachel.
He does. That was a slow start to a really energetic finish.
So 20 minutes on the clock. This is the second heat of round 4. So surfers in 1 and 2 will remain alive in the main draw. Repechage still available for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and the benefit for these surfers, not just being in the main round, having less heats to surf because of that, but they get to stay in these 20-minute heats. We've been seeing the Repechage heats go to those 15 minutes, and it's been putting that pressure on the athletes to get a quick start and play their heats against the clock as well as against their competitors.
Numbers already in for Hassan, 5.17 for him. Decent start. Falcao way on the inside, having a sniff. Won't get a chance to go there, but he's going to get a good number come in. You think mid-range for the Australian already in. Think about the turns that Falcao did. You'd expect something of that order, possibly a little more significant. Lines out the back. That drone will pick up this energy, filling in, and we're just dialed back a little bit on the wave height. The consistency's been there. Still some pretty solid ones coming through. Almost maybe picking up a touch from what we saw first thing this morning.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, in the first heats that we saw this morning, a lot more of those higher scores were coming from the lefts, and now it looks like the rights are what all the surfers are keeping their attention towards.
Chavez, look at this thing, beautiful section. Wow, big hanger on the backhand from him. And then he'll gather it and look for a finish in here. What's he going to do? He's patient and just slicing that one with a whip on the backhand. Decent stuff, so good start to the heat, this one. Falcao's number, 6.17, that's solid. Here goes Winter again, the South African. And just blasts out the tail, so nice variety. There's a big float, the board got away from him a touch, and on the explosion, he was a little bit off the tail, a little straight, that hurt.
Yeah, that one actually did look like a bit of a whiplash type of situation. He was coming down with so much speed, buried the nose, and went over the handlebars.
Most dangerous maneuver in surfing, the floater, is it?
Yeah, I'd say that's right up there, because you go up with so much speed and you're right in the mix of the lip. I mean, I'd say it's a different danger to when the surfers take the air. Sometimes the surfers, when they take the air and they go really big, there is that potential when you come separated from your board, and we've seen some of those bad falls where, you know, the board flips upside down, you land on it. That's where I feel like that's in a different realm. But in terms of rail surfing and everything, yeah.
Yeah, you can kick it away in the air, though,
yeah.
can't you? You can kind of realize you're not sticking it and throw it away. With the floater, there's not much you can do apart from sort of wait to meet your maker as you come down to the flats. Winter's all right, though. He's fine. He's a strong lad. And he'll paddle back out, wait for scores to come in for the panel. 2 numbers for him. But in terms of the opening exchange, Falcao with a 6.17. Solid surfing from him with power. Really nice spread from our surfers there, and a straight diagonal line on that right-hander. Nice space between them as well, very orderly.
Yeah, very much so. It's like we're looking at them competing at El Cinzal right now. La Bocana is representing, you can see that foam line, exactly where these waves are grinding on this reef as we see live action.
Hickson Falcao again here, loading up tons of speed for the Brazilian. And he has to sort of reach a bit for that one, and he was really deep on it, and it kind of went soft where he was and then actually ran away way down the line. So that will be a missed opportunity for him, and he'll be a little bit annoyed that he won't add. And you can sort of see that from just a little bit of splashy stuff on the paddle from him. While we wait for that small number to fill in, let's hear from a man who dropped monstrous scores, the perfect 10 going down in the last heat. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Dane Henry from Team Australia, the only perfect 10 of the event so far. First of all, congratulations. But to elevate your performance like that, did you feel a need, a desire to be able to do that against the talent that you had against you in the water?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, I came into this with the 2 Hawaiian boys in the team, and the other guys been ripping as well. But yeah, I'm good mates with both the Hawaiian boys, and I knew what the game plan was going to be. Going to go try and smack out a few big turns on that ride. And yeah, I've been looking at it all morning, and it's just an absolute playground out there. And I don't know, I didn't show my strengths. I didn't get a chance to show my strengths in the heat before, and I had a good heat. So yeah, I thought, why not just rip in then and get a 10 before the buzzer, but I'm kind of bummed that I didn't get another one. But yeah, I'm happy with one, and I'll take that and move on to the next heat.
I think that's what's so scary, though, if I'm honest, because you demonstrated you're not a one-trick pony. Being able to free up your surfing a bit after the perfect 10-2, you backed it up with a 6, but then you even added a left towards the end that could have easily been in your backup score, too. What about the development that we've seen from Team Australia so far? It seems like the camaraderie is right up there with any other team.
Oh yeah, like Oz, we've got such a mateship culture back at home, and we really wanted to bring that over here. I'm captaining the team, and we wanted to bring 3 values over here, being deadly, because that's our motto, deadly in the water, the Irukandjis, support and teamwork, I think, and or something else I can't remember, but yeah, it was support's a huge one for me. That was my pick, and you know, it's been mental to see everyone down here. It was really good that we didn't have someone in the water at Elsenzal, and we've got 3 of the 18 boys up right now. We've actually got Eden out in the water, so yeah, it's sick to see everyone down here, and it's been a mental trip so far. Everyone's been so together. We've had a couple of sicknesses in the water, the girls, but yeah, you know, we've kind of come together, and it's really pushing me to try and show my best surfing.
Has it really filled in so far to be the captain of the team? First-year surfer, first of all, but given the people that have come before you, that's a pretty big privilege to do it in first year.
Yeah, 100%. This is my first year at the ISA, and it's my last, so I know I really wanted to be the captain, and we took a vote, and I ended up getting the job, and yeah, it really hit me at the opening ceremony. I had goosebumps the whole entire time, waving the flag with everyone, and it's just been an absolute honor to represent my country and represent my family as well back at home, and yeah, it's been mental. I love it over here, and congrats to everyone. Everyone's surfing really good. We haven't had someone get knocked out yet, so yeah, I'm feeling it. I think this is the year that Aussie's going to take gold after 10 years.
I feel like you might even take it yourself too. Congratulations.
Thanks heaps.
Right on that man, Dane Henry. We saw his teammate Eden Hassan with a bit of a slip during that interview there. Team captaincy, what's that all about?
What an honor. I think, you know, Australia coming from, they have a really strong National Federation of Surfing Australia behind them, and I think even having those roles in place helps bring that team camaraderie around, give this opportunity to the surfers for a bit of leadership, and you know, the other surfers can look to this one surfer too as their masthead, and wow, he spoke so well. Maybe should study those, what their 3 values are. He remembered 2 of them, but he surfed so well. He's bringing it all together for them.
If you were team captain and maybe you wanted to go and maybe get sushi, and someone else in the team wanted to get pizza, would you kind of put the smack down and say, I'm the captain in sushi tonight? That kind of thing.
I don't think so.
Power. Here goes Raymond Chavez. Whoa,
wow.
That was mad.
Oh, that was
what
so close. How critical and technical, releasing the fins in the middle of the lip there. That was amazing. So close.
Falcao here. Here he goes, looking to back up the 617. With some speed, gets that back leg real low, the knee almost on the deck of the surfboard as he coils into the bottom turn. And a good finish with a bit of vim and vigor and venom. All the good big words, Rachel.
Yeah, that's exactly what he had on that. Coming out of that last turn with so much speed and projecting through that final floater was very, very technical. And we'll see where the judges take that. As then we will get an updated situation as he's looking to replace a 0.5.
8.5 on the clock, the leader in this one. South African Winter, 5 and a 4.9. Good work from him at the moment. That's 9.9 out of 20. So kind of mid-range fair. Second place behind him, the Australian Hassan. Got the 517 first wave of the heat, and then we saw that 217 go down quick during the interview with his team captain, Dane Henry.
And his teammate got a 10 in that last heat, a 10. So, you know, when you're out there, for me as a competitor, I look at the waves that get those excellent scores, and you say, okay, what did they do on that wave that the judges really responded to, and what is that technical surfing that they are rewarding at the moment? And they just made it really clear there. We saw the surfer go to the air. We saw him finish off with a really powerful end section. And so the recipe is there. And now these surfers, they're the cooks. They just have to follow the recipe and build upon that.
Let's see how that goes in this one. At the moment, we're in the mid-range numbers for the lead. The judges will open up that scale when they see excellent surfing. If they see perfect surfing, they'll throw a 10, which is always exciting around the contest site.
Super exciting.
Gets everyone's attention, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Here's Simon Winter. He's got a great entry into this wave. He'll load up with a big wrap and turn. And he'll squeeze that back to the juice off the white water, and then a high line through some bumps and some troubled water. And he'll get a lip here to hit. Very well done. So just uses his speed, doesn't try to give it too much off the back foot. And there were some chops coming through that wave, and he just sort of high-lined over him, kept his composure. Not trying to fit too many turns in as well, which I like.
Yeah, I think getting a turn in that mid-face too, where it was all frothy and bumpy, wouldn't have added much to the wave, but would have definitely made that potential to fall or bog or get just like do something a little bit silly that could have knocked him off the wave and taken away from that scoring potential. So I think he read that one really well.
Rickson Falcao goes to first, got the 4.47 for that last right-hander that he rode. So his second wave annoyed him a bit. Got that closeout from deep, and he responded in the best possible way by getting himself a worthy backup, going to first place. He's in double figures, 10.64 for him. First priority is with Eden Hassan. The Australian only needing a 4.73 to advance. That will not be the score that he's surfing for, as the Irukundjis, they're tuned in. Should we have another look at the 10?
I think we should.
Yeah.
10 should be celebrated in this way. So let's take a look at this. A bomb of a wave. You can see how critical this is. Gets speed, takes to the air, goes for the rail grab, rotation all the way around, landing in front of the wave, and then goes straight to a big smack at the end. All of his maneuvers, he didn't second guess any of them. They were all with intention, with vigor, with power. And again, the judges just making it clear what they're looking for.
Here goes Falcao, your heat leader. Small away from him, stands on the tail because he wants the wave to get steeper, and it cooperates. And he says, thank you very much. Gives it a quick ping on the backhand, and then a whip. And again, look how light on his feet he is, this guy. Great technical board control.
Wow.
There's a wicked rotation on the backhands. Very entertaining stuff. So right on cue, as we're gushing over the air of Dane Henry, and a good hit on the end as well. And even a little flex to the panel. Has a look back, puffs the chest out. Well done, that man.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. He would have seen his teammate take to the air and go, okay, the judges are rewarding putting it on a going critical, going to the air, and so where can I whip that out in this heat?
All right, here goes Hassan. Look at the style from him. So smooth to watch as he whips a first turn. And this one a little slopey here. It'll be a finish that he looks for, and he'll know that one doesn't have it. So I'm not going to say a misfire there, but not the way we would have hoped for. Those couple of minutes gone since he got that 2 by falling off. And 4.73, that requirement. He might still be under a bit of pressure here. Some real quality in the water. Good news for him, he didn't go that far, so we'll get him the line up. You see Falcao, the leader, all the way down on the inside. Good number probably coming his way.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see where the judges take that as we wait for those.
Smaller wave, he had variety, he had flair, he went above the lip. A little bit of everything. He looked really light on his feet and sprightly, didn't he? And sometimes you see the wave really sort of dictates the pace of the surfing, and on that one it felt like he was almost kind of imposing himself on the wave, decided exactly what he wanted to do and where he wanted to go, and it was very entertaining. We wait for that number to come in. He was already winning the heat anyway. We'll get down to 3.20. Winter still holding second. Hassan's numbers in, 2.83. And it's not going to be the score he requires to get second. Chavez, he's got first priority, the Colombian. He's in fourth position, but with 3 on the clock, he only needs a 4.57.
Well, the heat is not, no one's really run away with this heat. Our surfer in green leading the heat by a fair margin. The surfers in red and white would have to get really good scores in order to jump straight into that leading position. But the heat is, everyone has a 5 in their score line. So even to just get to that leading position, you're just looking at a mid-6, which is extremely possible.
Bit of a splashy paddle style there from Rickson. Don't know what that means.
Yeah, sometimes that can be...
Happy splash?
Happy, frustration, like, you know, it depends. I guess they would have just told him that he got the 5.03, and that could be like a yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm leading the heat. I've put the requirement on all the other surfers with 2 minutes to go.
I think it's fair to say he probably would have scored himself a little bit higher for that.
I
If
think
he was a judge judging his own wave, I reckon he would give himself better than a 5.03.
Yeah.
Of course, he isn't. Meanwhile, here goes Chavez, left this time, and he'll whip that to set up. And again, on the face, wetting that rail all the way back, and using that wide stance to crumple the body down nice and low, and still swinging a little bit repetitive, just in terms of the visual appeal of that ride. The number he needs 4.57. Meanwhile, Simon Winter, South Africa. Good first rail wrap. Gets loads of spray. This guy's really powerful. Good amplitude to his surfing as he uses all of the wave. You know, a little ollie. Just releases the tail. Not the biggest air we've ever seen. A finish on the inside.
Yeah, I think it's something that, as we were speaking about before, you see that happen though in the heat before, and it gives you that inspiration, like, I want to start throwing in my cards. These surfers, we're in round 4 now, so they've surfed 3 heats, or sorry, yeah, they've surfed 3 heats already, 3 rounds, and talking to some of these surfers in their post heats, they're talking about not using all of their cards until in these later rounds, as we're starting to see them do now.
Hassan has got another slow P1 here. Never good when you see a surfer look out the back midway through their ride. He's still looking for that 4.73. He's going to try and punt here. He stands on the tail or get a runner, and he will go. Whoa, that was really well done until the board just slapped onto the flats, and he'll go down. And this could get a bit hard for him in here with just 30 on the clock. I don't really fancy his chances of getting out the back, getting another wave. Thinking about 4.73, it was just cutbacks and setups, wasn't it? He's not found quality waves.
Yeah, that he was trying to do everything that he could with that. He read it really well in terms of stomping on that tail to get that stall and let the wave slow him down while the wave needed time to stand back up and have something critical. But that was with only 5 seconds left on the clock.
Falcao, he's got another decent section to slice up. He's the heat leader. He's going to win this heat, and he'll bring this in. And very well done performance. That 6.17 early on really built the platform for him. And it was just a really, really quality wave. It was good enough to tee off on it, go hard at it. So we'll get a number for him, but it's not going to change much. Hassan's score, when that comes in, if it's better than 4.73, he'll threaten Simon Winter, the South African, as second. But just from what we saw on that wave and the fact that he had to just do relatively perfunctory opening maneuvers and then an incompletion, yeah, the number's in. It's not enough, 2.97. So Winter will stay in second unless the score from Romeo Chavez is 4.57 or better. So just thinking about what Chavez did, that left. Well, that'll be with the judges. We'll bring that result when we come back from break. A good performance from Team Brazil. Rickson Falcao slicing it up here. More live action from the boys under 18s when we return.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the ISA World Juniors podium #1, La Bocana. As we look at really fun conditions, still delivering. Most of the points coming on the right-handers. The last couple of heats, notably a perfect 10 2 heats ago from Dane Henry, the Australian. And we'll send another 4 surfers out into the water to vie for supremacy here. Surfers in first and seconds will remain in the main draw. Third and fourth will be sent to rapid charge. And I don't mind a little bit of intensity on the paddle early doors. It's Ty Murphy from New Zealand who considered that to be a left, therefore he was deeper, and he likes these lefts. We saw him rip in his prior rounds. Surfer in blue that he was paddling next to is Luan Ferreira. Also out in the water, we're looking at Nicholas Polishuk and Iko Watanabe as well out of Japan. So New Zealand, Japan, Brazil, Canada. And interesting to see that from the very get-go. No priority, of course, at the beginning of a heat, Rachel. So it's all about who's on the inside. It's to do with whether it's a right or a left, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen actually plenty of non-priority interferences happen in that exact scenario where neither surfer is willing to back off, and the person looking at the left feels like it's a left. The other person on the other side is saying, I'm going to go right, and you see them clash, and it turns into, we can even see double interferences where it was a right and a left, and they both just couldn't communicate and get past the aggression of the moment. So obviously not going to be an interference situation for that one because our other surfer pulled out when all in due time, and it became Green's wave.
Number in for Ty. It's reasonable, 317. He'll certainly be hoping to not be counting that at the end of the heat because he's going to need to bring his best stuff here. This is heat 3 of round 4. The New Zealand surfer with that early lead will take 4th place priority in the order. No priority for Watanabe, Ferreira, Polishuk. They haven't ridden waves yet. He's looking like he's going on the lefts. It has been the rights that have been provided for us, and that's been a bit of a shift in the last, what, hour or so?
Yeah, and that's so interesting how much the tide changes the conditions hour on hour. I mean, I think even just preparing for your own heat, it really only serves you to watch about the 2 or 3 heats prior to what you're going to be paddling out in, because you can see how the ocean is changing. You can watch that shift happen. But if you went and watched the first heat of the morning heats and then went home, had a sleep, and then came back right before your heat, it's going to look way different to what you watched early in the morning. So it is important to know what the ocean is doing right before you paddle out.
Line's filling in here. You can see how clean and ruler edge this swell is. Yesterday we had some peaky stuff. It was slightly shorter period. There's some size on it too, though. I feel like we do get fluctuations throughout the day as well. We come down in the morning. Each morning we seem to say, oh, it looks smaller today. And then there's certain stages of the tide where sets seem to kind of double in size, but it looks like a really good size for competing. There's been a couple of waves out the back the last 2 days that have been kind of too big and have actually eaten up clock time by everyone caught inside, and we're not getting that today.
Yeah, it definitely seems a lot more playful, a lot more scoring potential on majority of the waves coming through, where so many of the waves in the past few days, like you said, there were a few that had great scoring potential, but then there were a lot too that would just eat up that time. The surfers, the big sets didn't have great scoring potential. They were kind of just wild and shouldery, and so the surfers aren't sitting that far out to be in position for them because they know they're not going to be able to do what they need to on them.
Under 16 minutes to go of 20 in this. Nice little race towards the east. The left of your shot from Blue Ferreira, the Brazilian. Also Japan, red, Watanabe. Who's in position here? Looks like Iko. He'll have a go on a left here. Backhand from him. Nice entry. Ooh, super worked. No. Board goes underwater. He's almost hanging on for a bit. He almost got on the foil and got it out of the water, didn't he? But I think what happened?
Kind of slow motion. Just got that nose stuck under.
His Polishuk. Here he goes, loading up. Look at this, ton of speed and energy. What's he got here? Into the lip. That was cool. Very well done. And then straight drive in for a slice off the top and another hook with some whip in it too. Good stuff.
Our surfer representing Canada, but from and lives in Sayulita, Mexico. So I've been seeing him get a lot of support actually from the Mexican team too, because a lot of those people representing Mexico would be his friends that he lives with at home, and I think we see a bit of that cross-country dynamic here, which is pretty fun at the ISA. So we take a replay at this, all kind of waiting for that one maneuver, and that was a really great one. Second maneuver, tight in the pocket, few turns, and then cuts out. He really had to weight set up and get that speed going on that frothy face in order to get that critical maneuver. But it was critical, and it was a nice wave.
Good looking wave here for Luan Ferreira, the Brazilian. He'll set up with a snap out on the face, back into the pocket. That was cool, into the lip, gives it loads and plenty of spray. Meanwhile, Watanabe from Japan goes right this time and puts loads into that first turn as well, commits the rail, slices down, and it'll just be one turn for him. 4.07 is in for Polishuk. Wait for scores for Ferreira and Watanabe. Good chance of Luan's being the best of the opening exchange, maybe?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably a fair call. It was a really critical wave, well surfed, well read, well timed. It was all really well.
Ty Murphy here. He went left early on. Now he'll go right. He's got a big wave. Look at this section.
Oh!
And again, committing hard to the turn, which we'd like to see, and almost the mirror image of what we saw before that from Watanabe on a left. Ball goes underwater.
Yeah, getting that nose stuck underwater with maybe a bit of, we saw some chop on the face of that, maybe some rip current as the tide's changing, and can make that critical or difficult to come down through and navigate through when you have so much speed and you're kind of focusing on all the work that you're doing up on top of the lip, and then you're already looking ahead at your finishing, that sometimes you can get distracted with what you still have to do through those two positions.
Feels a little bit like there's something specific about this wave, maybe the push behind it. So in some of those steeper sections in the pocket, we've seen quite a lot of surfers go up and do a pretty tight vertical turn, nice and steep, and then that wave just pushes them down, maybe slightly quicker down to the flats than they're expecting. They're maybe thinking they'll get a little transition to kind of recover it with the legs, and all of a sudden that nose is going underwater, and that's generally not good news.
Yeah, I think too, the wave is ending on completely different reefs based on where the tide is at. Whether you're high tide, you're finishing a lot farther in than where the wave is finishing in low tide, which means the wave is breaking in completely different areas and positions, and so it will have a different shape and way of going about than in other times they may have surfed out here.
The Brazilian Ferreira does indeed get the high score of the opening hostilities. 5 point for him, mid-range number for him. We know he's got loads more to show us than that. He's got 11 minutes and 40 to do it, but that's all right. The high score and the lead right now. No one's got a worthy backup. I think we're all caught up in numbers. It's a small one for Watanabe, but it is his best, just 2.5. He's got loads more as well to bring just that one section, wasn't it, on that wave? It's funny how some of these waves just disappear and go in a hole. He commits to that turn, you're thinking, all right, he's on here, and all of a sudden, no more wave.
I know, and I think that makes it difficult from out the back, identifying what's going to be a scoring wave, not just off this first section, but later on. And when you're paddling into a wave, you do look for those indications of how the wave might be, whether there's a long wall on it, or if it looks like a shoulder, if there's a lump in the middle of the face, how it's going to react farther down the line and provide those finishing opportunities.
A little bit more cloud cover today. It's not quite as punishing in terms of the heat, actually. If you're having downstairs walking around, doesn't quite have the intensity thus far, which is actually kind of nice. A little bit of relief.
It is. It's so nice. I think we might be expecting some rain soon.
All right, here we go. Might see some rain here from the spray of Watanabe. There's some. Throws buckets on that. That was really cool. Look at this style and technique from him. So clean. And a little look back into the tower as well. Almost looked like he was calling for the jet ski then.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it looked like.
Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat with Mitchell.
Yeah, Rickson Facao here from Saquarema, Brazil. Rickson, muito parabéns. A lot of congratulations. Uma bateria disputada. ¿Cómo se sentía você en cuanto a comodidade na final da bateria? How did you feel in terms of comfort at the end of the heat?
Yeah, this heat was so hard. This wave is not so good in this time, but I'm very happy to join my team, Brazil. Thank you, Brazil, for support. Thank you, my family. Is this? Go to next round and go Brazil.
You can answer in Portuguese too, it's fine, and then I can translate back. No worries about it. Saquarema, altas ondas, a lot of good waves over there in Saquarema. How comfortable do you feel out here en La Bocana? ¿Cómo te sientes en cuanto a la comodidad con La Bocana proviniendo de Saquarema?
La Vulcan is a good wave. It's a strong wave, and I'm very happy. Vou falar em português agora. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que está torcendo por mim. Foi uma bateria difícil. Acabei rasgando um pouco o pé ali na pedra, mas consegui controlar bem ali a bateria. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que está torcendo e vamos para a próxima.
Obrigado, Rickson.
We'll pick it back up live here. Here goes Luan Ferreira, another Brazilian, and fine Fettel, as he'll give that one a nice thwack on the backhands, on the tail. He'll be patient. He'll want it to stand up. This is his second ride. It will count. Bang. Whoa, that was really cool. So the patient approach, not trying to fit too many turns in, Rachel. He waited for that lip to stand up, and as soon as it did, he hit it.
Yeah, really mature reading of the wave and taking your time, not rushing too much. Sometimes you can see surfers when they are maybe a bit nervous and they just want to get a whole bunch of action done. You see them try and fit a bunch of maneuvers over and over again, but that's not what we saw. Let's take a look at this replay of Red meeting the lip halfway as it was coming down. That second turn was really where the money is. Nice and critical. This is a cool angle of it, and you can just see him glance back at the beach. But again, we see him drive off the lip, already coming down. He meets it up. Really strong legs to do that. And then that's where it gets critical, releasing the fins at the top of the wave. A little wraparound to finish off and saying to the judges, hey, I liked that. Now taking a look at replay of Blues. Little open turn, more just to set up. Then that's where he starts getting critical of the lip, wrapping it around. And this is where he waits, gets patient, and goes for that finishing maneuver, releasing the fins, wrapping it around, stalling at the top, and then coming back down. Really technical and confident surfing to be that solid on your feet.
Yeah, really imposing himself on that inside section there. Good confidence from him. A good number in for Watanabe for that spray. 6.33. Great surf. And his time, Murphy. He's got a good looking wave. There's a nice turn to open up. And then off the bottom again, in the pocket, super tight. Nothing out on the face at all on this wave. Bang. He'll tag that. And he'll disappear in the white water. So 2 turns were good, and the third is incomplete. Could prove costly in the context of this heat. That'll be, at the moment, looking at the number, he needs 184. You're thinking, yeah, sure, that looked about right, but we're still waiting for numbers to come in, particularly Luan Ferreira. He doesn't have a second score, actually, so you can forget about that 184 really, because Luan's number will be pretty decent, as we'll watch Polishuk try and get involved. This will be his second wave. Wow, look at this thing. Real steep.
Oh!
And he goes up late and pretty steep himself. He won't get control there. Just thinking about that wave that Watanabe got, that one turn with the loads of spray. He's quite a skinny guy. He's not like super muscly or necessarily doesn't look physically powerful in terms of his physique, but how do you get that much spray? Is that all to do with timing?
Yeah, timing and technique, the way you engage your rail and drive, use your fins, and the speed of the wave. So it's marrying, you know, size and power in your legs definitely has something to do with getting some power, as you can even just compare, for more drastic sake, our surfer who's 10 years old, our youngest in the competition, versus a 18-year-old, and how that size just naturally makes sense, would make an impact. But at this point, for our surfer Watanabe, he was able to really wait and attack the lip at the right time, releasing those fins so you see that spray off the top of the wave. And that's where it just gets really technical, and he shows his experience of, he knows exactly how to position his body well, position his upper body with his lower body so that he can continue to drive forward through that next turn. It's not just about the one turn, but it's about the flow that you connect from maneuver to maneuver. That's really crucial for getting a score that's higher than those 3-4 range.
Another good scoring for him, 5.17. So a bit of a commanding position. He sits at the apex of the peak and at the summit of this heat in terms of the scoreboard as well. 11.5 worthy numbers. The Brazilian Ferreira's numbers in. He gets an improvement as well. 5.63. He gets into double figures too. So The number for Murphy's in, 4.27, and it puts him now chasing a 6.36. Polishuk as well. He's slightly further back, looking for 6.56. He'll try and get it here. Here he goes. So for representing Canada out of Sayulita, Mexico. And again, for him, continued frustration. It's another incompletion.
Sometimes it starts happening like that, and you have to learn how to reset mid-heat, which is so not easy to do. Takes experience and takes a strong mental game. But sometimes when you start falling and feeling out of rhythm, you then start going for bigger and bigger maneuvers because you feel like you need to make up for everything that went wrong in those last few waves. And the bigger and bigger you go, and maybe then it turns into that self-fulfilling prophecy that you don't land them, and then you get more and more frustrated, and you're surfing from a place of anger rather than a place of confidence and freedom.
3.5 on the clock. Let's see how we go with this priority with Watanabe in first place, and he doesn't like this, so he thinks, you know what, I'm not getting a 5 on that, I'll let that go. Murphy goes, all right, no, he'll actually let it go. Ferreira now, look at this thing. Because priority was with Ferreira, that's why Ty Murphy had to let him go, and he absolutely tears in to the first turn. Then he'll get a little slow Pete. He's patient. Whoa, that was cool. So it seems to be a bit of a signature thing from him on the inside. He waits, he almost looks a little tense, doesn't he? Looks like he's got slightly sort of stiff as he just kind of coils, and his timing is so good, and then he hits the lip and just throws buckets.
I loved that wave from him. He looked so smooth and relaxed. I love his upper body positioning, the way he releases his upper body through that opening turn. Let's have another look at this. A couple of bottom turns to get that speed going, and releases it back, digs that back arm into the wave to add a bit of variety. And this is where he waits. The anticipation is growing, and then smacks those lips, bang, bang, in order to finish out the wave strong. And I think that was one of my favorite waves of this heat, just in terms of how it looked, his style on it, and we'll see where the judges take that.
Yeah, good number in for him. Actually goes to the lead, 6.57. It's the highest score of the heat. So the panel agreeing with you, Rachel. Really good surfing from the Brazilian. And interesting that Watanabe didn't fancy that time. Murphy did want to, had to get out of the way, and he actually couldn't watch. He just saw on that vision there, and he decided he didn't really want to see what happened.
No, you can't. You can't. As your competitor.
Hard not to, though, no?
Oh, no, I never do. Never do.
Really?
No, you have to be focused on your game. If he gets a 6, he gets a 6. You're focused on, like, okay, what's coming after it? Different strategies, though.
All right, Watanabe. Could have had that wave, decided to let it go, but he decides to take this one, and he'll go in with that crisp whipping hit into the lip again. Very nice snap in the lip, and one more time, just absolutely leathering that.
Wow.
And really cool and light on his feet. And he'll throw up that finish, and he'll look up to the panel as well with a minute on the clock, going in pretty close to the rocks there. Just that natural flow of the water taking him through the deeper part. 5.17 is low score, 6.33 is high. Be interesting to see where this comes in. He wants to go back to first.
Yeah, I think we could see potential situation change, or at least just the requirement increase for Ty Murphy with that last wave of our surfer in red. Really smart for our surfer in blue to use his second priority and hold green off from getting that score that ended up being the 6.57.
Polishuk driving here, gives it the treatment on his first turn, wraps that one hard, and then he'll snap it out and just almost lose his grip on the surfboard, his traction, as he recovers quite well, swinging around, but not loads of down the line momentum. It's a soft little section. It's technical, tight, decent surfing. Not sure we saw the 7.34 at least that he needs, though. Luan Ferreira, he'll bring this one in. This will be after the horn, so don't think it'll be a scoring wave for him. So it looks like, from what we saw there, don't think Polishuk's going to get anything like the number he needs. Watanabe gets the high score of the heat, close to excellent, 7.93 for him. So after momentarily dropping a second, he says, nah, wants to go back to first. He does it. Well done to Japan and Brazil We'll see New Zealand and Canada on screen right now. Head to repechage and it will wrap up our third heat of round 4 of the under-18 boys. Another really entertaining one. We're not surprised at all to see these performances going really, really strong. And a real marker being laid down by the front runners so far in this heat in terms of performances and skill sets. We'll go to break. When we come back, more live action from Surf City, El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to Surf City. Continuing to pump here for the under-18 boys. Performances are massive. We're looking at Hans Odriozola from Spain. Go to town on a long left-hander. Multiple hits from him. It's a tough heat, though. Also in the water, Fletcher Kelleher of Australia. Lautaro Rojas from Argentina. Alejandro Bernales of Peru as well. Paul Evans and Rachel Tilley in for the call. Love this matchup.
Yeah, this is getting, we're getting towards that pointy end of the main round. We're in round 4 now. These surfers are starting to put a lot more on the line. In post-heat interviews, we've been hearing surfers talk about wanting to hold their cards close to their chest and do just what they need to do. Let's see what Green offered for us here while we were on the break. Nice opening turn, second turn, even better. Looks like this wave is shouldering off, but he's able to stay tight in the pocket and continue to milk this one all the way through, and does a nice little stall so that he can get that end section. And it looks like he went to just jump right on that rock. The opening wave of red going nice far out on the face of the wave, digging that back arm in to get that stall layback. Third turn looking really strong straight into the fourth. I love the flow that he had from maneuver to maneuver. And then it was white straight up after him. Driving off the bottom, getting a little bit bogged, but was able to get up towards the top of the lip and drive through it. Second turn, had nice drive to the bottom of the wave and finished it off clean on that final maneuver. So really strong opening accounts from our surfers in red, green, and white. With blue sitting out there, sometimes that can make you a little bit stressed when you know it's not just like all of them got throwaways. They got solid scores, and now blue has to kind of catch up and he has plenty of time, but he in his mind has to play the patient game.
An incredible opening exchange there. One of the best we've seen for a couple of days, I reckon, in this event. All the surfers just going hard at it, and those lefts, multiple steep sections. Not a lot of downtime, not much trying to join the dots. Odriozola just driving off the bottom and hitting those steep sections hard. Also, Bernales, the opening of his wave was a little soft, but you could just see he was just dying for that thing to stand up. When he did, he tagged it, and Fletcher Kelleher just ripped his wave up, really so sharp on the rail, and the speed throughout. The judges liked it too. They feel the same. 7.67 in for Fletcher. So a blistering start for the Irukandjis here.
And I'd say, you know how at the very end he kind of did that stall and stuck with it for that last little maneuver? That maybe gave him that last 0.67 to take it from just a low 7 to a high 7. And that actually makes all the difference in putting those requirements onto the other surfers later on in the heat.
I'd see where the panel put Odriozola and Bernales as well. Because thinking about that wave Hans got, it just looked so good as it comes towards us. Different angles show you different things. That angle just looking back into the wave. Sometimes you don't quite get the impact of some of the maneuvers. The way that wave just kept bowling, and he was never anywhere other than right on the sweet spot where the juice was. Good, sharp surfing from him. Different ways of following us. Hashtag ISAsurfing. Go the MySpace page, is that still going? I think it is.
I don't think it is.
Yeah. Instagram, Hans Odriozola. He's a world champ, that's cool.
He is. Our reigning gold medalist won his gold medal back in Brazil in November, December time over Lucas Skinner, who are both in the draw here this year as well.
All right, here goes Rojas. He wants to get into this, the Argentinian. Here he goes. Almost misses the section.
Oh.
And he'll throw that away just a little bit off in terms of the rhythm and the contrast in that wave. Half the size, nothing like the quality that went down. Speaking of quality, good numbers for Odriozola, 6.33. Also Bernales, and we were speculating where the scores would go. Identical. Both get 6.33s.
Yeah, I think the judges would have replayed those a couple of times. They took their time locking those in.
Here goes Bernales of Peru. Backhand from him. And a little softer wave, but that's nice whip. Just a slightly different technique from him. He's got that straight back, isn't he? And a lot of leg in that turn, on that slightly wider stance. He gets so much whip from the hips, it feels like late in the turn. He gets that extra rotation. It looks really cool.
I felt like he was constantly just a half a second late to every single one of those maneuvers. And not so much that that'll take away from the score, but the fact that that makes it more difficult on himself. And so that was really well for him to stick with it and keep that speed progressing off of each maneuver being a little bit late timed as he was trying to catch up to the front of the wave.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, actually. A way of sort of surfing up the potential of a wave, maybe making it slightly more difficult and then showing that you can actually do it. So almost kind of creating that jeopardy himself with the timing, because he knows just with this particular unique technique, he's good at those late hits. Here goes Kelleher. He's got the high number. And he'll push that one out the back. The wave went really soft. As he squared off the bottom, the wave just didn't fancy it and surrendered.
So looking at this dynamic now, this is what we were talking about at the beginning with Blue is sitting out there now. All his competitors all have really solid scores on the board, and this is going to be a strong test of his mental game of how he is able to come back from this. Completely possible. All it takes is 2 waves, and he just needs to get somewhere in that 6 range at least, so that way he can find that backup. But it can be a little bit difficult when you're feeling a bit behind on that one.
Team Japan, super strong. They're entertaining too. They've been ripping in this event. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat with Mitchell.
Especially this kid too, Iko Watanabe. More than 14 points in the heat. Those right-handers, they just seem perfect out there right now. Congratulations.
Thank you. 前の一つ前のヒートからカイサ君とずっと作戦を練っていて、それにカイサ君と僕の肩がはまったっていう感じのヒートでした。
Team Japan with still a lot of surfers in the event. This heat was obviously important to you, but also important for the team. How happy do you feel right now with your performance?
やっぱり、自信も結構自分の中で結構あったので、はい。
ありがとうございます。
A brilliant surfer, a great character too. And let's say, how good are Team Japan's hats?
They're so
the
good.
Best hats on ground for sure.
Yeah, that's where you see a lot of different teams who have like cool shirts or cool hats or whatever doing swaps at the end of the event.
Swapsies.
Yeah, maybe that's one that you can try and get in early on.
Do you know what I was just thinking?
Yeah, I know you were.
I was just thinking, I wonder if I go down there and see if I can. Yeah,
you have to do a day on sidelines in order to do that, though.
What is it about that sort of real deep navy blue that goes so well with the Japanese flag? It just looks really cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, the colors, the way it all goes together, it's really nice.
All right, having a look at Fletcher Kelleher here. He's in green, and he's on the backhand. Releases some tail on that first whippy turn, then a carve with some power on the backhand. A little sting into the lip, and still swinging this, and on a small wave, he liberates that board with extreme ease and a really good finish. And again, talking about surfing up the potential of a wave, that's exactly what he does there. And Rojas trying to get in on the action. He's only got a 2 on the board. Another number will come in for him. Might be a little improvement, but it's not going to be huge.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see if he got any action done prior to that turn, because that turn looked like coming out of that, you'd feel confident and feel good that at least I finally got something a little bit more that I could sink my teeth into.
Number 4, Benales. He gets a 4-5 for his last effort. Have another look here at the Argentinian surfer.
So it really comes down to these 2 maneuvers and rides out of that one. I liked that second maneuver, very critical. He did well to hold on to this. Now our surfer in green looking for his backup. This was a smaller wave, a little bit more whippy. We can see that texture on the water, maybe the wind's starting to pick up a bit. And he was able to just bash this one all the way down. Not a lot of variety. A bit monotonous in the maneuvers, but he'd feel good on that, getting that back up, since he already has that 7.67 on the board, and he can paddle out with plenty of time, then looking to just replace that second score.
Yeah, in a way, almost more impressive in some ways than his 7, because that wave was so lackluster.
Yeah.
It was so soft. It was a crap wave.
Yeah.
And he surfed so well on it, looking really sharp. I'm impressed with that, really am. It's not going to be as big a score, but just in the context of a heat and getting a backup and having that high score, and then maybe, you could be tempted to try and find another one and essentially run out of time trying to go right up the scale. Really, really good heat surfing from Fletcher.
Well, it takes 2 waves to advance out of a heat, and we've seen surfers with scores in the excellent range not necessarily winning the heat because you have to get the backup.
Yeah, 5.6 and a nothing wave. Really impressive to get a 5.6 out of that. I reckon he added a point or so onto the potential, really, of what that wave had.
Sure.
Maybe more brilliant heat surfing from Fletcher Kelleher of Australia. 13.27 is solid. The Argentinian squad at the moment are still waiting for a 6.01 from their guy, Rojas. Here's Benales, the Peruvian, as he'll go layback jam into a lip line. Another one. He's so good at getting those late recoveries. Blew it again here. And he had no right, really, to make either of those last 2 turns, Rachel.
No right at all.
Kelleher again here, slicing, looking to improve. Bang. And he'll go with the rotation above the lip. He'll blow out the tail, nose pick it to finish. So just showing us about his repertoire.
And that's exactly what you can start going for. Once you feel like you have 2 solid scores on the board, and that's, in my mind, when I do that, it's, okay, job is done. Let's now start having fun and getting a little bit crazy with it and seeing what we can improve upon and how high we can go.
Team Hawaii here in for the huddle. Getting that squad energy together. And words from Shane Dorian, who's heading up the coaching staff there. Saw on Shane's Insta last night there, HQ. Looks very plush where Hawaii is staying. They're doing all right.
Yeah, the hotel looks amazing. I saw that video as well. We were all talking about that this morning, weren't we?
Only the best for Team Hawaii, and that's where their performances have been as well. They've been top-notch so far in this event. They've got a really strong squad here, and they're enjoying themselves. Australia have been really good. Fletcher Kelleher has been very good indeed. 6.67, so improving immediately after that 5.6 on that left-hander. The nose pick flare to finish. Solid numbers. 14.34 Benales. Got a 4.43, so it didn't improve, but he's still in second. But that battle for second, you know what? There's still 6 minutes to go. Taro only needs a 6.01. Hans Odriozola has been really quiet in this, only looking for 4.51. He's got that 6.33. He's surprised to have not seen more action from the Spaniard.
Yeah, I'd say so, especially with the performances we've been seeing from him, and opening up with a 6.33, oftentimes that can let you get into rhythm and start going, but priority can be a blessing and a curse. He has first pick of the lot out there. When whatever wave comes through, it's his if he wants it. But that can make you really patient, and sometimes too patient, where you never pull the trigger. And even on these smaller waves, like we saw Fletcher get, he got a 5.6 on such a nothing of a wave, and that would do really well for Hans in his 6.33. That would put him in an advancing position. He's only looking for a 4.51, but when you have priority, you don't want to waste it on just getting the basic requirement of a 4.51. You're looking for an opportunity to get a 6.7 and higher.
Right on cue, he'll go here. Here goes Hans Odriozola, of course, defending world champ, gold medalist last time out. Here he goes, swinging with speed, crisp surfing, and just staying super tight in that pocket and fits in.
Oh.
Tries to go 2 for 1 on that last section. He'll go incomplete on the very last one, but good work done prior to that. Just a little slap of the water noise. He didn't make the last turn. 4.51 is his requirement. Prior, of course, to any improvements from this guy, and goes with a nice lazy rotation. Just wafts the tail out, recovers it as well. Takes it all in his stride. Alejandro Bernales at the moment occupying that second place position. Any improvement on a 4.5 there will make Hans's requirement ramp up. Did we see a 4.51, you think, there from the Spaniard?
Oh, I think potentially. He got a lot of work down in those first few turns, and although he didn't complete that last turn, the judges won't take away points from that. They just won't add to his score. So potentially enough work done to see a 4.51. Had he completed that last turn, maybe that's another point and a half, 2 points to his score of potential, and that's why he would have been frustrated.
Just a second wave for him. By contrast, it's 4 rides for Fletcher Keller, your heat leader. Also 4 for Bernales, occupying second spot. Judges will try and work out where exactly that last manoeuvre of Bernales was in terms of that's worthy of improvement. Also a crucial number for Hans Odriozola, just his second wave, and he'll get back in the lineup with 3 minutes or so. He's got third priority right now. Would love to get another wave for sure, as we'll fly over those boulders and have a look at the peak and check out Hans again here. So after being inactive for a while, super busy now and working this thing over. It is a smaller wave. There's not loads of power in that section. His surfing is sharp and incisive, and there's multiple maneuvers though, and still tagging this thing, just spanking it all the way to the inside. So 2 numbers to come in for him. We're also waiting for Bernales. Okay, so Bernales doesn't improve. That requirement will remain the same for Hans. 4.51, the number, under 3 minutes now. We've got a wave, also the right hand of the split peak for Rojas from Argentina. Here goes Bernales now on the left. Slow peak, and he'll kick out. Not the wave he was after. Fletcher Kelleher way out in front with priority as well. If he sees a wave that he doesn't feel has at least a high 6 or 7 on it, doesn't need to get involved. And it's quite a nice position to be in, Rachel, with a couple to go.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And there might be enough time for our surfers in blue and white to get back out there and be in position. I was actually impressed with Hans already being up and riding on another wave so quickly. I wouldn't even have thought he was back out in the lineup yet. But I think that third wave, we're still waiting for his second score. I think that third wave might even improve more. Will it be the requirement? We'll still have to see. But it will be our surfer in red who is really desperately trying to throw away that 4.5. And green is looking for that situation update.
Still waiting on that number for Hans Odriozola out of Spain. And he was patient for so long. Don't know if it's a tactic or just waves didn't like the look of the waves that come through. Either way, he sat there for a while and scores built up around him. And then a bit of a late charge in this heat, 2 quick waves. And the requirement just at 4.51. And that is because Alejandro Bernales hasn't put a quality backup score on the board in 6 waves that he's ridden. He's still on a 4.5 and having the identical score. That means, well, Hans gets the number. 5.7 comes in previous to last. He's got another wave to come in too. So talk about keeping a cool head.
Yeah, exactly. He was able to do that. A very, very patient heat from him. And the fact that he was upset about getting knocked off that finishing maneuver, and we just think had he not fallen, it could have gone maybe into that 7 range. But the judges really liked the work that he had already done on there. And dropping his 3rd score looks like it comes in around the same as his 2nd wave.
Yeah, numbers in for him for his 3rd, 5.57, so it doesn't improve. And he'll stay where he is in 2nd position on similar numbers and a bit of distance now. Thinking of Alejandro, the requirement from 3rd priority with just 20 seconds, 5.71. It's going to be hard for him to get anything on the board. Actually, I'm not sure we'll see much come through in these final 15 seconds or so. So Odriozola with good work at the start and then an extended period of inactivity. And then coming back with a couple of 5s and putting that score on the board that will always be tough to chase. I don't think we'll get a wave for surfers chasing down. Argentinian surfer getting in position, but we're out of time here. So Rojas and Bernales, they'll head to repecharge. And we'll keep vision here on Hans Odriozola, gold medalist in the under-16s last time out. And a little victory lap for him. He's just enjoying himself here in full flow. Gets a little reverse done. He'll bring this in. Team Spain will have enjoyed that performance, particularly in the latter stages of the heat. Would have been nervy for a little while there. And of course, the Aussies, Fletcher Kelleher, he looked brilliant out there. Never really in doubt at all in terms of his performance. And he also showed us he can surf up potential on soft waves.
Yeah.
He can rip bombs. Frightening.
He is one to look out for, and will continue on in that main round.
Fletcher Kelleher representing that strong Aussie squad, going through the gears here and laying down a bit of a marker in terms of performance. And the Aussies will be real happy with this young man's work. We enjoyed it too. We'll keep rolling with the main rounds under 18, boys. When we come back from break, we'll bring in Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch for the call. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador, when we return.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible. It's not over till it's over.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Here we are in Surf City, El Salvador, as some great-looking peaks are coming into La Bocana. Birds are flying, surfers are ripping the waves out there, and it's looking really fun. Temperatures are a little bit cooler today as well, which is a huge relief, I think, to everybody here on day 6 of competition.
I haven't been outside the air conditioning besides the bus ride in the morning and the walk in here. And here is girls under 18s round 4 heat 1, Shannon.
That's right, brand new round out in the lineup. Vela Mative for Team USA, Anai Blanchard from France, Vahidi Enzo from Hawaii, and Zoe Zietz for the Netherlands. All surfers that have been dropping big scores on their way to this current round. They've already surfed in the advancing 2 positions in 3 different heats to make it into this moment here, and excited to see this heat get underway. We do have a little red circle next to Vahidi, meaning that she has a score to drop. Other than that, no waves ridden for Vela, Anai, or Zoe to start.
Focused on the early start, always a great strategy. Here it is on the replay, drops into a left-hander, drives off the... Oh, I'm sorry, that was speedy and spectacular. I'm sorry for her opponents, because Vahiti is, oh, wow. That attacking, aggressive style, just showing what she's capable of. Here we go again.
Already up and riding once again. Nice opening attack. Wraps it around, holds that rail as well in the carve as she links back to the foam. She'll kick out quickly, so two-turn combination. First score, a 6.67 with the fall on the end.
Going excellent without the fall would be the information we can garner from that. A 6.67, big score, but you know what, the surfing was so crisp and so fast that it made you get excited. Here we go.
Anai takes off deep behind the section. This was, under kind of battling for that first place positioning. We saw Zoe having a look up the way. Anai does well to get herself around that section, but never really had speed from the takeoff. As we take a look now at Vela. Great forehand attack. She's going to opt to go for the rights. I like that tail slide, a little Sally Fitzgibbons at Margaret River a couple weeks ago. Pushing that kind of down on the finishing section. Doesn't get the ride out, but kind of similar. We saw that for the finishing maneuver as well for Vahiti on that 6.67.
Yeah, falls for all three ladies on their opening ride. So some nerves in this main round. Yesterday, obviously, had the day off to freshen up after a few days of intense competition. Vahiti, what a score with an incompletion at the end. It was obviously going to 8+. And you know what it was? The speed and the crispness of the turns kind of immediately I was like, wow, this is great surfing. She is an incredible talent, this young lady.
Solid way to kick things off. We're now waiting for a score to come through for everyone except for Zoe, who will now be sitting with first priority as the rest of the surfers have caught a wave. Little corner starting to come through here, and the wind has started to pick up. You can see that little cross-shore action. Surface of the water starting to get a little bit bumpier this morning. Still early as well, only about 10 o'clock in the morning here in El Salvador. And Zoe now setting her rail out of the island of Kauai, representing the Netherlands. And first couple snaps solid as she goes in for this finishing section on the inside. Can't ride out complete as well, so just following suit with the rest of what we've seen in this heat to start.
Yeah, exactly, but look good, look strong and confident. A smaller girl, but really pushing her performance. Doing double duty this week, surfing in the 16s and the 18s, and got great pedigree.
Only 15 years old, so she'll have potentially one more year in the under 16s. This could be her last year, depending on when her birthday falls. For Vela and Vahiti, 16, so surfing for their first time just in the under 18s division now. And Anai as the older, more accomplished surfer in the lineup when it comes to big events like this around the world. We've got 14 minutes remaining on the clock. While we wait for the next set, let's go down to check in with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, Fletcher Keller Red here from Team Australia. Another dominant performance. Seems like you guys just feel real comfortable out here. For those who haven't been here that long, how much time have you actually spent in the water? It seems like you guys got here at least a week before.
Yeah, we got here like around a week ago, and we've been kind of training out here in Senzal, but we split it up, and yeah, we've been here loving the waves, so let's keep it rolling.
You finished one of your best waves literally right in front of a rock. For those who haven't competed at this high of a level, a lot on the line, a gold medal, a team medal. Is there anything you're not willing to do in order to get your heat?
Not really. I'll run over a rock, ding the board, but I mean, you can repair that. You can't really repair a heat. You just get knocked and keep moving. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're willing to do anything to take it out.
Staying in the main rounds too, just as important, but most importantly, before the event started, I knew that you guys were giving out some free haircuts. Any fades, any tips to what we could see later on in this event?
Yeah, I don't know. Follow it. It's at Backyard Cuts on Instagram. I started a little barber shop around the back of my house and cutting all the boys up. Came over here, cut a couple other countries, and I know a good way to make friends, you know. Enjoy your time over here while you're not surfing.
So a haircut for me later on this week, is that possible?
Yeah, for sure. Just book it in and it'll be sweet.
Thanks, Flash. Appreciate it.
Next post-heat interview is going to be just Mitch sitting down there with the microphone, analyzing what Fletcher's doing to his hair.
Well, if anyone needs a haircut, it's me. I'll just book one in with Fletcher for sure. Here we go. Two surfers looking at this one.
Vahiti up and riding, dropped a 4.83 for her last wave to back up the 6.67. Could be ditching that already with the types of turns she's bringing on this next opportunity. Now looking for a good finish, and she makes sure to get the completion to build on that score line. Taking a look at Zoe, who's splitting that peak with her. Nice top turn, sets her up for another one. And really just pushing through that tail. Gets a little stuck on the finishing maneuver and she'll go down.
And very similar to the first ride. Such good work done on the first two maneuvers. The first wave of 4.4, that wave felt very similar. Unfortunate to not get that final turn. Vahiti, on the other hand, looked powerful and confident and got the final turn. But again, those lefts tapering off and just getting wraps where Zoe got to hit lips along the way.
Yeah, that right-hander just standing up and offering a clean, crisp, clear lip line, which is very different from what we're seeing even in this set that's going unridden right now, Barton, as we look at, you know, our surfer maybe in the blue jersey having a look down the line, but the right is holding up so well. It's also going to have that kind of gnarly in section to it. And I did well on this wave, though, to swing into position. It was a bigger set. She was in the spot for the left. She's going to go up and kind of throw it into the lip on the finish. Would have been hard for any surfer in the draw this week to pull that one out.
Yeah, there was an enormous amount of energy coming towards her. And ordinarily that can, you know, provide the spectacular free-falling lip drops that the judges love on those closeout maneuvers. Unfortunately, though, that one was a little forceful and just came at her really powerfully. Didn't get the completion, so we can see for all of the ladies a little bit left on most of these rides with the completions. Vahiti got that last completion. Judges still considering that ride.
Yeah, so we're halfway through this heat, 10 minutes remaining on the clock, 20 minutes on the clock for all of the main event rounds throughout today. At the end of today, we'll be back into repecharge for the under 18 boys, and that'll be back to 15 minutes. But at the moment, it's a couple twos on the board for Vela out of Team USA. Just hasn't been able to connect with those opening rides. Couple threes on the board for Anai out of France, has her sitting in second momentarily, but we are waiting for scores to drop for Zoe and for Vahiti. Vahiti will hold on to that leading position, potentially improve on the 4.83, and for Zoe, she only needs the 1.67 to add to her 4.4. Sharp surfing again for those opening couple turns.
Absolutely powerful, speedy, crisp on the rail. And interesting with the wind, yes, each day this wind has come up from the opposite direction. So ordinarily you would imagine a sea breeze or a traditional trade wind or something that would come up on a consistent basis would come out of the same direction. Yesterday it was blowing out of that southwest. Today it's blowing out of the southeast, generally speaking. So, you know, interesting the way it's been flip-flopping and coming from different directions each day. That'll keep the surfers on their toes.
Alexia Montero for Team Brazil getting ready to head out next. Little thumbs up as she's feeling stoked. The Brazilian squad found a lot of their surfers into the repecharge rounds earlier than expected, and they had some work to do in yesterday's event. Not too many kind of buys in the schedule for them, but they've still got some crew that have stuck around in the main rounds. As we're down to 8.5 minutes on the clock.
And we see the importance of the completion right there in the score of that ride.
Very important. A 7.23 on the board for last of Vahiti, and a 9 now up and riding, finds herself in third. A little catch of the rail on that opening bottom turn. Sets it up now for a kind of wider wrap on the second. Drives hard off the bottom to set it up here. She comes down the line and just getting some work done, looking to really put that power and connection for the surfer out of Nantes in France. And she is looking for a big 7.53 now, Barton, because Zoe Zietz as well, dropping a big score for her last, a 6.20 on the board. And let's take a look at her up and riding again now. Just really pushing through that opening turn. Great body posture and positioning as she's working her way down the line. Couple kind of snaps back into the section and she'll kick out with authority.
Yeah, interesting to see her kick out there. But the thing that I noticed as we see the feet kicking and the urgency in the paddle was that the energy was up a little bit on that ride. It seemed a little more clean and fluid, the energy. It was connecting really beautifully. I thought a finishing turn on that was definitely going to improve on the 4.4. It may still do so because it was so impressive. Vahiti staying on the lefts.
Staying on the left, so far it's worked well for her. Those opening sections she's really been able to capitalize on, and she does it again, lays into a solid looking turn, adding that variety into the conversation as well.
Does that go better than the 7-2-3? I felt like it was a bigger face and they were bigger, more critical turns. So really applying the pressure now in the lead and just getting better and better as the heat goes on.
The two-turn combination as well. It'll be nice to be able to see the comparison and where the judges will go with something like that.
True. And also, you know, the 7-2-3, I didn't expect that, but then you realize the importance of the completion. That's what it sort of tells me when I look at that score. The 6-6-7 felt like maybe perhaps a bigger face and more exciting speed, but the incompletion on that really hurting the score there. So great opportunities, and what Vahiti's doing by sticking to the lefts is saving the backhand for a later moment in the event, because we haven't really seen her go to the backhand yet. She's fantastic on it, and those big right-hand walls for the backhand re-entries, they've got excellent scores written all over them.
We got a future Olympian, Candelaria Rosano, getting ready to paddle out for Team Nicaragua in the next heat. She's qualified herself for Paris 2024 and earned that spot via the universality spot that was available to nations who had 8 or less Olympians in total across all sports at the previous Olympic Games.
Yep.
And Nicaragua was one of those nations that had the opportunity to put a surfer forward. And with Candace's, you know, the strength of the surfing she's been doing, the big results that she found along the way in the World Surfing Games, it allowed her to be eligible for that conversation. She's also a surfer that's been charging big waves throughout her whole life. Still surfing in the juniors though, so that's going to be exciting to see her paddle out next. As we take a look at Zoe, up and riding, scores in for her last wave of 4.4, so judges not increasing her score line, and throws it up into a challenging section to finish. Vela now needing to get some work done for the surfer out of Santa Barbara. She's just got this heat sort of getting away from her. She's chasing a big 837 in that last wave. Unlikely to have the quality in it to be able to get her a decent score.
Yeah, and so the two 4.4s, the third ride of Zoe Zeitz, matching her first ride, but she cut out early. So you imagine if there was 1 or 2 more moves on that, it would have been the opportunity to increase on the 4.4. Doesn't really matter though, because a 5.93 drops for the last 2-turn combination. It was a little bit sort of bumpier on the face, so the timing of the turns got a little bit, you know, she got in the lip and kind of got tangled in it for a moment. Didn't affect the score because of the critical nature of the turn. Judges loved it. And a 7.10 drops for Vahiti, which indicates that on the 7.23, I feel like maybe there was a first turn that we didn't see on that wave before the wraps into the closeout turn that kind of boosted that score to where it is.
Couple 7s on the board for the leader out of Honolulu, Hawaii, and well-deserved. Like you said, just relying on that forehand surfing on the lefts without kind of taking to the backhand, and the waves with the rights that might even offer better sections, but she's selected some great waves off the left.
There's the first turn. Waits patiently, goes for that big layback gaff into the closeout. Very cool turn.
So that first was the 7.1. This is the 7.23.
There's the first turn that we may have missed. We picked it up around about here in live action. There's the turn. Oh no, it was everything we saw. Beautiful surfing. 7.23, 7.10. Always anything, you know, obviously 8s are excellent in terms of categorized, but as soon as you get a 7-point ride, you know it's been a good wave. And in third and fourth, lots of work to be done now. Look at that to catch second place. 7.80. For the French, and the USA needing an 8.8. So things getting away from those two ladies with 2 minutes 50 on the clock.
We've got a paddle now from our surfer holding on to priority. She has now chasing a 7.80, caught behind the section for most of this wave, and that scoring potential being lost had she been slightly in front of it. She would have locked into a couple great turns. As we take a look now at Vela, uses her second priority on this wave on the inside. Squares it up really well. This is going to help her situation. Her high score at the moment, only the 3.33. Doesn't really hold on to that finishing maneuver. The judges have been really penalizing surfers that haven't had that full committed, kind of projection out of the whitewater, that full onto the flat stand finish. So for Vela, scores are in. It's dropping out very quickly, that 3.77. And unfortunately for her, this heat's just not really working in her favor. For the young surfer out of Santa Barbara, 16 years old now, and competing in the under 18s here at this year's World Junior Championships. As we take a look at one more little line approaching, our two heat leaders now owning priority in the conversation as well.
Yeah, so, advantages all around in the scores, in the priority. It felt like to me that Zoe had those rights to herself for a period of time because no one was there, no one was getting them, and she just kept bumping into one after another, and she's had four strong rides, all of them potential scores she could keep, as Vaihiti has as well. And really, when you look at the backup scores, both ladies would be advancing, ignoring their top two scores and going with their two back throwaway scores at this point in time. So dominant has been Zoe and Vaihiti's performance.
That's a great point. Very consistent out in the lineup, feeling very comfortable. Also having not had to surf yesterday, taking that day to maybe relax, be on the beach, support their teams. Possibly get the opportunity to travel and surf somewhere different, depending on how many of their surfers were competing yesterday and how much time they needed to allot to being down on the shoreline.
40 seconds to go, Shannon, and this one's feels fairly conclusive the whole way through. Those, green and white, both out of Hawaii. They got the start and held on the whole way and really I don't think they've felt threatened throughout, so dominant performances.
Solid surfing. One more set to come through here now. We're down to about 15 seconds on the clock. And Zoe's going to make sure to take off on this one, I'm sure, because she's in that higher priority than Anai. And she knows that Anai is a very accomplished surfer for Team France and could drop the 780 given the right wave. Nice big wrap around to start. Coming through this inside section, she doesn't need to actually surf that wave into a score. And the clock will run out before Anai is able to have this as a counting score on the board. So we can see her stand up there, but it's actually going to be after the buzzer, so that one won't count. Well done to Honolulu's Vaihiti Inzo out of Hawaii. Zoe Zeitz, representing the Netherlands from the island of Kauai, takes away a solid win. And we've got more action with Tia Zabrowski, Candelaria Rosano paddling out next, right after this.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams. It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Well, welcome back to the action. We've seen so many fun waves ridden this morning. The swell has dropped off just a little bit, but it's low tide and the surf has some great shape to it. We're now going to see heat number 2 for the under 18 girls main round 4 hitting the lineup with France, Japan, Nicaragua, and Brazil. Out in jerseys, we have Tia Zabrowski in the red. We have Henri Matsuno from Japan in the blue. Candelaria Rosano of Nicaragua now up and riding in the green. She'll be heading to Paris 2024, specifically with a plane ticket to Tahiti to compete in this year's Summer Olympics. And she's putting together some solid backhand surfing now. She would love to walk away with that World Junior title. She's had that opportunity. Very close finish for her in last year's event in Brazil. And you've got to imagine that with the success she's found in the opens side of conversation, where she's qualified for the Olympics through the World Surfing Games, that she's going to be really one of those surfers with that extra bit of drive to walk away with a gold medal this week.
Yeah, it feels like we've been seeing and watching her be successful for so long that it's hard to believe she's still a junior, really. Very accomplished. Tia Zabrowski, on the other hand, a much younger lady, but with talent to burn. You can just see that she is going to be one of the superstars of the future, and she's up and riding now.
Setting her line on a smaller looking right-hander. Finds that first turn, locks it in for the second. And now just looking to see how well this wave will stand up. Couple hits as she comes through to the inside section. 3-turn combination. And she'll put together her opening ride. Also in the lineup for Brazil, Alexia Monteiro in the white jersey. So now waiting for openers of Henri and Alexia.
Sitting with essentially the priority. Until all 4 surfers have ridden a wave, the priority doesn't become allocated. But when your opponents have ridden a wave and you haven't, then you've essentially assumed that priority. So Henri, Alexia, waiting to open their campaign. Those 2 first scores were both completed rides with, that could be held on to, but I don't feel like we saw the best of those 2 young ladies. We're going to see better surfing than that as the heat goes on, but good starters to get your campaign underway.
Yeah, just solid to be able to put a score on the board, to complete those maneuvers, and to get that ball sort of rolling. 20 minutes on the clock.
Exactly.
And for both Tia and Candy, they have found themselves finalists in this event before. Candy now up and riding. Walked away with the bronze medal in last year's event as she drives hard off the bottom. That's what we've been waiting for, those sort of explosive top turns.
And what a great start. First ride, we haven't got the score yet, but we imagine, it's a score that gets momentum going, and you get it early, first wave of the exchange, and then you go to a much better score and start building and putting pressure on your opponents. And that's the perfect start, really. 2 rides within the first 4.5 minutes from Candelaria. So the experience really showing.
Waiting for the opener for Tia Zabrowski to drop in as well. Tia found herself in the finals for the under-16s back in 2022 right here. Got that copper medal. She's already spoken about her intentions in this year's event, surfing between the 2 divisions, to walk away with double gold. As we take a look at Henri Matsuono, nice cut back to start, sets herself up with a nice top turn, snap off the lip into a second. Might be able to make it around the section. She'll just kick out of that wave and put a 3-turn combo on the board. We've got 2 scores on the board now that have dropped in for Candy in the green jersey. A 3.67 for her opener, and a 5.50 has her sitting in that leading position with a heat total of a 9.17, and then a 4.5 for the opener of Tia.
Yeah, a little longer ride for Tia than the opening of Candelaria. The 5.5, here we go.
Alexia getting a piece of the action, throws in the layback for her second snap, and just drives even through, the kind of down carve on such a small little section.
I haven't seen much of Alexia Monteiro, and that first impression right then was, wow, that was stylish. That carve down and those following turns were really stylish, and it was a small face, so I'm not sure what happened earlier on that ride, but the ending was really well done. She has a great technique, great style, Tia Zabrowski.
Setting herself up down the line, has a lot of speed as she checks into the opening turn. Patiently timing it out here now, and sets it up for a finish right in front of the rocks. A lot of power.
Hi-ya! Like karate chop the lip on that one. And you can see, at high tide, all of those rocks that we're seeing expose themselves as that tide comes in will be underwater, and surfers will be riding over them without even knowing they're there.
Heat leader now up. So she's, at this stage, favoring those left-handers, wanting to showcase that surfing on her backhand. And of course, with the Paris 2024 Olympic Games right on the horizon, just a few months away now, Barton, it's exciting to see that 2 of the competitors that will be competing at Teahupo, and Candelaria Rosano for Nicaragua and Yang Suchi from China, are in the draw this week.
Yeah, what a great... Well, here last year, the World Surfing Games, we saw some amazing moments as people qualified for those Olympic Games, and it wasn't so long ago that it wasn't even on the radar, and now it sits as really the highest accolade in the sport. The Olympic gold, Italo Ferreira winning the men's last time around, Carissa Moore fulfilling the Duke's dream of surfing in there and then bringing that gold medal back to Hawaii. Amazing stuff, emotional. And that was an event with no spectators because it was a COVID timed games. Imagine this year with, well, again, I suppose in Tahiti at Tiopo, there's not going to be that much room for spectators there either. So, but that's going to be a show. Talk about spectacle.
Very, very exciting. We've got some scores to drop, but as we wait for those, let's go down to the beach to check in with Vahiti Enzo out of Honolulu. A solid performance takes her with the win.
And one of the most beautiful styles in the event, too, Vi. Congratulations. It seemed like a quick start was something that you were looking for. You got a left, literally right in the few seconds.
Yeah, honestly, I was just going to go in the heat and try just find a left just in general, but then I looked in and Uncle Shane had the flag waving in the right spot. I wasn't going that way, and then all of a sudden I looked and then the flag directed me, and so all of a sudden I was like, oh, okay, here comes a wave, and I stood up. I was like, hey, perfect, quick start. Even though I fell, it just felt good to get the feet in the wax and kind of brush off the first wave nerves.
Well, and it worked out too, but the honor and the privilege, but more importantly, embodying the aloha spirit of those that came before you, Carissa being one of them, but Pua de Soto just a few years as well competing here, did super well. What's it like competing for Team Hawaii, but most importantly, representing your culture?
To represent Hawaii is all I really do for surfing. It's more than a sport, it's a culture practice for me, and it's something I love to do more than I find the urge to compete in, and it's just perpetuating our culture. And there's so many great people like Pua and Evan, especially who did this contest last year, which was my first time, and just to have them in my corner and to see them and how they represent Hawaii and our ancestors, this is just the most important thing. And that's why I love ISA juniors, especially, is because we were able to represent Hawaii on our own scale, and that's really just important to me.
And speaking of that, you have a personal relationship with Carissa, too. She's basically your auntie in kind of significant terms. What has she done so far for your career, and how do you look up to her? Outside of Duka Hanamoku, has to be the most important surfer coming from Hawaii.
Yeah, Carissa has been a cool person to have in my early years. And, I mean, it's cool to have a lot of other people like Evan, Pua, who I look up to as sisters, and also just, people in our culture that I want to be like, hopefully one day.
Your mama's here, but anything you want to say back home to the rest of the fam?
Good morning, everyone in Hawaii. I do this for Hawaii. Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So well spoken from Vahiti, and just an incredibly graceful young woman to be taking out a big heat win.
And with a perception of surfing that's broader than simply competition. And I think that's one of the things that the ISA have as well, with that mantra or goal of making the world a better place through surfing, and all of the elements of these World Junior Surfing Games, the Hawaiians being able to represent Hawaii as Candy's up and riding here, stuck behind for a little bit.
Just a little bit. Finds herself right in front into that section, and manages to make that first turn, which looked pretty tight, and finds herself a few more down the line, chasing down a 4.88 to take away that leading position now, as Tia has dropped a 5.87 for her last wave, takes her into first. Alexia Monteiro out of Brazil, sitting with the 4.67 for her opener and a 3.9, so she's had a couple strong scores to kick things off with. She also found herself with a 7th place finish in Brazil last year when Team Brazil won that gold medal. She was a really important part of that push towards finals day, and that was a huge result for her, especially graduating out of that pack of the kind of dream tour that Brazil has within its own competitive space. Yep. And it was a really exceptional moment. As we take a look at China's Yang Suchi, who will be paddling out in that next heat.
Yep, with Annette Exterbari, Catalina Zaraquai, and Sarah Fry. That is a stacked heat as well. And in the under-18s, a lot of girls doing double duty as well, and getting twice the experience. It's such a valuable... You can't surf enough heats. You just need to be out in that jersey as often as you possibly can and learn as much as you possibly can.
And when it comes to this division specifically for the under-18 girls, there was just 12 left in the main side of the draw coming into today's competition. We've already whittled through so many of those main round heats that this is really the, the cream of the crop when it comes to the under 18 girls and who has been able to put down significant advancements in the early days of competition. We've got some of those big names that have also fallen into the repechage rounds earlier than expected. But overall, these 12 have gotten themselves a slightly easier race to trying to find themselves into those medal matches. Long walk along the rocks here. It is challenging just to get into the ocean.
Absolutely. They get quite hot too in the heat of the day. But that, in not too long, in a couple of hours' time, we'll see water washing right up over all of that shallow rock area with the water over it that they've got to walk across. Always good to never take a step unless you can see where you're stepping. You can't just plough your way through. You've got to be watching where you are, particularly on reef breaks or places where they have varna or sea urchins down in there, and particularly on these slippery rocks, of which some have barnacles as well. So there's those elements you've got to consider and be aware of, even in the walking down, the paddling out, even before the heat starts.
That's right. And, their round shape means that they're rolling around. When that water, the water in that high tide is kind of brushing around and you're standing in knee-deep water, we've got rocks rolling around and pinging off of our shins and our ankles, and every step things are just moving and trying to find their next moment where they want to sit still for a second and keep going. So it's a challenging location to be getting in and out of the water from safely. As we take a look now at Kande, down the line into that first top turn, doesn't really have the speed coming out of it, so she has to go into that layback for a second, but that wave will get away from her. As we take a look now at Henri, Team Japan had an outstanding result at last year's World Juniors as well, with Anon Matsuoka taking out a huge victory in the under 18 girls and putting Japan again on the map for this current contingency of juniors.
Like the idea for Candelaria to go right, 4 lefts before that, show the judges something different, mix it up. And then the 5-point ride for Henri has her in a good position. That's a good score. The 3-5 is what holding her back, and but the 5 itself, given another 6-point ride or whatever, would have her through to qualifying. So it's a really tight heat when you just look at one wave. You go best one wave, because all of the second rides are lower than the best one rides of everybody else.
Up and riding now, Henri, 16 years old, gets a little bit of a cover-up, kind of unintentionally, as she's coming through that section and it started to pitch, and she'll just nurse her way through that wave.
I like the idea of cutting out quickly, getting back out the back. That's not going to be what she needs. 4 minutes and 40 on the clock. There's Courtney Conlog, ladies coach for the USA, one of the great characters of the sport, so talented in so many ways, and now that she's walked away from the world tour, living her best life, getting to experience all the different parts of life that she is passionate about, and what a great coach to have for the USA.
Yeah, it's exciting to see her kind of walking into that next stage of life as well. As we see Alexia have a paddle, she will lose her priority on that one. It's going to hand priority to Red in the lead. But for Team USA now to have such a valuable resource like Courtney to pour into those juniors, those development squads, is really awesome to see. And we're seeing the strength of some of those results. Tia then throws away the priority herself.
Yeah, well, it had, she had to go for it on that one. I think she most probably got to her feet and realised she was a little far back and the wave selection wasn't great. For Alexia, the throwing away of her priority wasn't so bad because she's already back up to second priority now. So off the hook there a little bit. In third place, looking for the 4.67, Candelaria needs to improve on that 3.83 and do it quickly because she's got the first priority, so she's in the box seat to do that. But Henri and Alexia don't need much to catch her.
You can see there that Cande is starting to paddle over to where Alexia and Henri are sitting. Both the surfers that will be under priority from her, but also sitting in the seats to try and steal away her position.
Very smart, strategic, tactical move, and really, you've got 2 people you got to mark, so it's hard to do that. It's hard to sort of block or control with your first priority 2 people, and one of the goals really is to suck your opponent into wasting that priority if you can, paddling for the wrong wave to block you. You act like you're interested in something that you're not really interested in. Try and get them on the line, and if they block you and lose the priority, then you go into first priority. That would be the plan for Alexia, and you can see she was moving away, trying to get some distance between her and Candelaria.
Tia has a look at this left. She's far away from the rest of the pack, sending under fourth priority, and going to try and build on that 4.5. This will be, I mean, she's in the leading position, and there hasn't been a lot of potential for giant scores. But from a kind of contextual perspective when it comes to scores being dropped, this will be Tia's kind of weakest heat so far. We've been seeing those 9s dropped in nearly every heat she's taken off on, and a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, I think that was Alexia trying to bait her, do exactly what I was saying, trying to bait Candelaria into stopping her from catching that ride with the priority. She didn't fall for it.
Tia into that first snap, straight into the lip. Frothy wave in front of her. And just kind of getting the job done down the line. Little float to finish on the inside section. So much control within her surfing. And we'll see if anyone else is able to get another more decent wave on the board in the final 90 seconds than the sort of smaller waves that will be a struggle to get any substantial score.
Yeah, and Henri just paddled and went from second priority to third. So that was a bit of a mistake. The great thing for her is the distance between her and the other surfers. Doesn't matter whether she's got priority or not. She's basically on her own, on her own peak, and I really like that idea. There's a wave coming towards her. She's paddling towards it.
She's also got a 5-point ride on the board already. She's surfed above the requirement that she needs. Quick snap to start, sets that rail and drives through the next turn. Pushes pretty hard through that inside turn to try and milk maybe more of a critical nature out of it. Yeah. But she goes down. Candy with the opportunity to improve on the 3.83 as well.
40 seconds. Alexia's got the priority. Actually, Henri needed a lesser score than third place. Alexia did because of that 5, as you said, 4.67 the high of Alexia. So Alexia now 25 seconds paddling, trying to find an opportunity. 4.67, not such a big score. Turns back, sees something.
Hard to gain your momentum when you got to spin around like that. You got a little current moving. You're paddling such a tiny piece of foam out in the ocean. Down to 5 seconds on the clock, and the time is just going to work against her, even if there is, you know, that little line coming. It's not going to be there on just with enough time for her to be able to catch it. So it will be Tia Zabrowski who walks away with the victory in yet another heat. A 4.33 for her last wave doesn't factor into her top 2. Didn't need it in the end anyways. And Candy Rosano for Nicaragua will hold on to that that second place position to take the advancement through in the main round. We will see Alexia out of Brazil and Henri for Team Japan heading into the rapid charge rounds. But we've seen it happen more than one time where a surfer lands in repos and ends up winning that gold medal.
Yeah, it's possible, but Candelaria holding on with a professional, strategic, tactical heat, showed her experience, and great from Tia and her.
We'll go to a quick break. When we return, it will be our final heat for the under 18 girls division, main round 4, right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
We are here on day 6 of competition for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got a bit of paddling and positioning here at the beginning of this heat, and the surfer in blue just sneaks under in position. Catalina Zarique out of Peru to lock in her opening ride. A couple backhand wraps to set herself up for a nice finish on the inside. Is she going to be able to get to ride out? She will, right in front of the rocks. And she'll be putting her first score on the board. We already have a 3.67 on the board for Annette Echtabari of Spain. Also out in the lineup, China's Yang Sushi and USA's Sarah Frere. Now up and riding for Sarah. Nice top turn to start. Sets herself up really well to accentuate that second opportunity. Pushes a bit of water and spray through with the third. And she'll look for a little tap to finish on the inside.
Great opener for the USA, and amazing to see the aggressive jockeying for position on that opening ride for Catalina. She was wide, she snuck her way to the inside of her opponents and got that opening ride. Competitive young lady. Here's the first for Spain. One big re-entry on the outside. Gets stuck behind the whitewater. 3.67 for the one turn. Here we go. Positioning. Gets the lip on the head, but stayed so low that she was able to handle it. That turn, little mid-face turn. And again, look, not much wall on this one. The last turn, the best turn, all the way through. Gets the completion, fought really hard for everything. Fought for the wave and for the completion.
That's right. Sarah with this wave, likely the best of the opening exchange.
Yeah, for sure. First turn was a little horizontal. That turn was beautiful. Big arc. And you can see lovely spray coming off the turn she's doing. Another snap there and gets stuck at the top of the whitewater, but a really nice wave. And it just goes to show that you don't have to be on the first wave. You have to be on the first best wave. And that's really the priority. You know, sometimes you see people just fight for the first wave when it's really of no consequence. They just want to be on the first one. It's better to be patient and make sure you're on the best wave and try and win that opening exchange.
16 minutes on the clock. Scores to drop for 2 of our 4 surfers. We've already got that 3.67 for Annette to open up with. Waiting for Catalina and for Sarah to drop in their opening scores. A 2.9 on the board for first of Catalina. And now Yang Sushi up and riding with a great looking section in front of her. She's found herself a gem of a wave. That was a wild first turn, nearly disconnected from her equipment. Manages to regain some speed as she comes in for the finish here and gets a clean kick out.
Yeah, critical. Losses of control in there as well. At the same time as the critical nature of the waves. It'll be interesting to see how the judges assess that. Sometimes you watch it and it's added to the drama and it actually adds points. Sometimes it's perceived as a mistake and reduces your points, as we see Peru there holding the flag on the beach. Their girl, Catalina, a 2.9 on the first ride.
Let's take another look at this one. Big section, a lot of speed as well.
Came from super deep up into that section, and you can see stepping on the tail to keep the nose from catching because she was tight and in a really critical section. Then the wave separates. She takes the high line across, pump, 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 gets this last turn, bang, out of the top. Kind of caught the rail on the way up to the lip as well. Wasn't quite so clean, but 2 dramatic big manoeuvres on that ride as we see the drone angle coming from behind the whitewater up into the lip. Kind of didn't really hit the lip, pulled it down just below the lip, then goes through that cross section, gets the next turn in, gets a nice cut out there on the backhand, hops it over, and gets the completion. 6.67 for Sarah on the first one for the United States.
Now up and riding again. Locking into her second wave. Gets caught up on that first turn, so that will hinder a little bit of that scoring potential. Second turn looks cleaner, smoother, a little bit faster. And she's now just looking to kick out on the inside. 6.67 is a great way for her to kick off. Had she gotten that completion on the finish as well, would have been going a little bit higher. And she's now going to drop a second score. 2.9 for the first of Catalina has her sitting in third as we wait for that opening ride of Yang to be dropping in for Team China.
Yeah, Catalina Sarah Kay, she fought so hard for that first wave, but in the end, she might have been better off letting her opponents get it and waiting and catching the one behind, which is exactly what Sarah Frey did. She waited and everyone had cleared out and the water surface was smooth. She got the clean, second wave of the set and dropped the best score of the heat so far. Interesting, waiting on Yang Su Chi's wave to really understand. A 4.9. So really, though, the judges perceiving the losses of control, scoring that wave really well.
Taking another look at this for the second wave of Sarah to drop in.
First turn, as you said in the live call, caught the rail a little bit, wasn't so great. The second turn had beautiful arc, and the way she extended the body to drive it back to the pocket was really lovely surfing. It's going to get a second score to back up that high 6 and really will be in a dominant position.
We'll see where the positioning kind of pans out throughout this heat. If our surfer in the green jersey will keep herself looking for those rights while the rest of the pack has been eyeing off the lefts. Lefts worked well in that previous heat to get, Tia and to get Vahidi the opening wins for this morning for the under 18 girls. As we
Arms
can see.
waving there, communicating with the beach announcers. I need information.
Great for her also to be able to receive the information that though that was a bigger wave with big sections, it's just a 4.9 on the board, making some adjustments. Of course, this week we've got record participation for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. 194 girls are in the draw, 43% of competitors, which is very exciting to continue to see the push of equality across global surfing through the ISA, and to be able to see more and more girls showing up to compete for their national teams, having been given those opportunities. 54 nations in the draw at the start of the week, Barton, with 441 competitors. We lost a lot of competitors in the draw yesterday as we had a heavy day of repechage rounds, 72 heats in total between the two podiums. And now taking a look here for Surfer in Green, having a look, deciding not to go, and keeping herself well away from the rest of the pack.
I like that, especially from third priority, and she has a very good backhand. We've seen that. She's going to go and use it right here.
Putting herself in position for some backhand attack. Drives hard off the bottom into that opening section. And if she can get a little critical wall here, she'll continue to just lay down the hammer. 3-turn combination, that in comparison to her opening ride, Barton.
Better, more fluid, critical. I feel like on the backhand she leans into those heels more, and it's a more powerful approach. First turn, beautiful bottom turn, wraps it back to the pocket, so it wasn't too critical. Second turn, nice flare out of the top, spray goes flying into a floater. You could see the way she looked to the beach, that she loved it. She loved the way it felt, and as a competitor you really live on those feelings that you get from the rides and how clean and good it feels to you. Ordinarily is a good indicator of how the judges are going to feel about it too. Into the final turn. 517 was the last for America, United States of, and judges considering the second ride for China, it's going to be a good score for sure. I imagine it's better than the 517 of Sarah's. I feel like that first catch for Sarah was really not penalised too dramatically, and appreciated the second snap into the closeout by the judges.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it, because that first turn it had that catch in it. It didn't really have the flow and the speed that she would have been hoping for, but she redeemed herself so well down the line.
Yep.
Sarah out of Huntington Beach, California, she's got so many great results behind her name when it comes to being, Open Women's National Champ. She's got 2-time California State Varsity Champion for the women as well. That coming from her experience competing on the varsity surf team at Huntington Beach High School, which is just down the street from the pier from north and south side there. So a great opportunity for her to be growing up in a location that, while the wave quality can sometimes not be the best, I say that as a kid from Huntington Beach, California. That's where I grew up, was born and raised, and learned how to surf there. The fact that global surfing continues to return, and some of the biggest and greatest and most important events in the surfing calendars for how many years now, Barton, have run at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Sarah is growing up in a great location to be, you know, winning some of those events, to be really kind of sharpening her skills as she heads into her professional career.
Absolutely, and a big shout out to Andy Verdone, who's been running that program at Huntington High. You may as well call it Huntington Surf High. And great surfers coming out of there. Obviously, Brett Simpson, two-time winner at that US Open. I had some success at Huntington Beach myself. Got a couple of wins there. I think it was 87 and 91 perhaps. And always loved my time there. And it is the surf, one of the surf capitals of the world, and a great contributor to professional surfing, competitive surfing. And I know that that high school, Andy has been running a great program there for a long time and producing champions. And Sarah, great to know that she's from that area and out of that high school and continuing the traditions.
Yeah, a great opportunity as well. You know, there's different, depending on the countries that the Groms in the draw this week are coming from, what their development pathways may look like. It may be coming from a national surfing association, thinking of Australia, where it's not so much school-based, but it's more Surfing Australia-based, where they've got their talent ID programs and those sorts of things. Out of the U.S. and the California, you know, coastline specifically, a lot of those high schools have really solid performing surfing teams, and to be able to make it onto the team in the first place is great. There's surf class and then there's surf team, so anyone can pretty much sign up for surf class in the morning. Could be a beginner surfer, it could be someone that recreationally loves to surf and wants to get a pass on having to play volleyball for PE or something like that as a random kind of midday thing. They get to go surfing each morning to get those PE credits. And then there's the surf team, where you got to qualify for it. You got to go through all of the tryouts, same as you would your varsity basketball or football or any of those other sports. And to get into that contingency for Huntington Beach High School specifically, it's a huge honor in itself.
Yeah, and they've been doing trips to Australia for a long time too as a surf team, as a group, being hosted down there by a good friend of mine, Evan Jeffries, who's, you know, got great mates with Andy Verdone, and they've had that collaboration over the years.
Now Annette up and riding for Team Spain. She's been a little more quiet in this heat, waiting for a section like that.
I love that turn. I thought, oh, well, it's a one-turner, but it was a beautiful turn. The incompletion will really hurt, as will the clock.
Clock starting to work against her. We're down to only 6 minutes on the clock, Barton.
Yeah, time. The most important thing, managing that time and making sure you get those rides early and take the pressure off you. For Spain and Peru, that's not the case. They both got early starts, but haven't managed to build on it. And the early start wasn't good enough, really, to sit and wait on. But unfortunately, that's where they find themselves. Watch what this replay and see what goes wrong. Pumps. Gets to the bottom of the wave, 3/4 of the way down, flares the tail because she knows there's only one in it, sat on that tail a little bit long perhaps, and you could see the nose of the board quiver. The whitewater got her. Incompletion, 5.73, the last for Yang Suchi from China, as second best wave of the heat, and rightly so. Good judging from our panel. And first and second in strong positions at this point in time.
Yeah, with the strength of the 4.9 for China, there's big requirements on the board for both Spain and Peru. A 6.96 for Spain and a 7.73 now for Peru. Both surfers who in last year's World Junior Championships put together extremely strong runs. Now already putting together strong runs in the way to main round 4, but looking really challenging to take themselves, you know, into a spot into main round 5 after this. Coming up next, Romeo Chavez for Colombia. He's been putting together some really good heats this week.
Yeah, he's leading that Colombian team with high performance surfing. And this lull in the action really, you know, proving the point about the starts and the importance of them.
We'd be off of the low tide by now as well, as it's 11 a.m. and it'll start to push in towards high. We'll see the conditions likely change quite a bit. We've got maybe some rain in the forecast a little bit later as well. We're into the rainy season here in El Salvador. Catalina up and riding, goes into a big foam climb, but just late for it.
Pressure mounting on third and fourth. Spain and Peru. Here's heat leader.
Sarah now stroking into this next clean face.
Ooh.
Great opening snap, sets herself up with a little speed kind of check to tag the finish. Little smile there for a moment.
I feel like the 517 is going to be dropped because of that. That first turn was beautiful. The speed out of it, the flow. And then she went into the second turn. You could tell that she just didn't want to make a mistake. She realized there was good value in the first turn, controlled the second, got a nice last one. Important ride for Spain here.
Very important ride for Annette. She goes down in the opening turn.
Annette and Catalina, we're seeing the pressure of having a slow start. Well, they had quick starts, but not valuable starts. And now China up and riding.
Looking to build in the 4.9.
Uh-oh.
Locks it in for the first turn.
Oh.
Power, great little snap on the second. And throws buckets of spray off of those last two turns.
Wow. Our advancing surfers really, putting the nail into their opponents. I see that this one with 2 minutes and 20 seconds is going to be a really tough ask from here. First and second, just keep improving. Drives into the bottom turn. Tighten the pocket this second turn. How was that bottom turn? Shannon just laid it over and drove the rail for a significant amount of time. Got the third snap as well. And you can tell when she's happy because there's that moment where she stands tall, looks to the beach. Look at this first turn too. Wow. Massive spray flying out the back. Controls the second speed line into a third closeout. And first and second building on their base that they'd already established right there. Calm, collected, professional approaches from America and China. Spain and Peru feeling the pressure right now.
Oh yeah, that pressure is growing literally as the requirements will be growing with that last exchange. Annette now up and riding. Tags the foam for the opening turn. Sets herself up, just that kind of top turn off the section. And you can already tell with her body language, she knows this score's not going to give it to her.
Yeah, she needs to cut out, but don't show us you don't like it. Just paddle. You know what I mean? Just start paddling. Stay positive. Don't send messages that aren't from the positive space. You can even see in the paddle there is a certain surrender in that moment there where she just went, actually, but there's still a minute to go. Anything is possible. You know, as long as you need under a 10, you should be, maintain that positivity and not let the moment, overwhelm you, because the best ones are the ones that you pull out in the last minute where no one gives you a chance, but you still give yourself a chance and somehow manufacture the opportunity to advance.
Even Kelly Slater, in his final heat on the championship tour at Margaret River, there was less than a minute on the clock. There was no hope for him, really. The rest of the surfing world knew the waves weren't going to come. He had big requirements. He wasn't going to advance to that heat. That was going to be his retirement moment. He came into the beach, and in his post-heat interview, which was emotional on a lot of levels, he said, 1 minute on the clock, I still had hope.
Yeah.
He was still waiting for a wave to come so he could advance through and keep going.
And he's had miracles happen before, so, he does believe. He never surrenders that hope. That's why the miracles happen. And then when they happen, you experience it. You go, well, But we're in the juniors. Young kids learning the lessons. That's what this is all about. And this has been a great heat for Sarah and young Suu Kyi. Congratulations to them. The time is up. Spain, Annette, and Peru, Catalina. Unfortunate, but repechage round will save them and give them another day.
And those last scores in for young Suu Kyi, a 6.67. Keeps her in that second place position, but put the requirements on the rest of the field into the excellent range. And for Sarah Freyer out of Huntington Beach, California, she's dropped a 7.60 on the board to also just close out the final minutes of this heat and secure herself with that leading position. So well done, exciting heat, and we've got even more. Next, we're going to be heading into our boys under 16 main round 4. Hitting the lineup when we return. Paul and Rachel on the call.
For everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Boys under 16 will hit the water. Round 4, heat 1 of that going out and ready to go at it for surfers looking to advance from this round and carry the hopes and dreams of their nation. Here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, Rachel Tilley, and the under 16 boys here. Rachel, you're getting to round 4. You're sort of starting to get towards a result, but still many heats yet to surf for full glory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the surfers already having an advantage who are here in round 4. The surfers that get knocked earlier in those rounds already surfing so many more heats in that repechage round. As we take a look at this replay of green that took place during the break, a nice opening ride, got bogged a little bit on that first turn, but is cleaning up and making the most of this for the rest of this wave and finishes it off nice and clean with a cutout. That is a strong open for our surfer in green.
Goes Levi Silva of Brazil on the backhand. A little swoop from him. And he remains sprightly and light on his feet. Whoa, that was a cool turn. And very well done to manage that because he whipped out of it. We've seen a lot of surfers go down. We're watching the Colombian Romeo Chavez. Bang, that was awesome. What a great first turn. And then the wrap, very good. He's game on for a score here. Another wrapping, carving turn and then a jam into the lip. And he ain't done there. He'll go incomplete on the ends. And this exchange continues with Fabian Rosales, Costa Rica. He's got a big open face here to work with. What's he going to do with it? Into the lip for a stinging hit. And then the hook in the pocket. Using that rail to put himself back into the juice. And good enough, just kind of plant one in the lip. Didn't have to try and push too much with the back foot. He'll get a completion. You can't help but make an inevitable comparison with the work done before by Chavez, which is really good. Silva on the right, that was cool. Passeri ripped his wave. 4 good numbers coming in for the opening exchange, you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. I'm excited that all of our surfers opened up with something strong because I think that's a great indication that we're going to have a big battle on our hands over the next remaining 15 minutes.
Bit of a surprise there in that last heat. Just in terms of surfers going excellent in early rounds, Echebarri and Zarike, they'll go to repechage rounds. A testament really though, as you can see, disappointment from Annette. She's annoyed with herself. She's posted small numbers. A testament to the quality of surfers like Siki Yang out there. Just absolutely ripping that one. Sarah Frey as well. And it's tough and there's no easy heats at all at this level.
Definitely not, especially when you get towards that pointy end.
Passeri here. Good wrap from him. He's already got a good left locked in. He'll go right now. And plenty of acceleration. The narrow stance to get across and then the foot goes back on the tail pads. And that's really cool. A great finish from him. Saw a boil because there was a rock lurking
I saw that. Yeah. He did well to just go around it, didn't he?
Love those drifty turns on the inside. Sometimes you see surfers come to the inside and they'll kind of chop it down a bit, almost slow down to go up. But that one, he went with the full down the line momentum that looks really cool. Pleasing on the eye to see him stomp that.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge thing. Obviously, pleasing on the eye is not in the criteria, but the judges watching it, something that just looks really cool and you're imagining yourself surfing going, oh, that would have felt really good. I think just puts that extra bit in your mind of those sweeteners. It's the extra pizzazz that helps get those, you know, half a point higher than someone who wouldn't add that.
Levi Silva is on again here. He'll go right again. And a good opening section with a turn that he puts up through the lip. He's only a small wee lad. He's got some big turns and he whips that board really well. Good control as he unweights front foot to back foot and back again, and just multiple hits on the inside. Meanwhile, Chavez, bang, another great turn from him. It'll be an incomplete one. His number's in 7 early doors for him. Great way to kick things off. 6-6-7 for Passeri. That was the left for him. We've got a right-hander to score as well. 4-8-3 for Silva, previous to what we just watched. And a number to come in for him. So opening exchange going the way of Colombia and Argentina.
And a great view looking at that foam, creating that perfect triangle. La Bocana is a peak as compared to El Sunzal. That is a right-hand point. So the surfer's only focusing on that right. As compared to here, you get to choose whichever one that you want, whichever looks better as that wave comes in.
Chavez paddling back after something of a disappointment from a fall. He'll look to regather. He's got one good score on the board, as has this guy, Passeri. He's going to have 2 good numbers, actually, when his right-hander comes in. The one turn from him. And he looks aggressive in a really positive way, Tiago. He's got a lot of fire about him and big personality. Plenty of energy in his surfing, too. Rosales, the Costa Rican, a busy heat, this one. And a good-sized wave out the back, covers some ground. Really nice bottom turn set up for that layback. And some laybacks, you see Matt on the face, that one right in the critical section. And he'll go to work here as this one gets a little slopey. And his surfing, compared to the likes of Passeri and Chavez, who are throwing a lot of spray and are surfing with loads of power, he looks a little bit lighter on his feet, and he's going to need to find real quality sections.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Thinking about his nose and the direction that it made on that layback, it didn't come all the way around. He added some flair into that turn, which the judges will like, but it's also about creating really critical and big maneuvers in those critical sections. And it is important to wrap that board all the way around when possible, when the opportunity presents itself.
Passeri's second score is a 5.57. That gives him good numbers in this. Over 12 minutes to go. He's already in the 12s for his 2-wave total. Going to get a number coming for Silva, and he won't wait for that. He'll have a paddle. That wave won't let him in. Silva, his tactics already showing. He's just going to decide to get busy here. Part of that strong Brazil team. And we talked about squad energy. They've had that for a number of years. And they're bringing it back here for ISA World Juniors and looking to go and defend the senior title won at the World Games recently. Here's Rosales, just a little straight-legged. If you're going to be hypercritical, then he recovers that one. And he's nice and patient here. And he throws in a backside rotation to kick out to finish.
Yeah, he got some good work done on that one. He's looking to improve upon that 3-2-7, which I think those 2 opening maneuvers might do. It was, I do like how light on his feet it is. It's now about finding those moments where you can really dig into and drive that rail around and throw a little bit more spray and show some power as well, as power is one of those main components in the criteria.
Chavez with first priority. It's 4th place in this. He's got the high score. It's a 7, so he's been super selective. I like the busy approach from Silva, and he's very sprightly indeed. Little flick up backside and bangs it down with speed to then go into a steeper section. And doing loads of work here. Nice upside down. Turn to finish on the backhand for the young Brazilian Levi Silva. And that wave went all the way through to the inside, and he got multiple hits down in there. Let's go down and hear from one of the biggest smiles we've seen in the event so far. One of the last seats, Sarah Frey, is with Mitchell.
Yeah, one of the biggest smiles, no doubt. Also one of the biggest backhand turns we've seen all day long. Sarah, congratulations. From your perspective, easier to surf on the left or the right out here?
For me, I really like the lefts out here. They're just like perfect and they line up, and I really like my backhand, so I was just trying to stick to that.
And coming out of Huntington Beach, used to a lot of water moving around. How nice and freeing is it, though, to not have to surf with a wetsuit out here?
Oh my gosh, it's the best. It's so hot and the water is so nice and the waves are so fun. It's just so perfect.
surfing, besides being a sport, it's a lifestyle, a culture, and it's something that you're able to share with the rest of your family. I know your older sister Sophia and your younger brother Cruz also surf, correct?
Yeah, we all surf, just a surfing family, and it's super fun to just like travel around with them, and yeah.
It's probably around 5th or 6th period over there in HB High School. Anything you want to say back home?
Hi to everyone at home. Thank you so much for supporting me.
Go Oilers.
Thanks, Mitch. Well done to Sarah Frey. A tough heat, that one. And we're already starting to see the front runners in that category put their hands up with big performances. Rosales, another layback jam from him through a lip line. And again, wrapping back. And then dealing with slightly flatter water. This wave quickly runs out of steam. Chavez, here he goes, loaded up. And gives a soft lip line, a bit of a tickle, and then a wrap around. Hasn't done major damage so far on this. Now he does. That's better. Oh, really nice.
Ooh.
And if he makes this, which he will, that's a good combo. Judges like that. So something of an inauspicious start to that wave, but a sharp finish.
Yeah, it was like he built the house turn on turn, and that will be a nice score to go into a scoreline.
Ocean Lancaster getting ready for Australia. The Aussies have been going all right. Got a tough heat, though. Some of the names in the draw coming up next.
I loved Mitch's question there, pointing out to Sarah, well, it's 5th or 6th period back at high school at the moment, which means when I was in school, and you would be either competing or just not in school, you know, you always do that, going, oh, wow, I'd be sitting in science class right now, but I'm doing X, Y, or Z, or I'm winning a heat at the ISA World Junior Championships. All of these kids are under 18, going down to as young as 10 years old in this field here. So they're all in school, and it's a thing that every single one of these competitors is balancing along their competitive career is school back home.
What was your favorite subject, Rachel?
Math.
Really?
Yeah, which it has no place in my life anymore, but I loved math when I was in high school.
What particularly, but was it just the sort of purity of the subject? What was it that you liked?
I loved how...
Getting good grades?
I loved getting good grades. No, it was difficult, but I loved how much it made, it was I had to think really critically in it, and especially as I started getting to, the calculus and stuff, I loved learning all of the formulas and doing the really long problems that go down the page. I loved how it made my mind work.
Okay, interesting.
I don't do if I looked at anything like that now, it's gone. It's out of my mind. But it was fun at the time.
Simple arithmetic here is to get your 2 best scores out of 10 points to give you a total out of 20. Doing that pretty well so far. Colombian Chavez, a 7 and a 5.63. That equals 12.63. Of course, we've got computers to do that kind of tabulation for us here, which is cool. In the olden days, they had a pencil and a piece of paper, and they added it up. Passeri is also in the 12s as well. Decent stuff for the surfer out of Argentina. And then some way back is the smaller in stature and younger Brazilian, Levi Silva. A couple of 4s for him. Still in single figures. 7.41 is his number to threaten Passeri. Rosales as well. Also down. And also looking for a number. He actually needs an excellent one. And there's been a real contrast in this in terms of, it does feel a little bit like sometimes that physicality's come down to it. Particularly Levi Silva, who is smaller. He's doing really good surfing, but he's not quite having the visual impact of surfers like Chavez and Passeri. Here's some more. Did you like statistics? Did you enjoy that part of the curriculum?
I didn't like statistics.
Not as much as calculus.
Yeah, no. Do you? Did you like statistics?
No, I didn't like. We call it maths. We put an S on the end.
I know.
Yeah. Some people get really upset with just math, but not me. I don't mind. You can call it that if you want.
Thank you.
Here goes Chavez, and he'll tap that one. Very nice and clean. And he'll keep going here. He's going to try and air. Whoa. He's gonna,
come on.
So close to sticking that. So close to a dry rock. So probably a good thing in some ways he didn't make it, because he might have gone straight into that thing. And he gives a little wry smile on the inside. Here's Rosales now wrapping around the house. What's he got this way? So outside it slopes, he grabs the rail. He might get a good section in here, though. Here goes Fabian Rosales, still swinging away. And his application to that rail has been great throughout this. He just needs to put a bit more flair in if he really wants to unlock and go up the scale. And he's going to need to do that with an 8. I didn't see that there, but well surfed.
And you could see that energy coming off of him as he cut out of that wave. He's feeling pumped up and has 5 minutes to get back out there, improve upon that score line, and try and hit away at that requirement.
What was your vibe on geometry? Did you like that?
No, I did not like geometry
not
either.
Into that.
No, I loved algebra.
So that's really what they call pure mathematics, right?
Purist when it comes to math.
Good way to be. Just over 4 minutes in this Chavez Passeri at the moment, the 1-2. We're going to get numbers for Tiago. We've got a wave to come in for him. Also white, we just watched that. The Costa Rican Rosales, a spin from Passeri onto a left. Doesn't paddle. He'll just let that one go. Good call from the drone. We can see that's soft. Not a lot happening there. This might tickle his fancy. He'll head out to meet a potential right-hander, and he'll have a little look at that and realise, nah. All right, Levi Silva, first priority, needs to make a move. 741 he needs, and he gets a little caught off the bottom turn. And as a result of that, it's just to show those slight catches early on the wave will knock your rhythm off.
Yeah, I was looking at, look at all the texture on the wave now with the wind.
Passeri on a good section here. Wow, that was a really good turn. He actually just overloaded it, but put so much into that. Big carving turn. But he'll get rocked over the rail and he'll go down incomplete. He won't add to his total here. And you can see the intensity of him as he paddles back out, looking to defend his second spot, trying to attack Chavez in first. Chavez at the top of the peak here. He likes to look at something in red, the Colombian. He's heading towards this peak.
Chavez had a heat earlier this morning too, already in the under 18 division that we started this morning. Unfortunately got third in that heat, so he's down to the repecharge round. He's still in it, but doing those double divisions means so many heat surfed, so he's already had the experience out there. Conditions have changed a little bit, but sometimes already having that heat under your belt can really lend to then your how you're feeling going into this heat now.
Here he goes. An interesting choice of wave. And when I say interesting, I'm being polite. A bad choice of wave. Meanwhile, live action. Here goes Rosales. What's he got? He's been patient here. Oh, he'll boost.
Wow.
Whoa,
oh, no.
Nearly sticks it.
Nearly, but incomplete.
Ah, I like that, though. So he needed to do something different. We've seen quite a lot of his rail turns back to the pocket, and he's stuck in the fours. So smart to go. Let's do something different. Goes over to the right and goes to the air. But he'll need to go complete. Here goes Passeri. That was cool. He's got a lot of power and a lot of aggression, this guy. And he'll get a rotation of his own. And he'll throw in a big claim as well. So he likes it. A lot of fire and intensity. I've been watching him support Team Argentina, and he's in full voice. He's like the first one to leap to his feet, first one to go up, to congratulate his surfers as well. So he's a passionate little guy.
Yeah, I love that. I love hearing from him. We've seen him in quite a few post-heat interviews now, and getting to hear his insight and feel that passion from him for what he is here getting done. And I think it's interesting how many of the guys we see really have a lot of body language after they finish a wave, going for those claims. But I love his upper body on these two turns. He really throws both of those arms up and then goes for that little air reverse and does right out of it. That was complete, kind of at the top end of the wave, but he was able to ride out of it. Look at that upper body, really just extends that back foot. And again, you can see he has really nice positioning on it all, and really wanted to sell that one at the end, like, yes, let's go.
Yeah, I think the first turn was really, really good. Not overly convincing that reverse on the end, was it? But I think he was just reflecting on the fact that it was a completion, and the early work that he did was pretty strong. Let's see how that goes with the panel. Meanwhile, Silva, I like the busyness from him. We'll go again here. Oh, that was really good. So that's timing, and that's how you throw spray, by basically putting up into the steepest section with a load of speed and nice technique.
Yeah, exactly. And we've talked about this quite a bit today, Paul, but it's for these surfers that don't have the same size as some of the other guys in their division. They're really leaning on having excellent technique to do those critical maneuvers in the critical sections of the waves to get those scores.
We're going to run out of time here, counting down. Number just to come in for blue. It needs to be big, 7-4-1. It was a good turn. Don't see that going that high, though. Costa Rican flag flies on the inside. And we'll see Romeo Chavez of Colombia, along with Thiago Passeri of Argentina. Very well surfed heat. Those strong starts. And that's half the job of getting the strong start. You've got to continue and build from there. That's exactly what they did, backing themselves up with decent numbers and getting into the 12s is a good platform. We're up to round 4 of the under-16 boys. This is the main round, so surfers advancing here are still on a roll. They still haven't lost. Well done to Chavez. We'll watch him bring it in. We'll keep rolling with the under-16 boys here. There's still plenty of action out in the water from Surf City, El Salvador. We'll come back and bring you more from this round after the break.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Surf City, El Salvador provides the platform for the best juniors from around the world, in this case the under-16 category. Let's have a look at Victor Camarin of Panama, Maverick Wilson and Ocean Lancaster from Australia, Adrian Diosma of Peru. Here's Maverick having a sniff here. He likes to look at this left. He's on, little pump high line loading up, and then off the bottom hard, and just tags that lip straight into a slicing, sluicing turn on the face. There's another, nice and lithe and smooth. More spray from him, and he'll tag the finish as well. And without having to do too much, little finger jive to finish. He's already going to be on his way to a number. That's how you open a heat.
Beautiful surfing. I absolutely loved that wave. He looked so calm, cool, collected, comfortable. He looks like he has no nerves under his feet right now. He's not trying to just get a quick one under his feet to get any nervousness out of him. He started that off nice and strong.
20 minutes to post 2 numbers. And to stay in the main part of the draw, you're looking at Lucas Skinner of England getting ready. One of the pre-event favourites. Let's see how he goes in a tough heat. Some good surfers he's coming up against. He's taking some final instructions from his dad, Ben Skinner. He's also got his sister, Lila, here at the event as well, competing in the under-16 girls. She made it through her heat and repechage yesterday afternoon. So far, so good for the family Skinner and Team England in general. They've had some good results. They've been pretty loud of their support as well. Lots of energy in that squad. We like that. And just watching on here and maybe having a little look and thinking, where are my scores coming from? What are we going to do? How am I going to impress the judges? Like Ocean Lancaster. Here he goes. Bang. Nice whip and speed from him. And just really opens up with that last turn. He sets up with a hit and then gives it the treatment. Meanwhile, Maverick, he's not hanging around. He'll go again here. Tricky section to deal with. There's a bit of bump on it, and he's so smooth, but even he couldn't quite finesse some of those lumps.
Yeah, I loved that opening of right Oh, white on that right.
Camarena, here he goes in blue. Tangled up with some whitewash all around him, though, and it just never looks quite so good when there's all this stuff on the face, but he'll do some good work anyway. Not loads of points on offer in here. He'll keep swinging. All that'll really do is just take him further away from the peak as he'll paddle back out all the way from the inside. So his way of really running out of juice, but he's trying to stay with it and milk it as much as he can. We've got numbers to come in for everybody, Rachel.
Yeah, starting this heat off strong, and we have 2 Australians in this heat. And you know that they would be going in with a team strategy as well as their individual strategies. The team strategy really can't come into play, though, until both of their individual jobs are done. And normally when you're going out with a teammate in these dynamics, it comes down to what's our plan if we both have first and second priority within the last 5 minutes. How do we maintain first and second position? But it's up to each individual surfer to get themselves into that first and second position. And that's where we're going to have to see work done from both the Australians. Where they're sitting at the moment, though.
5.83 for Maverick, his early work. Also got a 4.67 in for Ocean Lancaster. You lived in Australia for a while. What's unique about Australian surfing? What do you like about it? The surfers, the sort of attitude, the vibes?
Yeah, all of it. It was, you know, from San Clemente, which is a beach community, and I lived on the Gold Coast, also very beach-orientated community, but I loved living somewhere different. The waves are incredible there, and the ocean is just beautiful beaches.
Camarena here from Panama. Good looking right. And that one runs away. He pulls through the back, so maybe just running away. Meanwhile, De Osmo, I haven't seen loads of him in this particular heat. He's just got a 3 on the board, and he'll have to be patient for that initial section and then just a little straight into that one. And sometimes when you see surfers not get loads in their first turn, they try and do a little too much, particularly as the wave closes out. That's what happens for him. He's not going to add significantly. Where's got better surf between San Clemente and the Gold Coast?
Ooh, okay, I have an answer for this. I think Gold Coast has a few more selection of world-class waves, but
that's fair.
It's not as consistent. And that's something that, yeah, exactly. And that's something that I actually really started to miss after a few years living on the Gold Coast. The back half of the year is very, very windy and seasonal.
Maverick Wilson here, slicing on a nice looking left. Tags the lip with a good bit of drift. He drifts with the speed, crucially, which allows him to do stuff like this. And again, he'll hook back. Wilson, this will just keep giving him sections. Another nice tag from him. And then a snap to finish as well, and a little look in, and he's feeling it. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, standing by for a chat with Mitchell.
Yeah, Romeo Chavez from Team Colombia. Romeo, muchas felicidades. You had a chance to be able to surf in the U18s earlier today. Now in the U16s, you rebounded with the win. Tuviste la oportunidad de surfear en sub-18, tuviste la pérdida, pero aquí la victoria. How are you feeling after this victory, especially with the rebound? ¿Cómo te sientes después de la victoria aquí?
La verdad, estoy agradecido, sobre todo, feliz de seguir avanzando. Bueno, en 18 todavía no se ha acabado. Seguimos por repechaje hasta llegar a la final. Y en 16 seguimos firmes. Y bueno, a seguir haciendo el trabajo.
Feel grateful, really honored, and more than anything, really happy and content with my surfing. Wasn't able to make it in the U18 in the main round, but luckily for me, I still have the reps. And here in the 16s, I'm still alive in the main round. Since you made your debut here at the ISA, desde que hiciste tu debut en la ISA, ¿qué ha sido lo que más has aprendido? What's the thing that you've learned the most out of competing here at the ISA?
Que, bueno, a veces las cosas no salen como uno quiere, pero hay que mantener la calma, mente fría y que algún día, un momento te tocará, ¿no?
Oh, well, sometimes things don't go your way, and that tends to happen a lot here. You lose more than you end up winning, but in the end, you just got to keep a strong mind and be as mentally prepared as possible here at the ISA. Algo que le quiera decir a la gente, tanto de Ecuador como de Colombia.
Que gracias por estar pendientes, seguimos aquí avanzando y, bueno, dejar a Colombia en alto. Obviamente a la gente que está ahí viéndonos en Ecuador y apoyándonos, los quiero un montón a todos y eso, a seguir con todo.
Felicidades.
Thanks, Mitch. Great stuff. We watched an exchange go down during that heat. Ocean Lancaster belting a left hard. Right behind him, Camarena swinging and going down. So let's see where that number goes for Ocean. He's already got 7.67 in, the high score of the heat. That was for his last effort. He started with a 4, 6, 7. Those are his 2 counting scores at the moment. Good chance of improving when this number comes through, though. It will be his 3rd wave. We're not even at the halfway point in this, and he's already in the 12s. And it's looking good for Australia at the moment, Rachel.
It is. Whatever their strategy was, their plan was, safe to say their plan was to be 1st and 2nd, but it's going well.
So, in summary, Gold Coast more world-class wave, San Clemente more consistent year-round.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Gold Coast that good for longboarding?
Gold Coast is excellent for longboarding.
Okay.
So many people think of just like Snapper and Kira in March when those cyclone swells come and it's, you know, really throwing, but year-round there's so many breaks around there and it's so much fun.
Maverick Wilson here slicing again. He's been so good at picking these lefts. How's this line he's got on it? Really nice pace and rhythm. That's just a short wave, the outside section, but looks like he's been sort of surfing this place all his life. As soon as he paddles in, he looks so in tune. He looks like he knows what the wave's going to do on the next section. Everything very neat and tidy and smooth. Again, a quick hit from him. He'll just keep surfing here. Even the kickouts are nice and crisp. He's in the 5s at the moment. We'll get 2 quick numbers for him. Midway point in the heat, ticking away. Australia very much with their tails up in this particular heat, possibly more so when the last score comes in for Ocean Lancaster. Let's see if he'll improve on that, or in fact, by how much, because it looked like he had a really good left with a really strong finish. We saw that one during the interview. Ocean Lancaster, I believe, started surfing when he was a couple of days old. He's pretty young.
Yeah, I did read that. It said he started surfing at a couple months old with his dad. So it's really it's in his blood. It's been his entire life. What were you doing at a couple months old?
I mean, just the basics.
Yeah.
So the signal coming back in there from Camarena. And yeah, I think maybe he needs a board change. So he's signaling back in. He'll try and surf in rather than obviously just paddle and see if we can just add something. It should be quicker as well, assuming that a wave comes soon. But maybe a fin blowing out there, maybe a crease.
Yeah, it looks like it's something to do with his tail as he keeps sticking that out of the water. So it looked like all 3 of his fins were still in there. So maybe you'd have to think a crease when he went for one of those hits and went down. The board on the beach there waiting for him looks like a swallowtail. Wonder how that, if that's an exact replica of what he's riding right now, or if it would be an equipment change as well.
So Camarena with priority and possibly something up with the equipment. He was signaling it looked like for a board change, but just waiting patiently on the peak right now. 8 minutes to go. He needs to go into the excellent range if he's going to do this with 1 score.
Oh, fin.
It did look like he was signaling a fin.
Yeah.
But you could see 3 of them.
I think so, unless we're seeing just that back one that from our angle. I don't know.
All right, 7 minutes 40 to go. At the moment, Ocean Lancaster's lead on this increases dramatically. An excellent number, 883, massive.
Wow.
The backhand work as he belted that steep section. And he was already on good numbers, a huge total for the young Australian, 16.5 for him. And a very commanding position at the top of this heat. He leads his teammate, Maverick Wilson, the Western Australian, Dunsborough, I believe, in WA. And here is Ocean right now. Off the bottom, grabs the rail and then hooks one. Look at this wall into the lip. And everything he does just puts a little extra in, even just tagging that then, gets that little release out of the tail as well, and then brings it back around and comes out with speed. Let's have another look.
Yeah, I love him grabbing nice and low on that bottom turn, really allowed him to slingshot up to that upper lip, and he released the fins at the top, stalled, and that made that drop back in a lot more critical, and obviously where that reward comes from.
2-turn combo on the backhand. Judges like that, and it was crisp, radical surfing. And that's that number that we saw, that solid number, the 883. A huge score for him, and really just controlling this one now. I think he was already pretty relaxed and confident, but right now he can just kind of chill almost.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, just like from memory, if I didn't have scores to paper, Maverick surfing, I would have thought he would have higher scores because of just how effortless and beautiful his surfing has been. He has flares of Ethan Ewing to me, where he draws that rail game really nicely, is nice and relaxed, is so fluid in between turns. But I think for him, his surfing's really excellent on the waves that he's catching. Maybe what's causing him to not get above that 5 range at the moment is just that wave selection in comparison to what we just saw in that 883. That allowed for 2 really critical maneuvers, where our surfer in red hasn't had the opportunity to go really critical. The surfing's been beautiful to watch.
Camarena here. Whether that equipment is damaged, it looks all right under his feet for his first turn. He needs a lot more where that came from, though. Stay alive in this 893, the requirement, and he's bringing it in now. And he's signaling something, and unless they've been practicing those signals, it's quite hard to interpret exactly what he means. He's just kind of pointing at stuff and moving his arms around a lot, so difficult to know.
I think it's safe to say something is wrong.
Yeah, very good. We both got that.
Yep. We'd be down there with the board, at least. We'd catch that much. But now having to navigate these rocks, it looks like he's pulling his fins out of his board. Will we see any damage? Look, it's not a swallowtail that he's switching from. Looks like a... Do we see any creases or anything?
Not an easy board change yet. Is he changing the
fin
fins?
change.
A whole new set. So he's going the Mick Fannings now.
That's the benefit of those FCS2s, isn't it? Is those quick pop in and outs.
I'm not sure about this call. There's 4.5 minutes to go. You need an 8. I mean, you're better off just trying to catch 2 waves. If you think about Wilson's number, 2 6s will do it. Wilson's on 11.5. That's what he needs to get at least. And coming in to change your fins. Interesting call. Adrian de Osma. Small away from him with a couple of hits, but he's way, way off the pace in terms of type of surfing he needs to show the panel to get the 8.43 required by him. Camarena is back in the water and paddling out. That's cost him a little bit of time, but also maybe just in your mind, that whole time he's had priority and he's signaling he wanted to change the fins.
Yeah.
At that point, you're not...
It's about 8 minutes remaining.
You're not in that great position where you're really just focusing on your wave. He's constantly looking back.
You're focusing on a wave to come in. But I will say, I think that it has me thinking that prior to he was going, should I go with the smaller fins or bigger fins? And having this discussion because of all that waving, his team knew to have the set of fins already out of the board. They already knew that he wasn't looking for the backup board. They knew he was looking for the set of fins. So while we didn't interpret exactly what he was looking for, we knew it had something to do with fins. His team knew that he was looking for that other set of fins. So maybe he had a bit of like equipment indecision prior to paddling out, and that's gotten into his head in this moment, and he couldn't shake it.
20-minute heat. I think you got to pick one and stick with it, though, to be honest. I mean, and he's back in the lineup now. Anyway, let's see how he goes. Under 3 minutes, looking for an 8.6. De Osma brought his requirement down by a smidgen. He's looking for 8.1 now. Under 3 minutes to go. Priorities with surfers in the lead. And it's Team Australia from strength to strength here. Ocean Lancaster, massive numbers in for him. Really, really big. 8.33 for that left that we saw him catch during the interview with the 2-turn combo, and absolutely hammering it, flaring out on the end by releasing the tail, emerging with the speed. And that's been a tricky section to hit. We've seen surfers go for what would be relatively routine kind of turns. It's a powerful section. It's pretty turbulent there. We have that whitewater come from behind on the left, which seems to undo a lot of people. And not only taking it on in terms of putting the board up there, but really adding like quite a lot of extra sauce into it as well. And that speaks to his confidence, I guess, Ocean.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why the judges rewarded that so heavily as well, exactly for that description. And talking at the beginning of this heat, we were saying a team strategy would be to both of them doing their individual work, Team Australia, putting those requirements on the board for third and fourth, and then to sit out there with 2 minutes remaining with first and second priority. It was exactly what they would have talked about on the beach. We speculated about that at the beginning of this heat, that this is in an ideal world what happens, and so they'd be feeling really strong with looking at those requirements from their competitors. And it's going to be Maverick holding green off for this wave. Was it a good decision?
Maverick Wilson here works this one over. So smooth and incisive with the surfing, as he'll look to bring this down to an inside section. Just over a minute to go. Nice little sting. A bit of a softer section. To your point about the sort of quality of the surfer that he is and his scores in the heat. He's spin out on the face a bit, isn't he? He's been doing cutbacks or some of those turns, but not super critical compared to the genuine full-blooded assaults on the lip from Lancaster. But Maverick looks like an incredible surfer. And he's got loads of flow as well. He's got it in spades, which is a really good thing to have when you can make it look easy on the eye. And then you mix that up with the aggression and surprise the panel as well by putting it into the most critical sections of the wave. That's exactly what Ocean Lancaster's done here, and he can afford at this stage to kind of cruise around out there. But being an Australian and competitive by nature, he'll look to just use that first priority, any advantage, even if it's not going to be significant in this heat. It's just good practice for heats where it might be closer and it might really come down to that priority.
Yeah, and he's doing well. He's staying on the inside of all these two other surfers who have lesser priority. So if Green turns around right now, he's too far out and White can just turn around and take it. So when you have that, when you're under priority, you actually should be sitting on the inside of the person with higher priority, because exactly that can happen.
No mercy shown by Ocean Lancaster here as he takes that wave off Adrian Diosma. He was looking for an 8-1. I mean, it's a score he can get. We've already seen Ocean going to the excellent range, so why wouldn't Adrian be able to? And as it happens, Ocean Lancaster just cruising across that one, and he'll bring this in. And the Aussie squad, they'll be pretty happy with life right now. A 1-2 finish is solid for them. This is what excellent surfing looks like in the under-16 boys. The Lancaster bomber, Ocean, lit this heat up with a solid performance. Look forward to seeing him go again, as we appreciate that fine work taken on the lip. We'll go to break here. When we come back, more live action from Surf City, El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Let's keep it rolling with the under-16 boys right now. 4 new surfers take to the water. And we'll see one of the pre-event favorites here. Surfer that went very deep last time around. Lucas Skinner out of England taking on Marcelo Huaman of Peru. Quade Farion from the USA. Alexis Owen from New Zealand. So let's have a look at the Peruvian here. Good looking wall for Marcelo. Just a touch sticky on the first wrap. And that one has a little bit more bite to it. And then it's a little steeper as he redirects with a flick off the rail, and then he'll try and find some lip in here. If not, he'll just swing around with some cutbacks and a small tag to finish. Nearly gets a bop on the nose from his own tail pad, but he's fine, he doesn't. And he'll make the long paddle back out. It'll be a reasonable number for him, but I don't think the judges will get overly excited by that.
Yeah, I think not that they ever look at direct names who are in the heats, but they do get mindful about where they go on the scale, especially in the earlier, we see that in the oh no, he's not happy with his performance on that one. Bit of emotion there we're seeing.
Well, a testament to how much it means to these competitors. There's the official results. Australia 1-2. And never really in doubt that one. Dominated that heat, that pair. Let's pick up Lucas Skinner now from England on a right-hander. Driving hard off the bottom. And look how quickly he picks up speed as he recovers that bottom turn straight into a slicing hook. And again, into the lip, tags it. And then straight down the line for a finish here. Really good. Brilliant way to open up a heat. The finger flick is cool as well. The last turn was super critical on a heavy section, and a great start for Lucas Skinner.
Yeah, that is a start we would expect from our current silver medalist from 2023 ISA World Junior Championships that took place back in Brazil. Now, that was only like 6 months ago, so he's still in the under-16 division again. And let's take a look at this replay. A really beautiful opening wrap. This wave, the face of this wave, just allowing him to drive into that rail and using so much speed, really fluid. Gets a nice snap, fins above the lip there, and then it all starts to converge here, and he goes up with speed, coming down in front of that lip. He doesn't get too caught up behind it. He goes in with control and power and rides out of that nice, smooth, and confident.
All right, checking out Farion here out of the USA on a meaty wave of his own. Look at the speed he's got, does well to deal with it. Displaces some water with the hooks on the backhand. And Farion's wave goes through an inside section that doesn't offer loads of excitement, but he's good enough for a nice sharp finish. Just to put that little exclamation point on, did some work out the back, and then the last turn was cool. A little shake of the head, and he'll paddle back out and wait for his number to come through and see where he sits. We're expecting a big, big number for Lucas Skinner, though. With 15 minutes and 40-odd seconds remaining, we're waiting for scores to come in for Skinner and Farion. Let's go down and hear from Ocean Lancaster, Team Australia, with Mitch.
Yeah, huge performance by Lancaster. Congratulations, Ocean. After narrowly making it through your previous round, how nice is it to be able to bounce back with a solid performance like this?
Yeah, definitely feels a lot better to get a quick one off the back and back it up. So, yeah, that was my game plan out there and got that done and then kind of just built and, yeah, went well.
I think last September you also did some great work with Surf Aid, correct? Anything you want to explain about that?
Yeah, well, Rip Curl, my sponsor here, was partnered with Surf Aid last year, and obviously I wanted to join in and surf every day of September to raise funds for like remote surf communities in like areas that aren't the richest. So yeah, I took part in that and raised I think almost $5,000. So yeah, it was an awesome month.
And being from the Steel City, Ryan Callanan would probably be the most well-known surfer currently. But last year, or 2 years ago, sorry, you were actually wearing one of Jacko Baker's jerseys. It's on your Instagram. How cool is it to be able to see those guys and then eventually follow their career paths too?
Yeah, it's awesome to see how many people are coming out of Newcastle. Yeah, it's a great area. Such like a great area for waves as well. And yeah, we got 3 of them. We got Morgs, Jacko, and Rhino. And yeah, kind of just taking their path and see how it goes. But yeah, been supporting them along their path, and it's been awesome.
Anything you want to say back home?
Oh yeah, just want to say hi to Mum and all my friends and family just back home. I know you guys are watching. Yeah, I bet you're proud of me for that one. So yeah, I can't wait for the next one.
Up the Aussies.
Thanks, Mitch. Well done, Ocean Lancaster. 14 minutes to go in this. And during that interview, we saw vision of Lucas Skinner, and we always knew what was coming. As soon as he got to his feet, he was looking for a section to launch. He got a big rotation done with a ton of speed. Didn't get the landing. That would be a 1-4, but prior to that, guess what? Goes excellent.
Well, he's gone excellent, I think, in every single heat that he's had, and this one is no exception. What a way to start the heat within the first 3 minutes to get a score like that. You could hear almost, I think that would have gone excellent on that second wave too, had he completed that. And during that post-heat interview, you could hear through the mic everyone yelling around, going, you know, oh, oh, as they were watching with anticipation how that one was going to play out.
So Alexis Owen, the key with priority. We're looking at duck diving Skinner and Huaman in the lineup. Marcelo got second prio. Let's see if he can find a position to use it here. He'll be a little deep on this one. It'll crumble on their heads. They'll duck dive more. Energy coming out the back. Under 13 to go. And Lucas Skinner already with that exit number, the 827 on the board. It was always going to be really, as soon as he hit that last turn, you're thinking this has got to go up there towards the 8s, if not into them. And he gets that 827. So a great platform to start his heat. And then it just makes things so much easier numerically, but also in his own mind here. He can just relax, show his best surf, and he's having a look around just to see if there's any interest from Marcelo, which there is. And with second priority, so over Lucas, he can take this wave. It's got some chunk on it and a bit of bump, and it'll do pretty well for that first turn, but not exactly the wave he was looking for there, Rachel.
Yeah, you know, needing a 5.84, but he's looking to just get something solid on the board. At this point, when you have two surfers in first and second, both with decent scores on the board, you're going to want to improve upon, not just get the requirement, but improve upon both of your scores in your scoreline for blue and white.
Team England there. There's Dad watching on, Skin Dog. And he's doing great work coaching the entire English team. And by his own admission, he's obviously a brilliant surfer, but not necessarily the technical aspects that he's honing in on. He's really good at heat strategy and also in terms of emotion, really good energy from Skin Dog, great support. He could probably do security as well. He's a solid man.
He is. He's someone you'd want to have in your corner if you were going to be in a fight, I guess, or something.
All right, here goes Lucas. He's showing a bit of interest here. And he'll go left. Here he goes, the heat leader off the bottom. Bang, first turn, really good. Backhand hanger from him in the most critical part of that one. He drifts out the tail. Amazing surfing from Lucas Skinner. The two-turn combo, a solid point at the squad as well. They love it too, and I reckon the panel are going to lap this up.
Yeah, I think you could feel, I love that you could feel the, you know, he showed his passion at the end with that claim. You could feel the passion in every single turn too. I get excited every single time Lucas Skinner stands up on a wave because, you know, it's more likely than not going to be a really great performance.
So he's already gone excellent on his very first wave, and then he had a pretty good air that was incomplete. How's this on the backhand?
Yeah, driving off the bottom, putting that backhand into the water and wrapping it all the way around. The lip comes back down over his head, straight into this one, slides the fins out and goes straight out of it, calm, cool, collected, like that last one too, where he was able to just ride out. There's no wobbles, shows his control all the way through this on some really, really technical surfing that he had full control of. I'm excited to see where the judges go with this.
The setup work off the bottom so good. It puts his board in that most critical section of the wave, and because he's doing that, he's got that steep transition at the top of the wave. That allows him to really put extra flair and just tweak out that tail. Here's a replay of Alexis Owen.
A wave that isn't standing up as much for him as we just saw for Lucas Skinner, but he's making the most of this one with getting 4 or 5 turns on it and finishing it out strong. So that will go into his scoreline. All
right, here goes USA Quade Farion. Going to town on this, opening up the body and snapping out the tail there. And again, so throwing plenty of spray as he'll go down the line for a finish. This wave will get small and it will get kind of steep right in a shallow section. Meanwhile, a bit better from Owen, a bit more impetus into that.
Oh, ouch.
And just as he looked like things were going well for him, just slips off with the front foot. It looks like the board hit him on the bum, and then he kind of grabbed his face, but I don't think in pain as much as anguish. It was annoying himself for falling off.
That was so, in about 0.25 seconds, we kind of saw so much just happen. But that's good. It looks like you said, frustration rather than pain.
Main anticipation right now is really about this next score for Lucas Skinner. Where exactly is it going to go? The 8.27 multiple turns, probably the last one, the first and last one were the best in that, and then that just 2 turns on the backhand. Hard to think how that first turn, you could have hit that any harder with more speed, more critical. Don't know how he could really do much better with that opening section than he did. And then the second turn, releasing the tail as well to put variety into it. There's no downtime between. I mean, it has to go excellent, but whereabouts in the excellent range is it going to go?
I think it'll go above.
Numbers in for Lucas Skinner. These guys are finding out about it now. 9 points for England. Lucas Skinner gets a 9. His total is mad, 17.27. Massive numbers for Lucas Skinner and Team England. Still 7.5 on the clock. He's ridden 3 waves. 2 of them have been excellent. And his confidence, which already was pretty high, will be just racing right now as he looks for yet more opportunities, enjoying himself here at La Bocana in this heat, which has gone very much his way. As we turn our attentions to that battle for second place and much closer and more sporting at the moment. That battle for second, everyone's combo for first, but it is the American Quaid with the best of it. But Owen of New Zealand's not too far behind, even Huaman with mid-range score. Lucas Skinner will have a look here. So here he goes on a right-hander. And he'll go to the air and throw that one away. Meanwhile, Huaman of Peru, just trying to join up the dots. And here goes Alexis Owen. First priority, a right-hander for the Kiwi right now. Good steep section here for him. And the first turn just pushes on a rail. And once again, looking down the line, maybe getting a touch ahead of himself when he goes down. And he can't afford to make mistakes like that.
No, and it was a really frothy, bumpy section. You can see how easily that happened. It's coming into wave selection is everything. I mean, these two waves that Lucas has gone excellent on were nice open faces that just managed to not have any bump on the face of the waves and really allowed him to drive through that rail game that he has, as opposed to some of these other waves that kind of get either have some foam on the face, have some texture on it, and make it harder to do those complete wraparound turns with speed and power. So wave selection is everything out there at the moment.
Under 6 minutes to go here. Lucas Skinner way out in front with absolutely monstrous numbers. 17.27, a 9 and an 8.27. He did multiple turns on a running right-hander. He did two big hits on a left. He's thrown away 2 air attempts as well. And right now he can just afford to surf out the rest of the seat and have a bit of fun. If he sees sections come his way, just keep in rhythm. Increase his intel on this wave for later rounds, but barring something absolutely redonkulous, it's hard to think how 2 surfers are going to get by those numbers, not in the remaining 5 minutes in this. So thinking about that second place position, it is the American Quaid Farion who's held it down. He's shown us some nice variety in his turns. He's just not really had the waves to get overly excited about Quaid, but he's got plenty in the tank. Meanwhile, here's Owen having a look, but he'll have to give way to Marcelo. Neither of those will get on, and their difficult late mornings are getting even more so as that requirement stretches in front to the form of a 6.5 and a 6.84. That's what New Zealand and Peru are looking for with under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, absolutely attainable scores with conditions that we see out there, but it isn't like a requirement of a 2 or a 3 where you could basically paddle on the inside and manufacture that score. It requires standing up on a solid wave.
Team USA, Farion, here he goes. Quick whip from him. The board gets away, pushes hard, maybe a little too hard, maybe. As the wave softened up, not quite the resistance he anticipated from the lip, so he'll lose control and go down. He'll remain, of course, in second. He needs a couple of high 8s to go to first, but second place good enough to get through and really hold off any late charges from Owen and Huaman. Those are the surfers needing mid to high 6s with under 4. Priority is with our heat leader, Lucas Skinner.
And that's not ideal with that use of priority. In Quaid, he would have wanted to improve his situation by using that priority. Now priority goes to that person right in that 3rd place who is looking to improve and get takeaway Quaids.
Lucas Skinner here, first turn is a layback and then gathers the energy as he just reverses that one out, blows the tail and lands it on the inside, down on the rocks there. Team England enjoying this stuff, and he is absolutely loving this. Just expressing himself, really. It's sort of over in terms of a contest. This particular heat from him, he's going to win it for sure. Right now, he's just surfing and enjoying himself, going through the repertoire and showing us something distinctly different there. So well, that was his fifth wave, and another 2 turns we haven't seen yet exactly from him in this heat, though he's got the full repertoire. He's ticking a lot of boxes. And the work that he's got done with those massive numbers. Highest heat total, I believe, of the event so far. Let's have another look at his last wave.
I love that repertoire, putting that backhand into the water as he extends that back foot out in front of him, and then going for that little air reverse just in front and driving out of it. Foam climb to finish off here. That is a wave of someone who is just having fun and now just wants to enjoy surfing at La Bocana with no one else out, enjoying it with just 4 people out.
Yeah, and a pretty sort of innocent looking innocuous section, and he's able to turn that into something quite spectacular by really flaring up, pushing that tail, and of course landing that reverse as well. Judges will have a think about that. It's not going to do much to the outcome. I'd be surprised actually if it threatens his 8.27 as the last couple of minutes on the clock tick away here. Still the American Quade Farrion holding second place position, and he'll try and add a little bit of extra to it here, which I'm not sure he'll do. Numbers in for Lucas, it's an 8.07, so he's throwing away an excellent score. We're watching Alexis Owen right now, and there's the fire from him, the Kiwi, looking for a 6.5 here, Rachel.
Well, it will be interesting to see if that will come through, is it? I'm not quite sure, but he is so determined to get back out there. 90 seconds just under. He's going to work hard.
It looks like someone's hitting the fast forward button with his paddling. Look how fast he's paddling back out here. He's absolutely motoring back to the peak. This is what got him excited.
A nice opening turn. Being able to be in the critical sections is so crucial, and he was able to do that 4-turn combo. He's so happy with that. Let's see if it goes into that range, the 6.5, but he is looking to replace a 3.6. If he betters a 4.17, he'll lessen that requirement of a 6.5.
Potential trouble here for Farrion. He's had chances to improve his score and hasn't done so, and he's left the door open. You thought a 6.5 is a pretty solid number, particularly the way that Alexis Owen was surfing. He wasn't getting much, he was falling off a lot, but you know what? You watched that in the replay, saw how hard he hit it multiple times, and going straight from one critical turn into the next. Generally, that's pretty good news for your scoreline. Skinner will just work this thing over and bring it in. And he'll go for a reverse, which will almost get done in the whitewater. But it's all about that last score for New Zealand. And if you're Team USA, you're sweating right now.
You are, because in second look of that wave, actually, as we see, another attempt to change it up.
Yeah, here goes Juanman. He's looking for a number, and he'll swing around and hit this nice and hard. Good surfing from him. His best for sure. He'll work this through to the inside. Maybe just a case of too little too late. He's in a quest for now a 7.51 because Alexis Owen dropped the 7.17. And that's why we saw the fire from him. He was having a shocker in this heat. He hit himself with his board. He was slipping off. He was catching bad waves. And then he does this.
Yeah, saying that opening turn in the critical section, wrapping it all the way around there. The spray just showing how much power he's unleashing into these turns. And this wave just kept on giving. He finished it off nice, clean, and strong. And the judges rewarded him for that.
Good drama at the end of this heat. We had an electrifying performance from Lucas Skinner of England, who absolutely dominated it, dropping the biggest score of the event, a massive combined total for him. He threw away an 8-point ride as well. That's how well he surfed out there. But interesting to see that battle for second place firing up, and the Kiwis will be delighted. Alexis Owen getting that score. And there'll be disappointment for Team USA. A brilliant performance from Lucas Skinner. His surfing is excellent. Can't wait to see what he can do deeper into this event. We'll go to break. When we come back, Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch on the call. Stay tuned.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing. recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action. ISA's whole mission to make the world a better place through surfing, and I think they're achieving that this year with 441 of the world's best groms getting out in the ocean, staying healthy and active, and battling their way through to a big finals day on Sunday. Rory Dace from South Africa, Juan Garcia Mata of Argentina, Dylan Donegan for Spain, and Mauna Kea Hioi for Tahiti in the lineup. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch to call the action. And Barton, I would have to say that surfing certainly made your world a better place.
It certainly did make my world. It gave me a life. It gave me a world to exist in. And that, you know, I often, every time I come to one of these events, I reflect on that motto or that aim, that ambition, that goal. And I always go, that's something I can support, live with, and something I believe in. And you see it with the work the ISA is doing all around the world at different levels, different disciplines of our sport and culture. So, yeah, we love it. I love that mission statement.
It's pretty incredible, and to see the development of surfing continue, the fact that we have that many groms in the draw this year speaks to, you know, more accessibility to surfers around the world, not just from those powerful reigning surfing nations who are going to have hundreds of kids vying for those 12 spots on the team, but so many others around the world. Taking a look now at some replays during the break. Dylan Donegan getting things started.
Oh, no.
Well, that will speak to the 4.83 on the board, but a nice start for him.
Yeah, the 4.83 is going to be a 6.5 solid, maybe even better. Rory Dace from South Africa.
Nice to see what he was able to get done for his opening ride. He'll have a score to drop. We'll also have a score to drop for first of Mauna Kea Hioi out of Tahiti. And that will leave Juan Garcia Mata looking for his opening ride on the board. Currently, it's our surfer in red that's found himself in first priority, which would indicate likely that Juan maybe paddled for a wave, didn't get into it while gaining that priority, and he'll now be sitting in second. We got 20 minutes on the clock, and we're already 4 minutes into this heat, so kind of time ticking away quickly in that first, in those 5 extra minutes in comparison to what we see from the rapid charge rounds. And we've got a paddle for a split peak option here. As we can see, surfer in the blue jersey, great style as he goes through those opening 2 turns. Just releases the tail on the second section and comes in for a nice finish. Gives a little claim on the inside as well, and he's going to put a solid opening score on.
Oh, I had to stay underwater there. You always got to watch that leg rope, and when the board pulls, you know, it's you just got to stay aware of where that board is at all times. Here we go. We're going to track with the right-hander, Donegan. Beautiful first turn. Left some points on the first wave with the last fall. He's learnt the lessons from this one. Well, kind of, but the work was done before that end section really for him anyway.
So we'll have that score to drop as well as the opener here for Juan.
I mean, Argentina have always had success at this level with Lele, Usana, but this year their team is looking so well trained, well coached, and there's a maturity to the performance we're seeing from the Argentinians that I feel like I haven't seen before. So Argentinian surfing really heading in the right direction.
I think as well for this pack of juniors, they're sort of coming into their own within that conversation, because we had the likes of Lele, we had the likes of Santiago Muniz, of, you know, Ornella as well from the women's side, who all had great performances in their time, still putting together solid performances when it comes to the World Surfing Games.
Yep.
But a bit of a gap then in the juniors conversation, and now we're starting to see that next younger crew start to step up to the game.
Yeah, Martin Passeri coaching his son and coaching the team and doing great work with them, and it's great to see, you know, that evening of the playing field. The power nations, that structure's still there, but below that there are nations coming up and challenging, whether it be Indonesia, whether it be China, even Chinese Taipei. The performance from them this week has been amazing, and Argentina looking like, you know, if you had a most improved nation, something of that concept, they would be up there in consideration.
Couple scores now on the board. Dylan Donegan up in the leading position. A 5.73 is his best. That was his second ride over the 4.83. He's now up and riding again, looking to boost off the lip just for that moment. Free falls into this great looking whip and pushes that tail all the way around. Sets himself up for one more moment, and that's going to be finally that truly completed wave. Dynamic surfing throughout. I had a dig through Dylan's Instagram just before coming into this heat, and not long ago, about 8 months ago, he suffered a broken ankle while surfing in Brazil during the Pro Juniors there, and went up for a big air, landed funny, and unfortunately was in a boot for a while. So that's, you know, quite a while in the context of where maybe a young surfer is able to spring back from. Wearing that boot for, you know, that 6 to 8 week period, getting some great rehab in as well behind the scenes, but now looking to start pushing that surfing when it comes to the air game once again. We've got 12 minutes remaining on the clock, but let's go down to the beach to check in with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, here with the skin pup, Lucas Skinner. 17-point plus heats. It'll must feel good to surf out there with some good waves, and most importantly, really demonstrating why you're the silver medalist from last year.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. It was so fun out there. It was just like home, just in boardies. So, yeah, I had so much fun, and just trying to keep that ball rolling, staying happy and having fun.
What's the biggest thing you've learned throughout surfing so far in your career? Obviously, the leg injury a few years ago, and now, most importantly, after the silver medal, unofficially the team captain now for England.
Yeah, just having fun is my biggest thing. I do my best when I'm having fun, and yeah, we got a sick team, so much support, and yeah, we're just all in such good mental space, and yeah, the whole team's doing sick, so yeah, it's been really fun.
Do you think you'd be in this position right now within the event without the support of the rest of your team?
I don't think so, especially with my dad, everyone here. Like, it just makes it so much easier. And yeah, when we're not down at the beach, we're just having fun, playing a bit of ping pong, being in the pool, so yeah, it's fun.
Is it true you've been getting here around 4:30 in the morning just to reserve that opening spot?
Nah. Yeah, we've had some good tactics this week. So yeah, everything's going good.
Congratulations. Let's hear the cheer, guys, for Team England. Get in there.
Well done to the skin pup, Lucas Skinner, skin dog, the dad standing there. Great coach, great longboarder, professional surfer all around. And he tried to kind of play off the rumors there, but they've been getting here in the dark to secure that first position at La Bocana. It's a slightly smaller kind of contest athlete zone. And Dylan Donegan looking so sharp every time he's on the board right now. Goes down on that finishing section, but you got to get down here early in order to secure those positions, especially if you want to spot in the shade that you then also have a good vantage point of the contest area without having to head out on the rocks.
Yeah, I think I'd be paying someone to get down that early and reserve it for us, and keeping the team fresh and in the air conditioning as long as possible. Great to see Dylan Donegan just not holding anything back, just been going for it, and still, you know, with the incompletion, still getting some big scores. 6.33, 5.73, great start, 12.06 total. That 5.63 for Argentina is a good score too. The 4.17 for South Africa, that may need to be replaced to advance.
And for Mauna Kea, a really sleepy start to this heat. Let's take a look at last of Rory.
Pumping, moves the feet back, floats that section. That was a weird section to kind of understand where to turn and what to do with it. Up into the pocket, nice forehand tight re-entry. And look at this section. Will he make it? Great ride. It's going to be better than the 4.17 for sure. He stands tall, looks back either to the judges or the team or both as a statement of contentment and happiness with what he's just achieved. Great wave, great surfing for South Africa.
Score to drop for the Cape St. Francis local, a name that's quite familiar from the old Endless Summer.
Yes, Bruce's Beauties. I remember seeing that as a kid and go, wow, look at that right point. And I suppose they were the longboard days, where you were looking for a different type of wave. You call it Malibu. You know, Bell's Beach is an example of that too, where Bell's Beach down the road was Winky Pop. And this reeling freight training, and Cape St. Francis, you've got Jeffreys Bay around the corner, so to speak. So, you know, the equipment changes, and the direction of high performance has meant that some of those waves that were the classic waves of the 60s are now not looked at as such high performance waves, more fun waves.
So true. That wave at Bruce's Beauties is located in St. Francis Bay, and then just out around the corner at Cape St. Francis, there's that right-hand point called Seals, which is a little bit more of a, it kind of has some of those burgery sections, but it's also got a real stand up and fast on the inside of it. That there's a lot of pro juniors that run there. There's a lot of events on the South African kind of national surfing schedule, from Groms up to Opens and different events between nationals as well. Great beach break down the way also that has a left that is a freight train of a left. So for Rory, he's got a really good, just literally within the 10 minutes of his house in Cape St. Francis, a great variety of conditions to be surfing in. And then having J-Bay just a short drive away, about 30 minutes, is, you know, I mean, it's the best wave in the world.
One of them. You're talking about this left. It's not the one near J-Bay, is it? Just around the corner. This is another left.
Yeah, this is just the left at Cape St. Francis. It's just a beach break.
Oh,
it's not a point break or anything like that. But where the right off Seals, which is the point at Cape St. Francis, comes in from, it's a like rocky shelf, similar to the kind of rocks that you see at J-Bay, those kind of volcanic black rocks.
Yep.
That comes into a long stretched out beach break, and the left off the beach break, which kind of hits the end of the channel for the point.
Right, back into the corner.
That's a great wave. It's got a steep, heavy section to it. You can get some really dynamic barrels at that section.
All right, just made some notes on that. Put that in the book for something to do.
Mauna Kea now up and riding. We've been waiting for him to get his campaign opened up. 2-turn combination. He is chasing a 714, but with 7 minutes on the clock, he's going to be chipping away at that requirement now.
Yeah, two-wave situation for Mauna Kea, and that was a powerful approach. The wave was quite small. I don't see that score being something really in the end that he will keep or want to keep, given where the scores are already at. 547, the last for Rory Dace. So the Tahitian just needs to put that same energy and that same performance onto a bigger, better face, and he'd be in this one matching it with the Argentinian there, 563. So that's a good score for him. Argentina only needs the 401. So, you know, a 3 drops, and that's not a reflection of the surfing, it's a reflection of the wave selection.
Yeah, that wave selection has really divided some scores on the board throughout today. Juan now driving down the line. Looking for a 4.01 to make a difference. Puts a lot of risk into that opening turn.
Beautiful opening turn, the way he just busted the fins free and drifted across the top and completed it seamlessly. But again, wasn't such a good wave, small wave.
Mauna Kea goes into that opening turn. You can see Juan making sure to try and stay out of the way as he gets a second 2-turn combo. That 3-point ride, a similar wave selection for this last one as well.
And what we're seeing, I think, is the pressure of the slow start and playing catch-up when the sets aren't there and you don't have priority, first and second in the heat with first and second priority. So they're controlling the situation, and Mauna Kea and Juan Garcia are having to hunt and try and create scores on waves that really aren't the best waves out there. That's always going to be hard, especially at this level of competition, round 4 of the main draw, and you know, you need to be on the best waves to have any chance of advancement, or at least equal sort of rides to your opponents. The waves that we've seen them on just now are that the waves that really, in a sense, are never going to be the score you want, but they're desperate because time's ticking by and they've spent 15 minutes trying to find a wave, haven't got one yet, so you just want to try and create a rhythm by staying busy rather than sitting and waiting any longer.
5 minutes remaining. A 644 is now the new requirement for Mauna Kea. He's chipped away at that kind of requirement, but it's still going to be pretty significant compared to what he has on the board. And he's going to have a look at this one. Little paddle in. We'll see if he takes off on the right, and we're going to see what his backhand is made of. Now on the smaller, sleepier right. Gets a nice opening turn, but just isn't able to really push through.
Again, I don't see that ever going to be what he needed. So need to be patient and recognise that, you know, the more of these sort of average waves you go, the more time you're wasting.
True. Same with Juan. That score is not going to factor into his top 2. Only needing a 4.01 for the Argentinian, and the surfing that he got done for that 5.63 was really, you know, it was on point. It was in the section, keeping himself in a great position on that wave. So he's right there when it comes to needing a requirement. Dylan's in a great position with the 6.33 on the board and that 5.73. A 4.83 and a 5.07 are his throwaways. Speaks to the consistency every time he stood up on a wave. A few of these surfers being, you know, that 16 years old now, they'll be aging out of this category come next year. So it's their last opportunity to get themselves an under 16s medal for their career. Quick in and out there for Juan.
And great patience from both green and red. Dylan Donegan went, no, I'm not going. Rory Dace had a look and went, I'm not going. And they let Juan Garcia have it because they knew it was not going to be a score of consequence. So see where White's sitting now, Mauna Kea. He is pretty much dominated or controlled by first and second priority. You may as well not sit there. We haven't seen too many sets with more than, you know, a couple of waves in them. First wave's going to have bump and lump on the face because of the wind that's blowing at the moment. So for me, I'd be getting some distance from those two guys with the priority. You know, they're deliberate. They know what they're doing right now and what they're looking for right now. They're letting you catch all the ones that they figure aren't going to challenge them.
And that's exactly what Juan has to take an opportunity with under fourth priority. Second turn, digs the nose in, makes the recovery for a completed maneuver at least, but getting that 4-point ride on a smaller wave is going to need to come from, you know, that really critical pocket surfing.
Yeah, and it's just got to be a bigger wave, big face. That's what you're after. Even if it's a closeout and you get one massive turn, you know, that's the recipe. The smaller, tapered off, lots of smaller turns, just doesn't cut it. And 2 minutes though, so yeah, they're in a bit of a hole that might be difficult to get out of at this point, while you've got the maturity of Dylan and Rory just managing the lineup with priority.
Yeah, they've been really patient, like you said. They're doing a great job of just holding on to that control factor without making any mistakes in that priority situation down to the end. Juan's going to keep himself away from the pack, which is a good move. And Dylan's going to have a look at this one. Now with that wind direction, it's blowing straight up the face of the rights. As we take a look at this opening turn from Dylan, drags the hand to be able to time out that finish. Improvement though on a 5.73?
You know, maybe not. You know, we do see the two turns on a big steep wall, you know, get rewarded handsomely. You know, with 1:20 to go, it's an interesting decision to come in.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the precarious situation is second and third. A 4.01 is the ask for Juan Garcia Mata. He could get that on a less than set wave. That's not such a big score. The 6.44 for Mauna Kea that's a certain type of wave, and you've got to wait. The 4 could be just a certain type of surfing. So there's an opportunity for Argentina here. Both surfers having a look. Rory with the priority. What's he going to do?
Having a look here. Now he will need a 7-point ride to go into the leading position. He's going to take to the air, loosen it up, and continue on down the line after landing that air reverse. Pumping, driving, looking for this finishing section. Little tag to finish off with, and showcasing a bit of variety on the face of the wave.
Yeah, we haven't seen the airs from Rory so much. He's a big, tall, powerful kid. We're used to seeing him lay it on the rail. Great to, you know, I feel like airs in competition need to be rehearsed. You need to get comfortable. Here we go, Mauna Kea.
Oh, taking off deep. Good size section that might stand up in front of him though. As we take a look at a different camera angle though, it really changes the perspective for what that wave looks like.
Absolutely. So, Mauna Kea, 5 seconds left. Juan Garcia 2. This heat is done. Great performance by Dylan and Rory from start to finish.
And the bold move for Dylan to move on and just take himself to the shoreline with those 2 minutes on the clock. Works out fine for him in this situation, as there wasn't the quality of waves for Juan or for Mauna Kea to get themselves the advancing position. We do have a final score to drop through for last of green, but he'll be holding on to the lead. Last scores that came through for each of Rory, Juan, and Mauna Kea do not factor into their top 2, so that doesn't change anything on the board for them. And it'll be the Spanish surfer with another win here at the World Junior Surfing Championships. Impressive performance. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break. That was the finish of our main event, Under 16 Boys round number 4. Coming up next, we're going to see the Under 16 Girls round hitting the lineup. Main event round number 4 4 heats in total. These are your top 16 left in the competition, yet to avoid the repechage round. We'll see who continues to do that right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action here. We're into the under 16 girls main round number 4 in the lineup. Here at La Bocana, we're running through a few main round heats today, as well as some repechage rounds on the under 18 boys side, as we take a look at a paddle for Osha Green of Canada. And we've already got a score on the board for Ziggy McKenzie for Australia, Sofia Artienda from Peru, and Victoria Munoz of Argentina in the lineup. We'll see if Osha is able to get into this wave. And it looks pretty complicated out there. Now the same kind of wind is going to be hitting down the way at El Sunzal. As we take a look at Ziggy with a whip on her backhand, she's going to get that single maneuver connected together. That'll replace her 0.43, and she will put a score on the board. But for those of you tuning in, remember that you can also click over on the second broadcast to Podium 2 to watch the action that's going down at El Sunzal today, because Barton, there's a whole lot of repechage rounds that have a lot of consequence on the line out at Sunzal today. Osha Green now setting herself up around the section, wraps into a nice looking carve, kind of cuts it, seeing that that next section is closing out ahead of her, doing very well to pace out this wave, and setting herself up, almost for the finish. Just doesn't quite come into it with maybe enough of that energy and that slight aggression that you need sometimes to make it out of those soft sections.
But it was, she's got a beautiful style. Osha Green, representing Canada. They must just love getting those full suits, hoods, booties and gloves off. But look at that, a couple of 0.43, so nervous start. Ziggy McKenzie, that backhand re-entry, and Osha Green's waves, they'll be better than that for sure.
And surfers from Argentina also managing some very cold conditions back at home. As we see Victoria go down on the inside. Heard from a few of those Groms in the post-heat interviews the fact that, you know, shedding that neoprene is a nice thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just that even the difference in what you feel like your energy levels are and your paddle power is when you don't have, you know, a 3.2 is not that bad, but when you're putting a 4.3 plus on, that's a lot of weight that you're carrying.
And they're way better than they used to be, that's for sure. Quick in and out there for Sofia, for Peru. And, you know, as you were saying about El Sunzal and the competition, what we're watching here and the excitement and the team spirit and camaraderie, all of those elements, same stuff's going on, you know, 500 metres down the beach at El Sunzal. Teams are shouting and hooting and hollering and the same energy. So really we've got two banks with so much stuff going on. It's amazing.
Well, a couple small scores to drop through. As we wait, let's go down to the beach to check in with Mitchell Salazar, the winner of that last heat.
Here with Dylan Donegan from Team Spain. We're having a lot of fun down here, guys. Dylan, congratulations. It was a well-structured heat. Must be feeling pretty happy about that performance.
Yeah, really happy to go through my heat and win the heat. And yeah, just try and stay focused for the next days, support the team, and
try and win next heat.
You also surfed in Brazil, so it's your second time competing here for Team Spain. Talk to me about the way you qualify for the team. It's not very easy to be able to do so. A lot of great surfers over there.
Yeah, the juniors in Spain, they're getting to a level that's really, really hard to even qualify for the team. There's different criterias, but happy to be here 2 times in a row, and yeah.
And also winning the Ripco Grom Search over there in Europe, must be pretty satisfied with that result?
Yeah, as well. I won that like 2 weeks before coming, so it was like catching rhythm for this comp, and yeah, really happy.
Anything you would like to say back home in Spanish?
Sí, quería decirle nada a mi hermano que acaba de salir de la operación del tobillo, que nada, que espero que estés bien, que te recuperes pronto, y aquí voy a darlo todo por ti, y nada, vamos con todo.
Felicidades.
Well surfed, well spoken for Dylan. And I like him, touching on how challenging it is now out of that juniors pack in Spain to even qualify for the national team.
His brother Connor, great surfer as well. So a brother act there of 2 incredible talents out of Lanzarote in the Canary Islands. Great talent out of there. Alejo Valido is another kid. Makoa Gomez. There's so many great young surfers. Kai Schmitz, who we've seen in this event as well, out of that area. And, we see those areas that have waves of consequence really developing and building the surfers in a fashion that they need to for the future, because, the World Tour, these events, the Olympic Games, is that one of the most challenging waves in the world. So the places with those challenging waves really give you a great advantage to grow up in.
Osha now up and riding. She dropped a 4.5 for her opening wave. Getting the job done here for the second as well. Nice compression as she finishes off on the inside. She's got a few great titles to her name coming out of that Canadian pack, only 15 years old, from Tofino. And such a beautiful place in the world, especially for her to be competing at nationals year after year, where she's taken away some big medals there. She's got those national titles, the gold, the silver, and the bronze across their different national events in the women's division as well. So surfing up into the Opens division and already making it into that finals day conversation would have her owning a lot of confidence, that kind of quiet confidence that I think Osha carries with her when she then comes into a juniors event.
Yeah, and Matea and Sanoa Olin would be influences, inspirations, and then Sanoa already qualifying for the Olympics out of the Pan American Games would be a massive boost for her as well. I bet as a young goofy footer she'd look up to Sanoa and then see what she has achieved and go, wow, this is an opportunity. I could do that too.
Little look there for Victoria on the inside. And Ziggy down the line. Drops a 7.00 for her last wave. Sets Australia up in the lead.
Yeah, with the 4.33. Great combination of scores. Spent a lot of time growing up in the Bukit Peninsula. Her dad, Jake, had the Drifter Surf Shop there, which is one of those, leg rope.
Oh,
swim.
No. Swimming quickly. There was a little bit of a set coming behind her, but she should be able to get there fast enough. That's really unfortunate because the tide is still on the lower side. She's going to have a long run to be able to, or swim even, to get herself into the shoreline. The team, it's going to take them a moment to be able to meet her down at the water's edge to give her a new leash. And if it was a sandy beach break or something, that exchange could happen rapidly because you'd be able to get a full sprint on.
Would you go in and get the leash? I would just stay and surf without it.
Just
personally.
without?
Without the leash. Just not enough time. And just play it safe, Oh, Ziggy, getting crazy on this one. This is the replay of the 7-point ride, no doubt about it. And we can see why. Powerful punctuated turns into the lip, snapping aggressively.
Yeah, that was great. Great to get a good look at it. Opening up on that right-hander that we've seen the surfers in the last couple heats on at least the boys' side start to avoid as that wind has picked up. We saw that last heat specifically, everyone kind of looking at those lefts instead, thinking they might be a bit cleaner. But
yeah,
that, showcasing the scoring potential still that right-hand wall has.
Yeah, absolutely. Great surfing. You see in that wide shot, the chop on the outside, the side chop coming through the break from that wind. And we mentioned it earlier, it's bizarre how, one day it's from the southwest, one day it's from the southeast. It doesn't seem to have a, consistent direction from our, the short time we've spent here. It's just been blowing from each way, a different direction, but that side onshore each afternoon as the land heats up.
There we can see the Osha in the green jersey. She's swimming there in the water, having a look at her board. Maybe even just that leash tie came undone. Happens often enough, and in heats it's not uncommon. As we take a look at Ziggy, looking to build on the 4-3-3 as her backup score. Nice two-turn combo off the left.
Got to say, this Australian team, across the boys and the girls, is their best team they have presented to this event in a long time. And it's really great to see. It's been a bit of a down period, really, in a lot of ways for Australian surfing in the ISA Juniors. Some dominant times, some dominant periods in the past, but 9 years without a victory here. So this is definitely the most authoritative team that we've seen them deliver. These young kids are looking powerful, sharp, and standing above. And back to the leg rope. Yeah, I suppose there's three things that could happen. The leg rope could snap through a little cut that it has in the urethane. As we see someone up and riding here, will they get around this one?
Victoria setting herself up down the line. She's going to make it in for that single maneuver, and she'll ride out complete. That's important. She was only sitting on that single wave so far, a 2.33, so she's going to put a backup score on the board. She is in chasing a big requirement because Osha has bettered her score line with a couple fours on the board, and Victoria will be chasing that 6.34. But back to what you were saying about the leashes.
And then sometimes, one of the key things that I see a lot of learner surfers do is not care about the Velcro on their ankle strap. Every time you come in from the water, you need to reseal that Velcro so that it doesn't fill up with sand and dirt and stuff that weakens its adhesion. Because if you do that, so one of three things happened. The leg rope broke. I used to check my leash for nicks and cuts before every heat and just make sure there weren't nicks and cuts. Then your knot that ties the leg rope to the board, that's got to be looked at. And then you've got to manage that Velcro ankle strap and make sure it doesn't lose its adhesiveness, because when that does, so there are three things that can go wrong with a leg rope. One of them went wrong for Osha. Luckily enough, she didn't need to go back to the beach and change it over because that would have burnt a lot of time.
She's currently sitting in that advancing position for the main rounds. This is non-elimination, so our bottom two surfers will be heading into repos. As we take a look at Sophia, up and riding for Peru. She's the youngest surfer in the draw right now. Nice style for that opening turn, and it's taken her a moment for the young Peruvian to be able to find a little bit of momentum in this heat. Only a couple throwaways up until that position. She's a great surfer. She loves surf skating as well, which is that board that has that kind of single wheel on either side that you've got a foot on each end and a little kind of swivel in the middle of it. It gives you a really fun kind of pumpy feeling that so many Groms around the world are into.
Yeah, skateboarding, we gave birth, surfing gave birth to skateboarding, and now it provides us with that sort of pathway to the future when you watch what skateboarders are doing and surfers are trying to emulate those same aerial maneuvers on the wave. Osha Green.
Up and riding, holding on to that first priority. Wave selection is only going to allow her the single turn.
How does the leg rope go?
We'll see if it stays together. No, she's swimming, so maybe opting to just surf the heat out without her leg rope on, or it's just come unattached again.
There was most probably a more conservative approach to that wave. Maybe she didn't even need that wave. And I'm sure the team members will be running down the beach, the coaching staff. Oh, there it goes over. Oh, looked like that rail might have caught that rock and flipped it over. Got to get someone to the shoreline, and doesn't look like she's in too much of a hurry to get in there. Obviously holding on to the second place, but that 4.7 that just dropped for Peru is a dangerous score for Canada. Here's the team trying to get to the shoreline, protect that board from damage.
Teams grabbed it quickly, or some of the other surfers down by the beach
How
assisting.
cool's that? Good on you, Grommy.
Great bit of flames on the board there for Osha.
Yeah,
so
rounded pin.
Quickly having a little look there, you can see it looked like the tie off the tail. You could see the strings from where it ties together undone, so that's unfortunate. Likely that her leash is attached, and fine on her. So she wants to get it back, try and get back out into the lineup.
So,
Victoria now up and riding with a little corner, but she won't be able to connect with that.
Must have been the tie. It looks like the leash is still on the ankle.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. So that's really unfortunate as Sophia's now coming through on the inside section. Oh, well, that wave's worked against her. She does have a small requirement, though, on the board for the two-time South American champion. She won the under-12s in 2021 and the under-14s in 2023, now competing in the under-16s as a young 14-year-old. There we can see Osha coming to the inside section, having a little toss of that leash and just getting rid of it. 4 minutes remaining on the clock, having a quick check-in with the crew, and she's just going to grab a different board entirely, put that leash tightly around her ankle, and they're going to have to just kind of assess her other equipment. But rather than wasting time to try and fix that, I think that's a smart decision. Get back out into the lineup. She'll be at the bottom of priority once she does get there, but with 4 minutes on the clock, Barton, I'd say she has another opportunity out there.
Yeah, I was wondering that. Does she get there? Does she make it? It'd be a good opportunity for everyone to watch that. I'm sure the coaching staff, as we see Ziggy pumping and flying along this one, she's in the lead solidly, had the two best scoring rides of the heat, so she's just kind of doing her thing, getting comfortable, throwing caution to the wind in case later in the event she needs to do that. And Osha, there's 3:30. It's taken 30 seconds to get to that point, and it's quite a long paddle from there. I'm sure, I was going to say, all of the coaching staff and surfers would have timed that paddle out, know exactly what that paddle out ordinarily would take you. But it's not easy, that's for sure.
Yeah, so she's got a little bit of a scratch in front of her. Ziggy improves the backup score for the 7 with a 5.33, and you're talking about the kind of history of Australia here. As a team dynamic, they've had many previous wins, plenty of those team gold medals, but like you said, there's been this gap of about 10 years now without them coming out on top as a team. Now, individually, we've seen a couple of surfers with those gold medals in recent years. 2022, the event here was won by the under-18 boys from Willis Droomer for Team Australia. So that's their most recent win on the boys' side of the calendar. And then last year in this division, it was Sierra Kerr who took out that victory for Team Australia. And now Victoria, hopeful to get her momentum moving in this event because she would love to be able to take home a win for Argentina.
Absolutely. And there's Osha just paddling past her. Ziggy forcing it at the start into a closeout re-entry. It's sort of doesn't need to be that way, doesn't need to be rushed, doesn't need to be frantic at this point in time. Just calm it down, wait. Got plenty of time, got plenty of good scores.
That's right, and she's sitting in such a convincing lead at this stage. Osha in second would need a near 8 to take away the leading position from Ziggy. Now scores are in for last of Victoria, 3.2, doesn't do the job for her. Does chip away at the requirement. She's chasing a 5.47. But still, the bigger question mark is on this young lady, Sofia Artienda from Peru, with a paddle and maybe an opportunity. She's unable to get into it. Osha Green out the back now, 90 seconds still remaining on the clock. So plenty of time for her to be right there in the mix and at least try to apply some pressure, maybe get herself another wave.
Sofia looks a little bit desperate at this point in time.
And hard for her too, because she's had 3 other waves with takeoffs that haven't amounted to anything more than that stand-up. To back up the 4.70 for her in this heat has been the challenging position. Chasing down that 3.97, which could come from a slightly sizier wave on a single re-entry.
Yeah, flat 4.
It could come from a smaller wave, maybe with 2 nice tags. And this could be the opportunity for Sofia, the Peruvian. Carve to start, just back into the section, but it's just that single maneuver. That's not going to do it for her.
Nope, that's not going to do it.
And Osha has found herself with priority, 45 seconds on the clock. She's a smart competitor. She's going to have, be catching her breath likely after a long paddle, that swim into the beach. But she's at least in a position where she could try to apply some authority. And here she is using that authority over Victoria Munoz. Smart decision-making from Osha. Gets out the back, gets straight into a wave that's going to block her opponent in Victoria and goes for a little hop at the finish.
I love the way the board looked. the board swap didn't, affect anything in terms of her performance. She looked really loose, really fast. 5 seconds to go. She will declare it. What a tumultuous heat with ups and downs. But will she hold on to advance? Looks like it.
It looks like it. Doesn't look like the last of Sophia, just that 197, and last of Victoria was a 3.20. And I can guarantee you that Team Canada is going to check that little leash tie on every single surfer's board for the rest of the event.
It's one of those things as a surfer, when you tie your own knots, there's a lot of responsibility. I've felt it going out at Waimea Bay. You know what I mean? You're on the beach at Waimea tying your knot. You go, I better tie this knot well. So make sure those knots are good, Oshia.
Now, one final score came through for Victoria, just a 2.90, so she was able to get a quick look after that last wave of OSHA, but again, it's not enough to get her the advancing position. Well done for Ziggy McKenzie out of Australia, taking away a big win. OSHA Green of Canada holds on to second after a pretty tiring and exhausting swim to paddle back out. Moment of relief for her as she'll be advancing through into the next main round. We've got more action to come here in the under 16 girls main round 4 right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back, straight into the action for Louise Lapront out of South Africa. She's going to put her first quick score on the board up against Tia Zabrowski of France, Chesney Gwinnett of Hawaii, and Kaili Simone for Team Tahiti out in the lineup looking for a few good waves. Conditions getting pretty challenging, Barton. That wind has picked up. The face of those waves being a little less smooth than what we had this morning.
Yeah, definitely a bump and a lump in things out there at the moment. You can see a lot of water moving around out there. And it's a powerful ocean, always got swell. And that wind always presents a challenge. But that's the great thing about surfing, is all 4 surfers in the water at the same time. No comparisons from your heat to anyone else's. All you've got to do is manage that 20 minutes. Everyone's got the exact same opportunity and chances. The start of the heat, no one's got priority. So, it's as fair a system and a way of competing as you can have in an uncontrollable environment like the ocean.
Tia opens up with a 4.17.
No surprises there. We've been watching this young lady for a long time, and then, in this event as well.
Goes for the air on the inside section, doesn't quite land it.
I was kind of breathless for a second there.
Wow.
That would, with a completion there, that 4.17 would be significantly higher, but shows the potential in performance that she has.
That's the first for us, getting eyes on it as well. Would have been just after the buzzer, chasing down that opening maneuver. And throwing in a bit more of that variety, that progressive nature that we're seeing start to take charge of women surfing around the world. As we see Louise up and riding on her backhand. Nice tag to the section for the start. Her older brother Luke is also here competing for Team South Africa. She'll just take a dive on that finishing section, which she'll need to tighten up as she continues on in this heat. But nice to see the siblings traveling together. Tia now on her forehand, one clean snap to start.
Yeah, very clean snap. You can see the influence of the wind. Now with that wind like it is coming into the face, I'm sort of surprised to see everyone going right at this point in time. Earlier everyone was going left, and I'm thinking you should be going right because it's clean on the face. Now with the wind, you can see all the ribs and the chop, and it's making the sections flare up and drop down and close out and section on you. Where the lefts, you would imagine with the wind behind them, you've got a better chance of finding a clean face on those left-handers. So some interesting choices. We did see a lot of big scores throughout the morning on the wide right. Now everybody seems to be choosing to surf there. There might be a point where you need to adjust that to take that wind in consideration, have it at your back instead of in your face.
Yeah, it's certainly a thing to take into consideration. It's getting stronger and stronger through this afternoon as well.
Yep.
Creating a little bit of opportunity for those airs out in the lineup as well, which is fun to see. And thinking about, the context of women's surfing within that air game, as we have a paddle here for our surfer in the the green jersey, Chesney Gwinnett out of the North Shore of Oahu. Tags the section to start, sets herself up for a nice drive through the second one. Made it look quite easy to be able to get those two turns connected together. A surfer that's pretty comfortable charging very big waves back at home.
Yeah, she's very dedicated, determined, always on her game, and trains really hard. I trained Gymnastica Natural with her under Kid Peligro a few times, did quite a few sessions, and her dad would join in, and her dad and I were like the old blokes stumbling around and looking at her and trying to emulate the grace and beauty that she had as she moved. And also does hula, which is a great way to connect with your own rhythm and flow.
Yeah, so many of the surfers coming out of Hawaii, so many of those women taking to that. As we can see, Courtney Conlong down on the beach. She's here in support of Team USA this week. And we do have a young surfer in Eden Walla who will be paddling out in the fourth heat of this round. Just taking a look at the conditions alongside of her coach.
Yep. It's one of the most important parts is that pre-heat observation of the conditions. The tide is always moving in or out. There's a moment at the top and the bottom of the tide where it has that slack moment. But generally speaking, nothing stays the same. In the ocean, the wind picks up as the day goes on. There's Mitchie. Let's see it, mate. Get on that thing. Oh, we missed it. Would love to have seen what happened there. Those balance boards are a great way to develop your balance and center yourself. Used the Indo board for a long time myself.
Yeah, it's a nice way to connect with that balance before paddling out for heats as well.
And the front foot, back foot balance, shifting that weight distribution. A lot of attention put on rotation of the upper body and then the compression and extension. So compressing into the turn, extending out. But the weight distribution, front foot to back foot, is a really important part of the surfing technique.
Up and riding now, Kahili opting to take off on this left. Nice opening turn, snaps the second, and she's coming into this kind of moment where she gets that convergence of those two waves together. Won't be able to ride out complete, but she's going to put a first score on the board. We got a 4.13 for the opener of Chesney. A 3.93 was the opener of Louise, and Tia's got a couple fours on the board to hold on to that leading position so far.
Close, tight heat, not even at the halfway mark yet. So a lot of time. Those couple of fours for Tia, deliberate, determined to get the early start. Has got that. Now it's a matter of looking to improve. And on that 4.17, and every wave you look at, you've got to compare to the 4.17 and guesstimate whether the points to improve are in the wave, and only catch the ones that you know you can improve on.
12 minutes remaining on the clock. And surfers just looking to put themselves into position. Just thinking about that fun little air that we saw in the inside section for Tia off the start of that first wave, and the fact that Stab High with Ladybirds has played such an important role in this young generation. As we take a look at a replay here from Louise. Single re-entry on her backhand.
But nice. Vertical. Here's the replay of Kahili. Nice left look, a little bit smoother on the face. It's a shame this last turn wasn't completed. See the fins come out the back, and she falls off. Oh, there's Mitchie. Watch this. This is going to be good, people. Which needs some wipeouts in the water. Will we see one on the land?
That's a pretty tiny board for a balance board as well.
Well, for a big fella like him as well, you know.
For someone the size that Mitch is.
We've got some young kids in this event, so you can see who that would suit. I don't know that it suits Mitchie, but he was able to get it up for a moment there.
Now, talking about some of those names that have been standouts at Stab High Ladybirds, I would love to be able to know how many, you know, we've definitely got at least one or two of the girls in the draw this week who have participated in that fun program through Stab. But names like Erin Brooks, Katie Simmers, Bella Kenworthy, Zoe Kina, Bella Nalu, Sophia Medina, so many others that have come through that program and have gotten to take those trips, Barton, with some of the men who are the best aerialists in the world, putting together really fun content as well that I think just us as surf fans love to get to see, you know, a trip where the surfers are focused on getting big sections with big airs tied together. The fact that they invested in that young pack of up-and-coming ladybirds, or the little ladybugs of women surfing, the girls in that kind of 10 to 15-year-old range, has really started to set that tone within what we're seeing coming out of surfers now, like Katie Simmers on the championship tour, like Molly Picklum as well, who are wanting to bring those airs into their competitive repertoire.
Yeah, and then we see the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons and then Carissa Moore as well, were two ladies that had an air game or
Lakey
developed
Peterson
and grew
as well.
one.
Yeah.
Good left.
Healy with a great looking left on her backhand, snap in the pocket, sets it up for the second.
Disappointing, because she's had great wave selection. The last two lefts that she has chosen have looked clean on the face, enabled her to get up and down, get the first turn in, and then on that closeout, if she completed both of those closeout turns, she would be in an advancing position right now. So those falls are really costly.
Well, scores to drop now for last of Kahili. Great pocket to be able to hit that opening section with, just needs to find the completion. In that previous heat, it was the Australian Ziggy McKenzie who was able to find a couple solid scores. She put a 7-point ride on the board for that right-hander, and she's on the beach with Mitch.
Yeah, Ziggy Loha McKenzie, winner of the trials over there on the Gold Coast too. Congratulations. I would think it's a milestone moment for yourself.
Yeah, definitely. It was insane to surf snapper with 3 other girls and get a result in it. I was so stoked.
One of the younger members on the team too, first time competing for Australia. It must be a big honor and a privilege for yourself.
It is. It's so cool to be a part of a team like this, and Oz is so good and so supportive, and it's just something so different to like a normal comp, and it's like family now.
And I believe you split your time between Indo and the Gold Coast?
Yeah, I'm living full-time on the Gold Coast right now, but I grew up in Bali, and Bali's home.
Cool, right on. Any messages you want to send back home right now?
I know my brother and sister are watching, so I love you guys, and yeah, everyone for watching and everyone for all the support, and so stoked to be here.
Congratulations, thank you.
Thanks so much. Great insights from Ziggy. To be able to also have that opportunity to surf a trial, let alone to get into the trial, Barton, at an event of that magnitude, to take the win out and then make some heats on the Challenger Series right now, it's a tough ask.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've been watching her for quite some time. She won the Blast Off 14s a few years back, a couple of years ago, and I know her dad well and her mum, and she's such a lovely young lady, and you could see the maturity, the ability to communicate in the interview, and I love watching people that you've seen before they get onto this World Junior Championship stage. Chesney is one of them. She's up and riding right now.
Here we go. A name of power surfing for the future. Big wave charger, Chesney Gwinnett, now up and riding and driving around that first section. Sets herself up for the little tag and looking down the line. This wave is going to stand up for her. Doing good to just kind of go rail to rail. Get that squirt out of the fins as she tags the finishing section.
And realised how important that last turn was. You could see her just balance and centre herself, determined to make it. She's only had the one ride, the 4.13, which is why she is in that 4th place at the moment, looking for a 4.38 to advance. So after this score drops, it's going to be a really tight heat. There's still 6 minutes, so You know, this one's open. No one's really ran away with it yet and put scores that the others can't get. No one's got to a 5 yet.
Yeah, well, scores in for Lass of Chesney, it's just a 3.5, so it does put her up into that third place position, but it doesn't even improve on that requirement, unfortunately. So things staying kind of relatively low out in the lineup right now. We saw that single 7 from Ziggy in the last heat, which was the best of the scores. As we take a look now at Louise on her forehand, sets herself up on that second turn. Nice snap to start as well, and now building on that score line into that flatter section. She's currently leading the charge over Tia Zabrowski.
Yeah, last 2 rides. Both scorers, both keepers. 4-5, 7-4-5. Tia looking for the 4-4. She can do that with her eyes closed, most probably. But I think the scores in this heat and some of the difficulties we are seeing are because of the deterioration in the conditions due to the wind that's blowing across the surface of the ocean right now.
It's really just howling out there. The conditions were so clean and fun this morning, although the swell had tapered off. I think the surfers, you know, having a kind of run-in with a lot of them between the 2 venues were really excited. But then the reality of competitive surfing comes to bear its teeth as Tia is making the most of this wave. Great wave selection. It stands up for her down the line as well. And she's able to really connect with flow and momentum.
Wow.
She puts together a strong finish, and that's going to change the situation greatly.
Yeah, she'll be back into the lead. The thing that I've noticed, really, since we talked about it, is that everybody choosing to go left now. And that is a sign of understanding the conditions, adapting to the conditions, and the maturity and competitive prowess of all the 4 ladies now, because they've adapted. Ordinarily, everyone was going, you know, the best scores were on the rights. That had been the sort of mode of operandi. But now, everybody sort of generally speaking, as we see the replay of Tia Zabrowski, couple of turns there.
So that was a wave before. She's got a 4.17 and a 4.67 on the board. We'll take a look at this last wave for Louise.
Snaps out of the top, waits for it to stand up. Another little layback snap. This is a nice wave. Look at the wall on it. Staying with her, gets the layback into the snap there. So I'm imagining that that's one of those scores that we've seen, the 4.5 perhaps. So she's having a great time now, really getting her rhythm. The 4.57 and a 4.5. We just saw those 2 rides there. Got her into the lead, but this is going to be the best wave of the heat for sure. First snap, waits for the lip to stand up, gets vertical into the lip. Then it stands up again, another beautiful speeding snap out of the top, and another whips it back around a little more into the closeout. Easy as can be. That is going to be a big score. Judges don't waste any time, going excellent.
8-point ride on the board. And the wave before that, a 6.70.
Which would have been the right we saw.
Sorry, the right.
Yeah.
And then the left for an 8-point ride. So a nice way in the last couple of minutes to dig herself out of that second place position.
And how a 4.17 to a 4.67 to a 6.7 to an 8. Everything heading in the right direction. Really surfing in a lot of ways the perfect heat.
Down to 2.5 minutes on the clock. The last wave of Louise, unfortunately, doesn't improve. It's a 3.67. So she'll be sitting in that second place position, and the requirement on Chesney is a 4.94. Kahili chasing a 5.37. Kahili's taken off on a lot of waves, but hasn't bettered anything more than that 3.70 on the board for the young Tahitian.
Yeah, it's been a slow heat, hasn't it? She's ridden 4 waves. For Green, Chesney, she's only ridden 2 waves. Tia, 4 and 5 for Louise Laponte. So Louise staying busy, and that's played to her advantage. Chesney and Kahili had a little bit of trouble finding their rhythm. All 4 girls now, where's the priority? Kahili and Chesney first and second priority. So every opportunity, there's waves approaching too. And 3rd and 4th have got the priority that they need to challenge. I don't see them challenging. Well, look, 14.7 is the ask for second place. So no one's challenging for first. They're in a combination situation. It is a competition for second and third place.
It certainly is. As we're down to that final moment. Priority sitting with Kahili, who grew up on the beach at Taharu in Tahiti. Took her first steps in the sand there and has been surfing from a very young age. Lives in a house right on the beach with her sister and her parents. A very dreamy life, now traveling far away from home, surfing in the Jersey, looking to really set her name amongst the world's best juniors. She has a look at that wave and decides not to go. Chesney's going to take the opportunity with second priority. Nice opening wrap into that second one and sets herself up down the line, breaks through that lip line on the finish, puts a lot of power into it, has the claim. She's feeling it. A 4.94 is the requirement.
So we call that a 5. The energy is great. That was a sharp, fast ride. She was in second priority, so she did really good to get that wave. Kahili lost her priority, paddling for it. Chesney positioned perfectly in the lineup to capitalise on the miss by Kahili. So great competing from Chesney. Kahili, unfortunately, this heat is done. She's in 4th place. Will Chesney get the score she needs? It needs a 5. I feel like it could go there.
It was solid, sharp surfing. At the moment, it's Louise Leprant from Team South Africa out of Scottburg that's sitting in second position. Coach Isaac February would be down on the beach, just kind of, all right, waiting to see how this next score drops through for the Hawaiian.
Carves back to the pocket. This is where the money might go. Nice snap. Last turn here in the pocket. It was a little bit off-timed with the closeout section. There could have been a moment of pump and into the last turn and made it a little more spectacular. But I feel like there's every chance that she could get that 5-point ride. It would need to be the highest other score below Tia Zabrowski's scores. No one else scored a 5. Was that the other best wave beyond what Tia did in the heat? Quite possibly.
Nice surfing on it, without a doubt. She did what that wave could offer her. If it maybe stood up a little bit bigger on that end section or something like that along the way, gave her that kind of more vertical face.
Or even the first turn had a little more in it, you know.
Exactly.
So that straight away the judges were like, oh, we're riding on here. She's going to get the score. The first turn was a little flat, cut back into the pocket. But again, I still feel like, you know, it's a 5, flat 5. I can see her getting that. It was well surfed.
The other two mid-range 4s on the board going to Louise, who's currently sitting in that second place position. So this wave will have to be better by at least 0.5 than what we saw from both of Louise's opportunities.
We're going to see either emotion and elation or disappointment when this score comes through. They're all waiting there on the beach as a team together, waiting to hear the judges announce the result. They're having a good long think. Looking at replays, making sure they understand where this ride fits in comparison to the others.
So a score to drop now for Chesney Gwinnett out of the North Shore of Oahu, representing Team Hawaii this week. She opened up with a 4.13, dropped a 3.5, and was pretty patient. Only caught the 3 waves within her heat. For our heat leader, who will hold on to that, Tia Zabrowski, found that 6.7 and then built to an 8 on her final 2 waves, dropping a couple 4s along the way.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous for her. I would give it to her. I'd give her the 5 most probably. It was good surfing, confident, controlled, had speed. There were a couple of missed time moments. Here it is. Oh!
It's a 4.93. It's not enough for the requirement to take her into the advancing position. She would have gotten the nod from one judge of the 3, but under from the other 2, and they would have taken a long time looking at those replays, deciding where it would sit in the context of the other 4.5s on the board. And that is a hard loss to take for Chesney Gwinnett there with Team Hawaii down on the beach.
Getting hugs from the coaching staff. Great effort, great try, and oh so close, 0.07 off advancement. But the repechage round is a safety net for her.
She's got plenty more opportunity to battle back and pull a Sally Fitzgibbons out, win a gold medal regardless, as well as Kahili Simone, who just didn't find the rhythm in this heat as well. We know she is such a smart surfer too. Coming up next, more surfing from the under 16 girls. We'll have Paul and Rachel on the call.
a world full of violence and hate, we answer with love and peace and surf. You gotta have a dream, you gotta work hard, and then the dream becomes your reality. That's just the way it is. We are ambassadors and protectors of the ocean. Let's have fun this week. Muchas gracias, El Salvador. It's my highest honor and my deep pleasure to declare officially open the Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to live coverage of the ISA World Junior Championships 2024. Surf City, El Salvador is the venue. La Bocana, the spot right now, our premier podium, where we're having a look at the girls under 16s, round 4. Heat number 3 about to take to the water. Well, in action right now with a little bit of wind blowing into it from the east, as we'll have a look at Arisa Ishii of Japan, Siki Yang, China, Zoe Zietz from Netherlands, via Kauai, Seoul, Borelli. That's our 4 surfers out in the water. And a switch from the wind. So yesterday, Rachel, as we look out to the ocean here, it's coming from the right. It's coming with the current, blowing into it from the left right now, from the east, and it's kind of affecting the scoring potential quite a bit for a lot of surfers.
Yeah, big time, and it's getting really difficult to have that wave selection too. We see that here at El Sunzal, that wind is coming straight onto the face of the wave, and it's making it really difficult for these surfers to pick the right wave.
Not that difficult if your name's Tia Zborowski. She's standing by for a chat with Mitchell Salazar.
Very true. She made it look easy out there right now. Tia, congratulations. First of all, you've won 2 heats today, one in the U18, one in the U16. You must be very proud of yourself this afternoon here.
Yeah, I'm really happy to win my heat in under 18 and under 16. I was really tired, but I make it, so I'm happy.
And what about finding an excellent wave out there too? An 8-point ride, it's not easy to find.
Yeah, it's not easy to find in that kind of condition, but I find it, so I make my heat and I'm happy.
You're 13 years old. You've been all over the world so far. If you had to choose one place to say that's your favorite destination, which would that be?
I really like here. El Sunzal and La Bocana is a really good place. I love this spot, but I think I prefer Australia. Yeah.
Which part? A specific part? Maybe the Gold Coast?
No, more, in Victoria.
Oh. Yeah. You like Bells, where you made the Grom Search final a few years ago.
Yes.
Anything you want to say back home in French, Tia?
Coucou tout le monde, je suis super contente de passer mes 2 hits. Demain, ça va être les demi. Je vais essayer de tout donner pour passer en petite finale et après en grande finale. Je vous aime très fort et puis bonne soirée.
Merci beaucoup.
Thanks, Mitchell. So she's looking forward to semi-finals tomorrow. She's going to give it everything she can.
In both divisions as well, under 16, under 18. And, you know, we started hearing her at the beginning. First day, she scored something in the 9s, and it was her interview afterwards was classic. We'll talk about it after this.
Zoe Zietz with a ton of speed here and a raking turn in the pocket and dealing really well with the bumps that are coming into this right-hander. A swoop around for Zoe.
That's what we were talking about before, is that it's not just like light chatter that the wind is putting on these waves, but you can also see, even from this angle, those large lumps coming in from the side. That makes it really hard to not just engage that rail, but to actually get any proper turn or maneuver done on a wave that looked exactly like what Zoe just took off on.
Yeah, the other thing that surprised me a bit, actually, the current's going the other way as well. So usually our current's been going from west to east, so from right to left as we look out, but it's actually gone the other way with the wind. So here we go, an absolute bomb of a wave. Siki Yang on a solid wave, an amazing drop. She'll get points just for that. Unable to get onto it, the Olympian herself, just 14 years old.
Yeah, it was after she had actually qualified at 14 years old, for the Olympics in Puerto Rico earlier this year, and then right after had her birthday and turned 15. The mature age of now coming into the under-16 division as an Olympian, the first ever Olympian for Team China. But she only started surfing at age 9. So that means by the time she qualified for the Olympics, the sport that she qualified for the Olympics for, she had only been doing for 5 years.
Mind-boggling, isn't it?
And the quality of surfing that she does is, I mean, you just saw that drop. The strength in her legs and the power that we see from her blows my mind. And the technique normally takes surfers a lot more years than 5 years to nail the technique that she has.
Eden Waller there, getting some advice from Courtney Conlog. Catalina Zadiki of Peru in the background, going through her final preparations. Also taking into the water in that heat, Remy Foury, South Africa, Clémence Schoch of France as well. That'll be coming up in around about 14 minutes time, something like that. We're having a look out at the lineup here from the drone, and yeah, 13.5, let's call it. Zoe Zeet's number, she'll get a 2.97. No one doing major damage in this. Arisa Ishii of Japan also has a number of that order. Also a 2 for Sol Borelli, a 0.9 for Siki Yang. Yeah, it's hard to talk about Siki without thinking too much about really what effect that could have potentially in China, having those images broadcast live. Obviously, a massive audience watching, you would expect. And to have representation, to come through their talent development program could be really, really huge. And also, you'd understand maybe feeling a bit of pressure if that were the case, because there's a lot of people watching.
Yeah, I think so. And to be, have all of those firsts behind your name and to be so young, it's a really young age and not a lot of competitive experience you can have up to 15 years old that can help you. Even the best of the best are still learning ways to navigate that sort of pressure. So I am increasingly impressed by her ability that she has been able to continue to show up and do well. And not only she have this obviously in her mind, she'd be staying present here, but she's thinking about competing in Tahiti in just 2 months.
Yeah, it's going to come up fast, isn't it? Cannot wait to watch all of that unfold. We're enjoying the World Juniors in action right now, as we saw paddle from red, Osafa from Japan, and a good-looking opening section if you can get there.
Oh.
And just arrives a little late. And that was almost a longboard sort of leashless kick out from the olden days, where you try and stop the board from getting washed in.
Yeah, exactly. When we don't when we don't wear a leash on a longboard, you're trying to do everything to make sure your longboard does not get caught by the lip and tumble all the way into the beach. And ideally, you don't want to have to swim.
Especially not here. Some rocks on the inside here.
Yeah.
Could get ouchy for the board. Let's have a look at a paddle here for Siki Yang. Priority. Let's have a look at her left. This one much more open than the one she took before. A late drop, and again just getting grabbed by chops and white water. So another misfire from Siki. Not what she was after right now. She'll stay down in the decimals, you would have thought, for that. But she'll have round about half the heat by the time she gets in the lineup. Number 4. Ishii, just a tiny throwaway for her. She does have that 2.5 there. That's why she's in the lead in this one. But as yet to catch fire. Let's see what Zoe Zeetz can do. She's deep here. Can she get around? I'm not sure she will. And so far, we're sort of lacking a bit of quality in this one.
Yeah, a bunch of catch and release, maybe you could use as a metaphor. They're all taking off and then just jumping straight off. I think for both our surfers, Sishi and Zoe, those waves, them jumping off or getting knocked off is no love lost, because they didn't look like they amounted to much opportunity later on. So probably best to get out of it straight away so that they're back out in the lineup for another opportunity. Like, look at this. This looks like it could be lining up better.
Sol Borelli was covering some ground to get there, the Spaniard. A lot of impetus in that paddle, but in the end decided not to go. She'll hang on to priority. And the fact that everyone's just getting small numbers and 2s and throwaway scores, that's probably pretty smart. Wait for something. Try and get a mid-ranger on the board. Try and put a bit of pressure. Make this priority count. It's midway in the heat. No one's got anything going. What you don't want to do is surrender that up. get a close out, get another one, and be bottom of the pile.
Yeah, that's something that, especially in these types of conditions, sometimes having priority is not a great thing, because it does make you stay really patient, and it's really easy to then you're patient, you finally pull the trigger and it's a closeout and you waited too long, where your surfers under priority had the freedom to just stay busy, and then they found the 5, the 6 on one of those insider ones that who knew it was going to run, but it did and turned into a score.
9 to go in this, and we're stuck in the 2s in terms of high scores. 297, best of the action. That's Zoe Zietz of the Netherlands. As we'll wait for, hopefully, a decent set to come through. Hopefully, a little bit more quality in terms of the action that we're able to see. And a lot of closeouts, a lot of dumpy sections, really providing it tough so far in this one. Whoever gets through this will be extra relieved, because you're going to get this if you are going to go all the way deep into an event, hopefully all the way to finals day. You're going to have some tough heats to surf at some point. It's not going to all be having fun and getting 8s and, you know, dominating.
Absolutely, and actually sometimes making it through the tough heats, and you really have to work on your mental game in order to do that. You feel better getting that heat win or getting through that heat because of it, and more confident moving forward.
Here goes Ishii from Japan. There's a nice turn from her, smooth on the face, almost catches. Does pretty well to recover, actually. Stays lively, and she'll get another swing as well. So hopefully we can get out the 2s here. Let's see where this number goes for Ishii. Meanwhile, behind her, it's Zoe with second priority. First priority is with Sol Borelli, the Spaniard. She'll use it here. And look at the chop she's got to deal with, but there's a pretty decent turn. Whips that board, gets the nose going all the way back towards the whitewater, and then opening up there that time. So putting a bit more. Wow, that was nice. She'll get a steep finish as well, so 4 turns for Sol. And that's the kind of exchange we needed to get this heat a little bit more exciting.
An example of taking not a fantastic wave, but surfing it up. You know, I'd say that scoring potential of that wave, if you're just looking at it with no one riding it, you'd say, don't go on that. It may be a 2 or a 3. But her surfing on it, she surfed above its potential due to her ability and her power and the zest that she brought to the wave.
There's Yang with nothing going so far at all to get excited about. 2 very small numbers. Second priorities, a array of positivity for her in the fact that she will hopefully get an opportunity soon. Here's another look at Sol.
As she had to navigate these larger lumps, got over it, and it offered a clean face for her to wrap it all the way around. Again, bringing that nose all the way around to the whitewash. That was nice and powerful, slashy, and the way that she finished that off was really good. So she brought a lot of liveliness, especially on that 3rd turn where she whipped her back foot. Let's see what green brings here.
Live action, Zoe Zietz, whip in the pocket from her. And this one a touch smoother, a quick snap, and then goes in with a re-entry to the lip. And again, another hit from her. Little inside section will stand up. There's one. And there's a hit to finish, so very nicely done. Multiple maneuvers going down the beach, finding some clean water. Sishi Yang here from China needs to get going. Under 6 minutes. A good section, though. And goes hard into the lip, and just the amount of time she had to wait on the bottom turn without tightening it up, it was always going to be tricky from there to come out of that turn. I like the ambition, but she needs to maybe just tone it down a touch, maybe go just a little bit safer in the context of these scores.
That was something actually you and I were calling a heat yesterday, and we saw a surfer who just needed a 1.51, and had he done just a mid-face cutback and kind of rode out of it clean, he would have gotten the score, but he did actually exactly what we just watched there, and therefore it came in as a 1 and not the requirement. So it's about timing and where you're at in the heat and how much time you have to be going for things and at what point. And I'd say we're at that point now. Do you start not thinking, oh, I want to get a 7 and 8 on the board, and you start going, I need to get the requirement, which is so minimal in the context of this heat. But with white now having a 4-5 and a 2, it will take 2 waves pretty much.
All right, here's Yang. Better stuff from her. Gets a little hung on the second turn. Well, a lot hung, really, and eventually she gets back down to business. There's a third turn, so her best wave for sure. Speaking of best waves, 5-5 for Zoe Zietz. It's the finest action we've seen in this heat, a 4-5 for the Spaniard Borelli. So that exchange has really brought this heat to life. And with 4 minutes now, this could be a nail-biting finish, Rachel.
Yeah, well, now we're looking at that requirement. Sishi needs a 5.57. That could be it. That second turn, though, she did get hung up and might not go all the way to that requirement. We'll leave that up to the judges, but it will lessen that requirement, absolutely.
Here's the sheet, what she got for us. Nice opening turn and a good-looking section here. She doesn't go into the lip. She goes just underneath it with some whipping turns on the backhand. And then the final one doesn't quite get into that, so she'll go incomplete on the end. Yeah, she's looking for a 3-2-4. Not quite in rhythm with that wave. And ultimately on the inside going down. All right, let's get numbers. 4-2-7 for Yang. So much, much better for her. We're going to be tight here with the scores. Meanwhile, here's live action Borelli from Spain. And then a carve to sort of a late decision to try and go super vert, which looks good when you pull it. When you don't get a lot of points. So the 4-5 hit for her in previously. She won't go quite there. I don't think with that number. It's already in 2-7-7. But it's all pretty tight in terms of the numbers, and those requirements, they're really low with 2:45 to go.
Yeah, well, now with Sishi getting that 4.27, only needing a 3.1, and our surfer in red only needing a 4, and it's getting down to the wire. Had red completed that last turn, I feel like I would say a resounding yes, she got it. We'll see where the judges take that because she did not get that final maneuver.
Getting down towards 2 minutes here, set outside. Looks like Borelli. Where is she? She's on the inside, sorry. Out the back, Zoe Zietz, followed by Yang. Here's Borelli, Safarada Lanzarote in the Canary Islands. She'll know a thing or two about going left. They've got some great left-hand waves on that island.
Ouch.
And that one just consumes her. So she'll have to get back in the lineup with just a couple to go. Here's Zoe Zietz, good looking wave. Look at this section, very nice first turn, well done. And just one hit, but a real bit of quality, a proper turn on a proper section.
Yeah, she dug hard to catch that wave, and that will pay off. She's only replacing a 2.97, and that was the best turn I think we've seen of the event from the angle we were able to watch it at. The biggest wave, really well executed. So that will up the requirement for our surfers in white and blue because we had a situation change.
Yeah, Ishii goes to first, gets a really crucial number, 5-6 for those multiple backhand turns. Incomplete on the last maneuver, but the judges obviously felt the early work was good enough. And look how tight this is between third and first is about 1.5 points, but that requirement of Yang, you're watching on screen, only a 4-2-1, so basically what she's already got, she needs to find. She's got first priority as well. We know about her competitive resolve. Let's see if she can find herself a wave here.
Yeah, and this is where her having that slow heat for the past 15 minutes, well, now actually basically 20 minutes, starts to catch up on you because it's not that she doesn't have the ability, but she's running out of time.
Ooh, good number in for Zoe Zietz, a 5.77. Highest score of the heat, just one turn, but the difference between going all the way from the bottom of the wave up to the lip rather than on the face and chopping down, that's why just that one turn's paid dividends. She'll go back to the lead, and that will also make things just slightly tougher for the likes of Borelli and Yang, who are chasing. They're in the 4s here. They're not going to get that. We're watching pretty much motionless Sishi Yang as she just has to watch on. She's not going to get another chance here. I think Borelli got a wave either. So that'll wrap things up in a heat which took quite a while to get going. There wasn't much to get excited about. In the end, we got in the 5s and we got a bit more quality going.
Yeah, it's funny how I think all of them will have conversations with their coaches when they come in about getting started a bit earlier, and you can't always control that, but somehow they were all able to pull something together in those last 5 minutes, and maybe a bit more aggression from all the surfers would have been better for their accounts in those last 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Keeping a cool head, backing yourself, sticking to your game plan, paid off for the likes of Zoe Zietz and for Arisa Ishii. We're going to go to commercial break. When we come back, we keep rolling with girls under 16. It's the 4th round. We'll have heat 4 taken to the water right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Surf City, El Salvador hosts the ISA World Juniors 2024. Having a look at the 4th heat of the 4th round of the girls under 16. We're checking out of South Africa, Remy Fourie from Peru, Catalina Zerike, Eden Waller from the USA, Clémence Schoch of France. Those 4, a chance to put themselves deep in the event with a win or a 2nd place here. Surfers in 3rd and 4th head to repechage, a set outside. And already a decent number in for the American. 5.83 for Waller. She's making her way back out. Solid start to this. Here goes La Française. Clémence dealing with a bit of bump and a bit of chunk. Doing all right. And her speed was pretty good. And she got into the lip, gave it a hit, got a completion.
Yeah, her entire upper body kind of seemed to stay all in the same place. And she just let her lower body whip up above and then come back underneath her and rode out of that clean. So that was impressive. A nice way to start. That would feel really good. But this replay of green while we were on the break, nice opening turn, gets up to the lip on the 2nd one and finishes it off, releasing those fins, goes for a foam climb, jams the fins back into that. And a paddle from our surfer in blue, but it's White who takes off on it, on her forehand. And this is where she just let her lower body do all that action through those hands above her head and had that lower body then meet back underneath her so she could ride out of it.
Yeah, it was a good recovery for her. She got a chop that just grabbed her board early on, and she actually did well to sort of recover. And it meant she arrived a little late to the lip, but still got there, made the best of that situation and got a score. Waller's was really nicely surfed, though. I like the way how technical and precise she was on the end section. Crucially, she didn't try and do too much. Your first wave, maybe she would have seen that last heat. A lot of incompletions, a lot of missteps. And she redirected off the lip using her speed, but she wasn't trying to overdo it, and I think that's pretty crucial.
And I think, too, even just watching that heat before, we saw a lot of incompletions. And just even if it's like for our surfer in white, a 3.5, that would have been in the scoreline for the last heat. Because with incompletions, even those smaller scores, even starting off like that allows you to build a house and get more confident. You're not trying to even just get 2 in your scoreline within the last 5 minutes. So a score like that, although small on scale in these conditions, is actually really important.
Let's go down and hear from Zoe Zietz, one of the last heat with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, once again, some great surfing by Zoe. Congratulations You know, by the standards we've seen today, that was one of the grindiest heats possible. A couple of fives got the job done, Zoe. Were you panicking a bit there towards the end?
Towards the end, I was just like, okay, I need to get one more wave because I got knocked down into third, and I was like, okay, please, Ocean, give me a wave. But yeah, I got that one left, and I did that one big turn. And yeah, I felt solid after that wave, and I was like, okay, I think I'm going to make it.
If there's a positive thing to look at, it wasn't only happening to you, it was happening to everybody else within the heat. You know, multi-generational surfer now, your uncle Sebastian Zietz, many times on the championship tour, but most importantly, your brother was a member of the Dutch team too for many years here at the juniors. How important do you think it was to share a lot of these moments with your older brother, Ollie?
Yeah, I love my brother, and he's the best. It's just, I don't know, it's so cool having a sibling to surf with. Like, I get to surf with him, like, every day. And, I mean, it's kind of hard not having him here because he's too old, but it's still really cool just FaceTiming him and, you know, talking with him and then him coaching me getting mad at him.
I'm getting emotional myself right now, Zoe. Last question. Kauai board riders, they're on the board right now. When are we going to see you guys compete for the Week Up over there at Lowers?
Oh, we didn't make the Lowers thing, but because we got beat by North Shore, but next year we're going to get them.
Thanks, Zoe. Appreciate your time.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mitch. Well done. Zoe Zietz, a grindy heat, but she saved the best for last and emerges with the win. A big smile as well. Momentum for the Dutch. Meanwhile, out in the water, it's USA still in the ascendancy here. Eden Waller. Let's have a look at Peru now. Catalina Zarike, not overly inspired by what she saw in front of her, decides to get out. She's got a 3 on the board. Still looking for a number to come through for Remy Foury. And we're looking at Clémence Shorts here. And another nice hit from her on the forehand.
Yeah, that was really beautiful. Finding those cleaner sections out there, it's proving to be really difficult. So that will be nice. And with Eden already having a 5.83, White getting a second score will help just solidify her place now in that first position and just continue to put pressure on the rest of the draw to get 2 decent waves.
Yeah, she's right out the back on the peak, is she, Eden? Looking for another bit of quality here. She can afford to be a bit more patient. A couple of points in terms of the next best score. So she'll really wait for something pretty decent to come through. She won't try and surf for those 3s right now. She'll look for at least something that she feels offers mid-range or better. In second at the moment, though, that's because a French surfer out of Vieux-Beaucoup. She's got a couple of 3s. Vieux-Beaucoup is just up the coast from Senyos, pretty much the next town to Hossegor, Senyos. About 10 minutes north, some fun waves up there, a river mouth. Nice part of the world.
Yeah, well, you've moved from your homeland of England over to that area. You've been there for quite a while now.
Yeah, pretty long time. It's always a nice place to go back to. I reckon that's a good place about a good way of measuring whether you like home or not.
Oh, great.
It's what it's like when you go back.
Yeah, yeah.
And ever since the beginning, I've always been really excited about when you get back there. Part of the reason for that as well is because you've got all those pine trees there. Even in winter, it's still really green. So a lot of places in Europe, in winter time, the leaves fall. I think it's still nice stuff about winter, but it can look all a bit grey and grim. That little particular...
Does it snow on, like, the beaches?
Occasionally, not that often, but we've got snow on the mountains nearby. And there's really good snowboarding nearby. Just a couple of hours to get up the Pyrenees.
Nice.
Occasionally you get a little bit of snow, not much. Definitely not every year.
Okay.
We maybe get a day every couple of years. It doesn't last very long. You never have snow resting on the ground over multiple days. That doesn't happen much. But yeah, it's not far to go to the Pyrenees, which is a good time.
Amazing. Well, our surfer in white would have just seen her teammate in Tia 2 heats ago win that and getting another excellent score. So I'm sure that them having a heat in between Tia coming in and Clémence paddling back or paddling out, they would have been able to have some discussion about how to identify the good waves out there.
All right, here's the South African Foury. Nice control from her. She doesn't push too hard, just kind of matching the pace of the wave. She's already got a good number in there. The 6.5 is very solid, and that's a good finishing turn. Rather than her going incomplete, actually the wave just sort of disappeared there, didn't it?
Yeah.
But very nice ball control from Remy.
That's right. I'd call that complete, and just a lump came up in front of her kind of in that shore break area, but she maintained her control and composure through the entire maneuver all the way to the end to stand back up.
So the 6-5 for Remy, the highest number in this one. Waller with the second highest number, now in third. But when the backup scores come in for those two, you'd be thinking things will look a lot better, but it's still just the one wave for Eden right now. Past the halfway point. I just wonder at what stage, well, she thinks time to get something going now. Meanwhile, Catalina with a paddle, almost goes over the falls. Yeah, if you're Eden, you got a decent score in. You just heard a slightly better score get announced. You've had priority for a while. Half the heat to go. At what stage do you go, you know what, maybe I will think about the requirement a little bit, just get something small on the board?
Well, the fact that she doesn't have a second wave at all, there's plenty of time to catch a wave now and get back out there and still then wait and be selective. I'd be trying to catch a wave in these next 2 minutes, just to have something on the board. But I would say if I were her, I'd be feeling pretty good with the second highest single wave score, and I wouldn't be too stressed just yet. But when you start looking for that actual requirement, I'd say it's 2 minutes to go if she waits, but I would advise her not to stay patient until those very last 2 minutes.
Yeah, right now it's less than a 1, isn't it, that she needs for second. She certainly won't be going for that, but just going to start to play on your mind for anybody, no matter how cool-headed you are, how steely your resolve is, was you just waiting to hear scores going around you and people throwing down numbers, and then you see the surfers maybe paddle past you and get in your eye line a bit as well, and all this stuff's going on. It's going to take a bit of mental resolve just to kind of stick to your plan. Let's see how she does that. We're looking at another paddle from Catalina, I think that was.
Okay.
And Eden, she was there in the position, but she didn't actually swing her arms for that. She should hold on to priority. Good looking left here. All right, let's see if we get any interest from Eden Waller. We do. No, we don't. She decides not to go. A little bit of lump went through that one. So.
And a loss of priority for Eden, actually.
Ooh, okay.
Well, that might be a blessing in disguise, because now she should get away from these surfers and go and just catch something.
Love your positive take on that, Rachel. Here we go. Clemence with one quick turn from her. She's been good on the forehand. Her turns have been good, but she's had a lot like that. It's one turn on a closeout. She's going to need to find a bit more.
And all the turns, I'd say the reason they keep staying in those threes, they're good turns, but a lot of them tend to be a little bit late to this section. Not that she can control that so much. It's how the waves are breaking and she's smacking what is being on offer, but it's not that really juicy critical section. It's kind of already crumbled and she's just meeting it halfway. And so the judge is probably not going to depart much farther than what her past few scores have been for that one.
Yeah, you're spot on there. She actually gets another 3.63, so just a slight improvement for her, but not by much, and possibly not enough come the end of this heat. At the moment, it's good enough for second place. It's Eden Waller who did lose priority. She's in third now in terms of that priority order. Still looking for a small number. Still needs less than a 2 for second. Still just under 7. Be thinking about just get the best possible score she can through the scale. But she's let a lot of waves go. She's had a look at a few, and she'll go one here, and it doesn't look great as she stands up because there's a lump in it. But then you get a really good hit. So very well done on a tricky opening section. And she's let, you feel she's let better looking waves than that go by, but then rather than kind of maybe dwell on that or think about it, when an opportunity does come through, even a little bit of an opportunity, exactly to your point, by not having priority, good surfing from her.
Yeah, well, a lot of these surfers train in difficult conditions like this, so they know how to take off on a mediocre wave and make something of it, make something juicy of it. And for her, that was a wave that finally she had the opportunity to take off on, and so she did, and explores what she can make of it, and it was a really, really nice wave in the end.
Here goes Clemence Short's backside this time for her. She'll go late to a section and won't quite get there. And as she whips her board around in the white water, she loses control and goes down. And she might be in a spot of bother. possibly temporarily when the score comes through for Eden Waller. She'll still have plenty of time in terms of getting another wave, but let's see exactly where this number goes for Eden. A really good chance to get the number she needs. Here goes Zaraki. And I don't know what happened to her there, but she fell off, didn't even get to the bottom of the wave.
Yeah, maybe just a bit of, looks like she got unbalanced right at the takeoff, and then normally if it was a cleaner drop in, she would have been able to maybe adjust her feet and get into position, but she hit a lump when she was already off balance, and that combination doesn't ever bode well.
5 on the clock here. Eden Waller's number's good, 4.33. So after being super patient with priority forever, by the time she dips down the order, she smashes out 4.33 on not a great looking section. Had a lot of lump when she stood up on it, but managed to surf that one really well and back to first position in this. The South African Furry will drop down. She's got priority though. Clemence Shorts now in third. She'll be looking for a 6.08. So now the requirements have gone up considerably. Zaraki also looking for that 6.
Another paddle from Eden, which has dropped her farther down the priority ranks. But we'll get back to that.
All right, here goes Clemence, surfing for France. Hits the first turn, very nice. Second turn, she tried to give it a little extra on that white water, didn't quite get it right. Meanwhile, here goes South Africa, Remy Fourie with some bump to deal with, loads of bump. She does well to hang on to that, but it means she almost stops completely. Now she's got speed going again, and there's a good tag, but there's not much wave left by the time she hits that. 3.2 is the backup number that she'd like to improve on and just put those requirements up for third and fourth.
Yeah, I don't know if that will improve upon it much. That opening turn just like you said, she nearly stopped, and she actually did well to stick with the wave at all. But looking at those lumps, I don't know anyone who could have carved through that. There was too many little, I guess, different faces of the wave that there was not one you could engage your rail into necessarily. But it looks like, I think we're going to have a tight 3 minutes again. I feel like all of our surfers are going to catch a wave, and it's going to come down to these small requirements on who can improve upon these backup scores.
Real contrast in terms of the busyness between Eden Waller. This just her third wave, but she is good enough for the lead, and there's a nice section here in really good rhythm to that. Check that bottom turn. Wow, that was really cool. So a great combo from her. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, flying across the left, the Peruvian Zaraki, and that's a great late hit, and put it all into that last section. That would have been big if she could have landed that, and it'll be another incompletion for her.
Yeah, I think she just lost a bit too much speed at the top, and then instead of coming out down with energy in front of the lip, she kind of just got jumbled up in all the turbulence of the wave.
Eden Waller looks like clearly the best surfer for me from this, just in terms of the way they're doing it, but the reason why she just hasn't caught enough waves, so she's kind of made it almost a little bit tough for herself. She did really well to get that 4.33. I think she's going to improve on that here, you would think.
Oh, absolutely.
And then we'll have a sort of a more of a fair reflection in terms of the points of how well she surfed in this heat, because so far she's only ridden just the 2 waves prior to that, and it's made it tighter than it kind of needed to be.
Yeah, I think that's probably a discussion she's going to come in and have with her coach. Let's take a look at this replay. I love this wave. Beautiful hit. Second turn, extremely critical. The amount of speed that she went up to that lip with. This first one stalling and then gets to it right as the lip is meeting her. And then that one, the amount of speed and strength that she came, such a little girl, and so much strength and speed in that second turn. I'm very impressed. I actually think that will be her best wave, but maybe that's just because I liked it the most. I thought the surfing was the most technical, and like you said, we're seeing visions of the type of surfer she could be in really excellent conditions.
Yeah, the difference between watching someone just drive from one turn to the next rather than kind of wobble across the face and like look and search for speed. It just looks so cool when it's all joined together. That rail's engaged throughout the ride. Committed surfing on steep sections. 2-turn combo on the backhand. Seems to be the secret formula as well for doing well. Let's see where that puts up with the panel. We'll watch our French surfer looking for a 6 here. Clemence Shorts again. Similar sort of stuff into the lip pretty late, but it's all white around her while she gets up there. So while it's a nice trajectory on the board, it's not necessarily going to be big in terms of points. I'll tell you what is, though, the excellent number of Eden Waller, 8.1 for her. So that's a score that's much more reflecting, you'd feel, of the quality of surfer that she is.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, here goes Remy Fourie here now. Nice turn from her. Good engagement of that rail on the face and into the lip, and the nose goes down, so she'll just score the first turn. But Waller with a solid margin on this now. Good numbers, 13.93. She will be delighted to get an 8. That's just her third wave. And we're all out of time here. We're all wrapped up. So well done to the young American who started strong, went real quiet for ages with priority, kind of surfed their way back into form by surfing well on a tricky wave and then finding a quality section and surfing it so well. And a big, big number from the panel. They don't want to get stuck in too close together with numbers. They want to be able to reward surfers. And when you're doing that kind of surfing with drive and power and speed, they're going to go excellent number if you deserve it. And she absolutely did.
That's absolutely right. We were talking about that, the technical surfing, not an amazing wave, but the drive, speed, power, flow was exactly that example of criteria, which is why the judges go excellent with it. And I'm so impressed that she was able to make that of that out there.
Well, that'll conclude for now the under-16 girls. The very impressive young American Eden Waller ripping her way through to the next round with excellent surfing. We're going to mix things up here. We'll have a change out in commentary as well as we bring in Shannon and Barton for the call. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador, right after the break.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action that will put a bow in the under-16 girls main event, round number 4. Conditions getting ever the more challenging, and now it's going to be even more challenging for the surfers out in the lineup, Barton, because we're going to have 15 minutes on the clock. Back into the boys under-18s. We're in repecharge round 3, as we can see cheers on the beach for Team USA after Eden Waller took out a commencing lead.
Yes, look at the score, 13.93, so close to a 7-point average on 2 rides. Something to be stoked about there. Anytime you get a win, regardless of how you get them, you're stoked.
As we take a look now at some live action with Teddy up and riding on his forehand, goes to the air on the inside, representing Team Sweden. Tags one more turn to finish off with as well, and he'll be out the gates with a nice score to drop. Ethan Hollander for Costa Rica now dropping in and just opening up that wingspan as he sets up those bottom turns into a dynamic 2-turn combination to finish. He's in the lineup up against Shea Breweiler from Canada. A little bit of action here to kick off the opening few minutes of this heat. And Shea opting to go for that backhand surfing, same as Ethan, but on different, a right and a left in that conversation. Then we have Ido Hajjaj for Israel in the lineup as well.
Tight heat, but the repecharge meaning that surfers who do not advance are lost to the event. relegated to the sidelines, supporting team members who are still in the event. So really important heat here. Some great opening scores. Teddy Bill from Sweden. Good to see that air. Makes sense into the wind on the right. Saw a big 10-point ride earlier from Dane Henry from Australia for an air into a closeout re-entry. So I think that air idea is a great one.
Great to add something that's a little bit different. We're seeing a whole lot of rail surfing throughout this week. Surfers are confident on their air game, confident in competition specifically with that. Yeah, great opportunity to pull it out.
Yeah, it's a different thing, isn't it? Doing it in a free surf to doing it with the jersey. You've got limited time. In a free surf, you can fall as many times as you want, and then you make one, and the videographer gets the one you make, and that's what you put out, and no one sees you fall on the 95% of the other ones. Competition, a little more critical.
Ito now up and riding. Uses his first priority on this wave. Great projection over that first section. Snap for the next and looking for a nice little combo to finish off on the inside.
Beautiful surfing. Speed, power, and flow on display there.
Teddy still waiting for his opening score to drop through, which is understandable because the judges had pretty much had live surfing from that opening wave of Teddy. So scores to come across the board. We have no idea what the situation is yet. 10 minutes remaining on the board, so let's go down to the beach to check in with Mitch Salazar and Eden Walla.
That's right, San Clemente's own Eden Walla, congratulations. You dropped an 8 on road to the victory, but most importantly, started off with a 5.83. How happy are you with your performance?
Yeah, I'm happy to make that heat. It was a little grindy out there right now, and so I was happy to start fast with a good score because it helps a lot.
Second year on the U.S. now for yourself, but this time traveling with your entire family. Younger brother's on here, your mom Megan, your dad John as well. What's it like sharing this moment with them?
Yeah, it's super cool. It's super fun to have my brother here. He pushes me a lot, and yeah, it's just been super fun.
And how have the free surfs been outside of the comp?
Good. We went to Punta Roca yesterday, and it was firing. So yeah, just having fun and cruising.
All right, last question. San Clemente, known for their incredible talent. How do you keep up your confidence after a performance like that, knowing that where you come from, there's a lot of great surfers, including yourself?
Yeah, I feel like it actually helps my confidence, and it's really cool to go surf every day and everyone be out there ripping, and it pushes me.
Congrats, Eden.
Thanks so much. Well done to Eden, and great move from Team USA, heading just down the coast from us to surfing a pretty decent Central American right-hand point break in Punta Roca.
Yeah, great wave that, where the WCT event is for the WSL. Teddy up and riding again.
Dropped a 6.5 for his opener. Has him sitting in the leading position, goes for an even bigger air for that single section.
Beautiful. Great way to turn a very kind of average wave into something great. He made it look smooth, clean. He made it look easy, and it was anything but. Great first score, Ethan Hollander, 5.5 for the backhand attack. That was beautiful surfing as well. Judges still considering the wave of Israel and Canada, and they were both great rides as well. There's the air. Nice height, tail high, beautiful clean rotation. Here we go, replay. Back foot goes back. Hits that section perfectly. Great flare with the arms. Composed. Nice toil. Kid goes, there you go. You like that? I got more for you.
Representing Sweden, lives in Bali in Indonesia, has grown up surfing there. And great location in the world to be able to get slightly more consistent surf than what Sweden would have back at home.
Slightly more consistent. The Bukit Peninsula just full of crazy waves, beautiful lefts, and a great cultural destination for a holiday or a trip. Bali, love it there. First went in 1979. It was just such a wonderful experience as a young kid.
Now up and riding, Ito, he dropped a 5.57. He's now stalling, setting himself up for an air. Unable to ride out complete, but clearly going to be looking in that direction. That 5.57 for his opening wave has set him up in that leading position. Sorry, that second place position. And then we have a 5.5 on the board for Ethan Holler.
Yeah, and I feel like Ito was watching the surfing of Teddy from behind maybe. And he saw the board fly and saw the air reverse and went, okay, I've got to get creative to match what's going on in this heat so far. Wasn't such a good wave that he caught, but you could tell the intention right from the get-go was to go to the air.
Shea Breweiler sitting with that 4.33 that's just dropped for his opener. He's got a 0.5 behind it, chasing a 2.02.
Beautiful vertical backhand re-entry, Shannon. I thought it might come in higher than that, but maybe they were a little flicky rather than power-based.
Shea has a look, but pulls back, noting that Ethan was also a little bit farther down the line with that first priority. And you can see Teddy there, kind of just referencing something back towards the tower. Surfer's just repositioning here on the inside. And Ethan's going to hold on to priority. Well, now it's down to third priority for Ethan. So there was a priority switch, but it wasn't very quick. Ethan getting into this one. And he's going to tag that section at the end.
Is that a little slip there, it looked like?
Yeah, and maybe just that single maneuver.
So that was an interesting situation. So we're assuming that he paddled for something before, it lost priority, but it hadn't changed quickly, so he was able to sort of be authoritative in that situation and get that wave out of it. But fortunately for everyone else, it won't be a score of consequence.
It wasn't a score of consequence, but exactly what happened was that wave just before where both Shea looked at it from that second priority. He was deeper on the section. Ethan was farther out on the shoulder down the line, but Ethan got himself right there as well, decided not to go, but at that stage, Shea had to pull back and couldn't take off because he risked an interference if Ethan did take off. So I think that was a great call for that priority switch to be made. I feel like that was probably Teddy even kind of asking that question quickly. It just was unfortunate that it took a moment from the panel to put that down and communicate that information, because Shea clearly then wanted that next wave, although in the end wave wouldn't have amounted to much of anything anyways.
Yeah, so it worked out for the better for all, but it was a complicated little situation. A 6.63, the big air for Teddy Bill, consolidating his lead for Sweden.
There we go. Solid couple scores on the board. And now from the judging panel, he's got a clear indication of where he's sitting. Rest of the surfers know that they need at least that 13-point heat total to take away a winning position. And we still have quite a lot of time in this heat, given the context that there's only 15 minutes. We've still got almost a third of the heat remaining. Shea, sitting with first priority, is going to maybe have a look at this one. Couple strokes, and he's into it. Last wave was on his backhand. Now he's opting into his forehand for that first opening snap. Just pierces through that horizontal line, that lip line of the wave. Another snap back and drops down a little lower for those final two maneuvers.
Good surfing. 4.33 on the right-hander to start. Ethan Hollander.
Ethan now looking for a 7.63, but also to just put that first score on the board. Quick snap for the second maneuver. And drives it around, looks to try and gain some speed and momentum. We'll see if this inside kind of wobble will turn out to anything. It won't, but gets a couple turns connected together here, BL, and he'll be advancing, keeping himself in that second place position likely.
Yes. Here we go.
Teddy now up and riding. Ooh, big floater. Nearly goes off the back of the wave and re-enters off the front of the wave from that one. Couple turns to finish on the inside.
That shows the creativity that this young man has. He doesn't look at a wave in a traditional sense. He actually creates things with this uncanny natural ability that he has. I've seen that in him from a young kid. He had it, you know, in 2019, I ran an event in Bali, he was in it, and I saw that in his surfing back then. And it's so good to see him all these years later here on this bigger stage, showing that same creativity under pressure.
Scores to drop for the last of white. And adding that variety in, you know, that's an important part of competitive surfing. Like you've been mentioning through the week, wanting to, you know, noting that the judges are not always going to need to see something different to go big with those scores. But wanting to offer that point of difference in a heat and in a context of a big day is something that can be really nice to kind of pull out of your back pocket.
Absolutely. The management of your performance, peaking at the right time, doing what you need to do in any moment, but not necessarily doing more, is one of those things that the best professional surfers in the world, they master that ability to interpret and understand what to do and when to do it.
Shea up and riding.
Oh.
Couple backhand snaps. Goes in for a big re-entry to finish as well.
Still waiting on that score for the left. It was really well surfed. It was good wave selection.
That's right, as the requirements have increased. Teddy's last wave doesn't factor into his top two. Bit of power surfing on his forehand. He's feeling some rhythm out there. The last wave of Ethan Hollander, a 3.57, improves his second place position, which we were expecting. Now puts the requirement on Shea for his 2 scores to drop, needing to be at least a 4.75. His second to last wave, a 4-point ride on the board now, and 1 more to drop.
Up into third place, looking for the 4.75. Edo, representing Israel, a 5.57. So really outside of Teddy's scores, he's got the highest score by that 0.07. He's up and riding here. Important ride with the use of priority.
The surfer out of Netanya. Great snap to start for Ethan Hollander. And into that second on the inside here.
Oh, well done to find that wave without priority. Keep building pressure and momentum. Falls at the end, though. Where is Edo Hajjaj? Where is he in the lineup? He's had the priority for a long time. He's only had the 1 score, a good score. Will he get another? 20 seconds on the clock. He's moving now.
Having a look here for the surfer in green, representing Israel. And he's going to have to go on this one. He's got that first priority, chasing only a 3.5 at the moment. He's got a single high score on the board. 2-turn combination should get him to where he's going. Looking to see if he can connect with anything else on the inside. Either way, the scoring potential is going to be those outside 2 turns.
3.5 to advance. He gets the score. First turn was, it was a nice snap, but the closeout, or the closeout section that he hit was fantastic. Here we go, replay. Nice snap back. This was a precious situation. He hooks it up in the lip for enough for a 3.5 for sure, I would think. Doesn't get any more length, trying his heart out. That was a difficult heat to surf, particularly how long it took him to get that next ride. After the score of the 5.57, he had a 0.77 and a 1. Is anything going to change? Scores being considered for blue and white. He'll hold on to his lead. Teddy Bill, great heat from him from the start. A couple of nice big airs to get high 6s.
Taking a look at the replays here, Ethan Hollander out of Dominical in Costa Rica.
Looking to improve on a 3.57. Snap there. Gets tangled up in the white water for a little while. Doesn't impact. He's going to improve on his 3.57, you would think. Goes flat pretty quickly, though. Pumping, looking for an insider. Gets the last turn, but nosedives and falls on that. A 3.63 comes through for him.
Driving through on this one for last of Teddy. Waiting for the score.
That doesn't really matter.
Powerful in section, like you said. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because he'll hold on to the lead. Now the question for Ethan, he did improve his situation just by a little bit. And it was a 4.47 in for last of Edo. Made it into the gritty end of competition last year for the World Juniors, nearly into the finals. And he's got himself an advancing position here on the buzzer for Team Israel. And they will see Edo out of Netanya advancing through behind Teddy, Dag, Bile out of Sweden, and an incredible performance. 2 big names in competition with really exceptional performances as well. Barton bowing out now, and Ethan Hollander and Shea Bruweiler.
And much respect to those 2 guys. They surf great as well. It was a difficult heat, but the airs were a point of difference.
Let's go to a quick break. When we return, more in the rapid charge rounds. It's all on the line this afternoon.
Welcome to Day 5 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. These are our top single wave scores from Day 5 of competition. Team Mexico's Lucas Sankbale with a 9.10.
Performance is climbing at the same time. Here's some power.
Alfonso bringing a lot of power to that three-turn combination.
My heat was really difficult. I were with Inigo Marina, one of the best surfers I think in this comp. Yeah, really happy and really stoked.
Team USA's Olivia Storr with an 8.93. Belle Betteridge with a 9.60 for Team England.
The wave looked pretty good, and I was just like surfing, I don't know, just chilling.
That's it for day 5 of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action from here in Surf City, El Salvador.
Back to the action. The tide has pushed in for the afternoon. It's 2:19 p.m. here in El Salvador, and we've seen the massive tide swings that this part of the coastline, that this part of the Pacific Ocean endures, and it's pretty large. Really changes the playing field. And now each of these surfers has elimination that they're up against. They're going to have a kind of a challenging ocean to be able to find the big scores in. And it's been an interesting sort of couple of hours to see those surfers come out on top.
Yeah, they've had to adapt to different conditions. As the wind picked up in the morning, it was glassy and clean. Everyone was going lefts primarily, and there were some beautiful rights. And then it switched, the wind started coming in quite strong, and people were having trouble finding them. There's a little bit of cat and mouse right here, but up and riding for the USA.
Kai Kushner into a nice looking wall to start, staying fluid and fast as he approaches those two turns. He'll put a first score on the board, and that'll be the first wave ridden within this heat. Little look there for KO out of Tahiti. He's gonna avoid that kind of slopier left-hander. And now Alfonso and KO will be looking this way. KO again on the inside position, but not liking the look of that wave. And we've got Rafael Barbosa of Barbados in the lineup, Alfonso Suarez from Spain, and then KO Trabier out of Tahiti. Paddle now from Alfonso. Single big maneuver, hits the section hard.
Yeah, he was. We saw him in the day 5 highlights package there with that 3-turn combination. 4 points for Kai Kushner on the board early. Decent start. Unfortunate for Rafael is out the back still looking for something. Again, Kushner.
Quick up for Kai on his second wave. He'll go incomplete. A 4-point ride drops in for the first. And let's go down to the beach to check in with the winner of that last heat. Impressive performances for the Swede.
That's right, Teddy Dagbille, right here from Sweden. By the way, the only Swede that's competing this week here at the ISA Juniors. Must be feeling pretty proud about your performance right there.
Yeah, I couldn't be more happy getting that heat win. It looked like it was really tough conditions out there. And I was honestly really nervous going out there. But then I got a wave at the start, and I told myself I was going to go all out. So I'm super happy.
And you did. Representing Sweden, you live in Uluwatu, though, over there in Bali. I would think that growing up must be one of the ideal places to be living at.
Yeah, Bali is, it has everything, best waves, hot like here. And it gave me really good experience to come surf these waves.
Preparation, I would think, but realistically, is it warmer here or in Bali?
Way hotter here. I wasn't expecting it to be this hot.
Congratulations. Anything you want to say back home?
Yeah, to my family, thank you for watching, and I'm really, really happy to be back in this interview, and hopefully let's do it again. Let's keep going.
Congrats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Teddy. As we take a look at KO. Great 2 turns to start things off with. That second turn, lightning fast, drawing a really beautiful line on the face of that wave. This heat, everyone's coming out surfing with such quickness. All that speed, allowing power and flow.
Yeah, that was sharp, precise surfing from the Tahitian. A bit slow out of the blocks, but once he got the wave, he realized, hey, it didn't matter, I was slow. I won the opening exchange. Rafael Barbosa for Brazil still hasn't ridden a wave, so we're waiting on him.
Alfonso on the inside.
And we saw Kai Kushner on that second one push it into the air. I don't know that second ride needed something of that risky nature. Perhaps he could have banked a second score and been in a strong position here.
Sounds like Red came to the inside, changed his board, and is going back out again. I wonder if he had some sort of equipment failure maybe at the beginning of this heat. First 2 waves he went for, just coming through as those small scores, and he's now on his way back out. One thing that you have an easier access to on the high tide, the higher tide than we did early this morning, that would not even be a consideration.
No, you have to walk so far over those rocks and wade through sort of knee-deep water across the shelf. Now with the higher tide, you can kind of turn your board over and just float across the majority of it. He's back out the back with a board change in the first 4.5 minutes, so that proves the point, doesn't it?
Very impressive. Now he's going to need to get some work done, though. Small requirements. We are waiting for a second score, or a third score, sorry, to drop through for Kai Kushner for Team USA. And Rafael's putting himself in position just away from the pack now. Kai having a look here. And a beautiful arcing setup for that first turn.
Whoa.
Fast into the closeout. Can't quite get the completion.
You were talking about how fast they all looked. How quick was that?
So fast. Kai traveling here with his dad, Warren, who has competed in the past during his junior years and everything for the South African team. His mom, Dana, in support squad here in El Salvador as well, behind Team USA.
Did some coaching with Kai in Hawaii maybe 4 years ago, and he's a young guy with dreams, and it's great to see him here achieving those.
Let's take a look at some replays here. KO opens up with a 4.6.
Look how sharp the board looks here. Oh, searing cut back to the white water, waits at the bottom, snaps beautifully, releases the fin, it's off the closeout section. Snap. Look at this, pumping, driving. What happens in here? Oh, beautiful snap into a third turn. Combination of turns fitted into the tightest, most compact area.
So that last wave came through as a 6.83. This was his opening 4-point ride.
Snaps, nice spray. Looking so calm and confident, hits the closeout section really late, but makes it. That held the score back a little bit into that 4. Could have been there a little earlier. Would have made more of that section, but the 6.83 combat up with the 4 means that, you know, a couple of mid-range 5s on average, and you're looking good.
So at this stage, we'd say it's safe to say Kai will be making it through this heat, especially with that 6.83. If he can build on the 4, he goes down on that first turn. But the question mark is going to be that second place position. KO's in a great spot having that 4.67. He's also now up and riding, so staying pretty loose out in the lineup onto a second wave, and it could be a little wave of consequence as well. Kind of late, gets hung up on that opening turn, manages to find his way back around to that next corner, though that corner lays down really soft for him.
Lucky there's 8 minutes left. That was a missed opportunity there for the Tahitian, Keo Chabrier. That could have been surfed differently and would have got a good score out of it, so missed opportunity. 2.67.
Alfonso, 17-year-old out of Guion. He's had a couple attempts. Now he's got that different board under his feet. Came all the way to the inside, swapped it out. In second priority now, chasing a big score of a 6.34 at the moment. And for Rafael out of Team Brazil, he hasn't even taken off on a wave yet. He's got some pressure starting to mount as he needs a 7.34.
Did you see that? He's looking into the shore. For me, you almost don't want to look back to the beach. You want to forget that that's all in there and your attention be purely focused to the outside. The earlier you see a wave, the more time you've got to position for it. The people on the beach can be waving and yelling and telling you what to do, but for me, I ordinarily would just ignore them and try to connect with my feelings about what's going to happen next. Rafael, still a lot of time. He's still got time for 2 rides. He'd want to get one soon and use that first priority that he's had for quite some time.
It is a kind of a great learning curve for competitive surfers, for those young surfers, and when to graduate from that thought process of connecting with who's on the beach still once you're already out in the water. At that stage, you've had the time, the conversations, the free surfs, the feedback. Once you're in that jersey and you're into the lineup, being able to hold that ownership as Kai Kushner is doing a very good job of that out in the lineup right now. That second turn having a lot of flair as well as the third. Loving the look of the left right now.
That was a great word, the flair. It looked flary, the way his arms are. Great style. Board looks fantastic under his feet. That 4 is history now. It's going to be replaced by something better. Put a lot of pressure on his opponents. Tahiti, you know, in the second place, but ever so just. Alfonso and Rafael need to get going.
Here we go. Rafael on his opening ride. Caught a little behind the section, now has that first corner to work with. Next bit of this wave goes really soft, really flat. He has to work super hard to make that connection through the inside. Gets a little kind of rebound and redirects just to kick himself out of the situation. Good thing is he's caught his opening wave, Barton.
Yeah, I'd almost rather still be waiting, Nelly, you know. I'm not sure that that's going to approach the 4s. That midsection where it went flat, you know, time will tell, but I feel like that could have almost been a mistake after such a long wait. It's almost like you're in that situation where you go, I'm going down with the ship. I'm going to wait it out and turn this score into something of consequence. 3.33, pretty much the case.
Yeah, so puts him on the board. Only a 4.02 requirement now. Kushner up and riding again. He's just in a world of his own. You know, a quick paddle out as well. And such a sharp whip around that big roundhouse back into the foam. But for him to be able to just lock into something that's in a totally different zone than the rest of the crew, that left that's running right on top of the rocks, right at the kind of north end of the peak here at La Bocana, he's not even needing to waste his time paddling all the way back out to have such solid scoring potential on that inside kind of wedgy reform. A 6.53 drop through for his last wave. We've got another score to come through now. Already sitting in those mid-range 6s. We'll see if that kind of factors into the equation, but it's in a world of his own.
Either way, he's having a good time, isn't he? He's just surfing wave after wave. They keep coming to him wherever. That spot that he and his coaches have identified is perfect, working great for them. Nobody else has had that many opportunities. And you look at Alfonso with 2 rides and Rafael with 1 ride of no consequence in the heat. This is an important ride.
Very important. Looking to chip away or just nail a big 6.34 on the board.
Oh, no. That won't do it, that's for sure.
Just a single maneuver. And kind of like held back on that opening turn in hopes that he could continue down the line.
Is he up again?
Up and riding again.
Go sit where he is.
Everyone's kind of, well, their focus is also so far out that they might not even realize that he's just catching wave after wave with scoring potential on the inside. His last wave was a 5.4. For everyone else, they need that score on the board. KO now up and riding. He's caught behind the section. He's going to get there and go straight into that carve, digging the rail through. Into a second one as well, but
this is where the pressure is. His 2.67 has him in a very, very vulnerable place.
Now, what could work in his favor in this moment is that he's going to be way up the beach in that same zone where Kai's been taking off on wave after wave. If he gets a little opportunity on the paddle back, he could luck into a wave with some consequence to keep himself in that second place position.
Yeah, he needs to replace those 2s with something to put pressure on this guy.
KO drops another 2, so requirement remains the same. Just a 4.02 for Rafael. Executes on the first turn, finds the second as well. Has to get a little pump to get out of it.
Perfect.
But
he's going into second.
He only needs a 4.02. He's surfing a 6-minute heat right now, maybe?
Oh, I feel for the Tahitian. He's back out the back. But that last wave was a 2.27. Didn't improve. Big mistake right there from Tahiti. And Rafael, that second turn was beautiful. We're going to see it on the replay. Stands up in front of him. First turn was lovely. Second turn, beautiful as well. Gets stuck in the lip for a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. He can combo that score up with the 3.33, which is better than the 2.67 that the second place Keo has.
And Alfonso now with an opportunity. So he dropped a 2.33, chipped lower to a 5.01. Rafael in that same section where Kai's been dropping big scores in this. 2-turn combination. He's definitely going to be moving himself ahead of KO in the order of the heat. Kai will hold on to that leading position. And Rafael is digging himself out of a great big hole right now.
and doing it so well. Here's the scores. They're still considering the second one, but Keogh still sitting there, 2.57 for Alfonso. He hasn't had anything better than a 2. It's been a really slow heat. There's 1 minute. He needs a 4.77. He could do that too. But once the wave of Raphael is scored by our judges, I feel like that ask is going to go up for he and Keogh.
50 seconds on the clock. Raphael is way down the beach, you can see on screen away from the pack. The place where Kai scored at least one of his 6s, a 5-point ride as well on the board. Kai's now repositioned himself out the back though. He's going to use priority to his advantage and just play that smart game on the final couple minutes. And Raphael jumps up into second. He dropped a 5-point ride for his previous wave and then improved the backup score to a 4.70. He's up and riding again, and this might be a great note for the following heats. This inside wave has so much scoring potential. It's got a great critical section on the takeoff, Barton.
Tahiti, what do they need now? 5.03. They were in second place the whole heat. Kai Kushner been leading the whole way. 5 seconds on the clock. Will anyone get another chance? Paddling, looking. This heat is done up after the siren, it would seem, and it's our heat leader anyway. So it looks like Brazil dug themselves out of a hole and into advancement in a repechage round. We may lose Tahiti and our Spain's Alfonso, unfortunately, from the event.
Well surfed for the Brazilian. Another score to drop for him on the board. It's not going to matter at this stage, though, because he will be taking the advancing position over Keogh Traber from Tahiti and Alfonso Suarez for Team Spain. Keogh did a great job through that heat to keep himself in that second place position, but never was able to replace the backup score and put a bigger requirement on the rest of the field. Raphael getting himself an advancing spot on the finish, and Kai Kushner just kind of soared away with that heat right from the beginning.
Dominated, had so many opportunities where he sat compared to where the other guys were.
Took off on 8 or 9 waves in that heat. Of that, 3, 4 of them being a decent range to be advancing through at this stage of competition. So solid performance from Kai Kushner. And we've got more action to come. We're going to be running through this entire round. When we return, Panama, Puerto Rico, South Africa, and Canada.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action here. Day 6 of competition. Just a few more to go until we crown our champions as Surprise Mafamulo goes down on the inside section for Team South Africa. In the lineup, up against Teo Galegrani from Panama, Joey Biasoto from Puerto Rico, who's currently up and riding. Great re-entry to start. A little sleepy on that second turn and wraps it around to try and finish on the inside section. Those 3 surfers up against Jonas Meskis from Canada. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch for the call.
And you can see the urgency for all surfers. 3 of them all up and riding early, only 15 minutes in this repechage, so
you know, you would figure, okay, I've got one wave every 5, and that's with a little bit of waiting to make sure it's a good one. So everyone urgent to get started. Surprise, a 1.5. He fell on that backhand re-entry. He threw it straight up vertically, but unfortunately caught the nose and fell off.
Well, 12 minutes on the clock. Kai Kushner easily out of the water because it's high tide. They don't have a long walk over the rocks. And an impressive performance has him standing with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, by far one of the best heats I've seen you surf all year long, Kai. Very impressive stuff. You know, surprisingly enough, with the high tide, you actually opted to surf the peak that's actually just to the right of the event venue. Why'd you do that?
Well, I didn't expect to do that, but I mean, I sat there in the beginning and waves just kept coming to me, so yeah, I'm stoked that I got that little ripple to myself.
Yeah, same board you rode yesterday too. It's the Eco Carbon technology by Channel Islands. How'd it feel?
Felt amazing. Feels alive, so I'm stoked.
It looked alive. Now, real quick, your uncle Greg Browning recently just got inducted into the Hall of Fame over there in the South Bay. How inspirational was that to you?
So inspirational. I mean, he's a legend. I mean, I watched his speech and almost cried. But yeah, just stoked, yeah.
All right, anything you want to say back home to LA?
Yeah, just thank you so much for watching, and let's go.
Congrats, Kai.
Thanks so much. Quick words from Kai as we take a look at a wave there from Surprise. Now Teo up and riding on his backhand here, opting for the left, looking to put something quite explosive down as he just slips off the board at the end.
Looked like something exploded underneath him and blew him up. What we're seeing now with the impact of the high tide is beach break style conditions. It's gone from that peaky, long, wally sort of wave that we're used to here at La Bocana into a beach break style situation where you can pick up a peak anywhere. Kai Kushner surfing down on the western end of the competition site and just catching wave after wave after wave. But yeah, now it's very much like a beach break.
Paddle now for Jonas. Sets himself up with a bit of speed for that opening re-entry. Looking to maybe almost go to the air for that first turn. Had to kind of readjust. Keeps that board on rail throughout this entire wave. Little section on the finish as well. And he'll put his first score on the board. He's got that 2.67. Maybe a better score of consequence now.
Small wave, but what a lot of fun it was to watch, and I'm sure he was enjoying it too, because it just kept standing up and giving him opportunities to keep doing what he loves to do. That's rip.
Teo with a score to drop for his previous wave. Nice end section here as he goes for the 360 on the face of the wave.
Nice. And we're seeing beach break style surfing now. People getting creative, quick, whippy surfing. Joey Biasotto.
Noting that it's likely just a 2-turn combination. He'll slip right off the wax for his first turn as we see Surprise. Have a look here. A 3.5 drops in for his last wave. Quick paddles. This is a surfer that surfs always with a lot of speed. Driving down the line, setting himself up here. Looking for a big section. And a huge hit on his forehand.
Electric hit. Looked like a little cattle prod. It was fantastic surfing. He is so fast. And the thing I like is that, you know, he's a shorter guy, but his board looks long underneath his feet. So whenever he does something, it has volume and consequence to it because of the length of the board. It looks great.
Yeah, talk to us about, you know, the pros of riding a board that's slightly longer, but what kind of lines you can draw with that.
Yeah, and I suppose if you can make a longer board react quickly, look loose underneath you, it always looks better than a short board. We see, you know, we've seen over the years, even the great Kelly Slater try and ride shorter and shorter equipment. It never worked for him. And so if it's not working for the GOAT, it's going to be difficult for anyone else. So you can see the length in front of his front foot. So that just makes the turns look bigger. Pumping, driving, lots of speed, and just punches the lip ever so quickly. Great ride. What's going to be interesting? There it is, 3.43.
And a couple threes on the board now for this guy, Teo. 3 and a 3.83.
And because of the conditions, people are getting creative, aren't they? We saw Teddy Bill. He got really creative, went to the air, reverses there off the whitewater. People just trying to create opportunity. Nobody's waiting for sets. Everybody's surfing. Everybody's ridden 2 waves in the first 7.5 minutes of this heat. 15 on the clock. It's a whole different ball game. Amazing how much 5 minutes can influence things when you've got the 20-minute heats. Now in the repechage down to 15. There's a 4-5 for Jonas. Good score.
And for conditions like this, you often see heats where everyone kind of picks up the interest in catching a lot of waves and recognizing that maybe the more waves you catch, you're going to luck into one that opens up and holds, when it's not so clear cut on which ones are going to do that from takeoff.
Yeah, you create the rhythm. You hope that by surfing waves, you bump into good ones. That's definitely, for me, a free surf tactic, 100% in a crowd. That's your free surf tactic. Yeah. In a heat, you're aiming to get your 2, and then you're going to become a little more deliberate with your wave selection. And that's what we see now. Joey's ridden, he's got his 3-3-3, he's got the priority. So again, if you're Teo or Surprise at this point, you're going to keep the hunt alive. If you're Jonas and Joey with first and second priority, you're going to try and be a little more deliberate with your wave selection.
Teo moving himself over a little closer to where Kai was surfing in that last heat. Has to give it a decent dig, and he's actually going to opt into the right. Goes in for a little flare for his single maneuver there.
And the good thing is you've got nothing to lose without the priority and in these conditions. So you can try and turn, a closeout into a score with an air, as he just tried to do there.
Surfer in blue has first priority, so he's going to take a look at this one. Jonas will have to wait for the next. And a little corner pocket to deal with on the start of that wave. Trims off a little speed with that next carve. Sets himself up down the line for another snap. And little wedgie here. Great finish. Nice opportunity as that wave stood tall on that next section.
Yeah, used his priority really well, didn't he? It was a big section at the start. That's the best wave of the heat, in my opinion.
Up and riding now, Jonas lands first priority after that into just one kind of float finish.
Looking to improve on the 2.67. Most probably does that a little bit, but I feel like there was a speed line out of the takeoff that would have given him more wall. That choice of going for the first turn so early kind of meant that the wave raced off, and that's all he got.
Rather than getting around that section and then having a longer tapering wall.
Especially with priority.
Yeah.
That type of wave that he just caught, you could catch without priority because it's kind of sectioning and fast, and you could have just thrown up one big turn without priority. When you've got the priority, I think you're obliged to get some speed and a bit of wall and give the judges more time to appreciate what you're doing.
Scores are in a 2.83, so it just, hardly improves on the situation. He is holding on to that lead, though, for Canada. And Surprise has increased his 3-point rides. He's got a 3.43 to back up the 3.53 now. Requirement on Joey, whose wave we're waiting for, was a smart use of priority. Had a lot of continuous opportunity that popped up in front of him. He only needs a 3.63, Barton, to make a move.
I feel like he's definitely getting that. I feel like he might get a 5 or a 6.
He could easily be going to lead right now.
Yeah, I think he will go into the lead right now. It's I felt like it was a really well-surfed wave, and the way it kept sectioning up and giving him another, and you would think, oh, it's over. Oh, no, it's not over. Oh, it's over. No, it's not. And when the judges in that mindset, and they kind of go, okay, and you're building the score with that emotion that they are experiencing as you continue to get offered opportunities by good wave selection.
Well, we're still waiting for that score to drop through. Judges taking a look and just thinking things through on the replay.
I mean, his first, that 3.33 is equal to kind of everything else that's been ridden besides the 4.5. So, he's got a powerful backup in consideration. There's 3 minutes and 20 on the clock. So, it's already towards the business end. You're only getting 1, maybe 2 at the most more waves in this heat. Joey needs to hear his score as soon as those judges can lock it in, and that'll give him confidence. He'll be able to take control of the heat from there.
So we're waiting for that still, chasing a 3.63. Joey was born in Delaware in the United States, has lived in Puerto Rico for the majority of his life, though, as Teo's on the inside section. He'll finish off on that turn. We're not sure what happened before. He's now going to chase a 3.51 to go into second, as Joey takes away that leading position with a 4.2.
Smaller score than I thought. I thought it was going to go higher than that. You can get a 4 with one turn on one section.
A lot of work done to earn that 4.2.
Yeah, and even if you look at the 4.2 in relation to the 2.8 of Jonas Meske for the one turn, really feel like the scores are compressed right now. He's in the lead. There's 2 minutes 20, and he deserves that position, but he needs to improve on. Everyone needs to improve, I suppose, at this point in time.
Back at the 2022 World Junior Surfing Championships, Joey in the lineup right now, facing the rapid charge round, but currently leading. He dropped the single highest heat total of his division, the under 16s, with an 18.55 heat total.
Wow.
That's an impressive performance.
Well, it shows what he's capable of, isn't he? Here we go.
Up and riding now. Surprise. Oh, a missed opportunity there with priority. He only needing the 381. If that wave had held open a second longer, he could have had one big turn that could get him there.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to close to me. Here we go.
Jonas with a corner to work with. Nice scoring potential as it stands up well for him for the finish as well.
Uh-oh. That's the best wave of the heat so far, and he has the other best wave of the heat so far. I feel like Jonas Meske for Canada is going into the lead, and there's going to be some pressure on Joey Biasato because, first and second priority at this point in time are in third and fourth and don't need big scores. They just need a little cooperation from Mother Nature.
Taking a look here at last for Jonas.
See him drive off the bottom, speedy, throws a lot of spray, and then that lip line that he held up high and perfectly timed it for the completion, that's going to be a good score. That's the sort of surfing the judges love.
Waiting for that to drop. Joey now trying to sort of defend that leading position because we know there's going to be something big for Jonas. And he could be doing that, only needing to improve on the 3.33.
And what he needs is this guy here and Surprise to, not get away. There's only 30 seconds, so there's every chance of that. Will third and fourth use their priority?
They have the opportunity, and Surprise is going to lock into this one under second priority. In a better position to connect with that open face. Quick snap in the top third of the wave. Has to fight with it to get that projection out. And now just wraps it around here, hoping this wave will stand up on the inside. These waves are so challenging to pick what's going to reform, and he does very well to stick with this, but it's just going to be that tag and a quick kind of whip off his backhand as well. He's put all the effort in. Is it going to be the 381? But we're also still waiting for scores for blue and for white that are likely going to make that requirement higher.
Yeah, when I think of the 420, and I reflect on that for the 381, I just don't think it gets there. That flat face, he did incredible to speed across through the flats, get to the other side of that one, but the wave disjointed itself just when he wanted it to stay together and bowl up for himself. Coming in, great surfing for this event, but time will tell how the judges feel about it.
Taking another look at this one here, he's now going to be chasing at least a 411 to get himself into the advancing position. And he was able to kind of get that completion on the end, but not with any real confident turns thrown together. Scores are in for the last exchange. It's not enough for Surprise, the 323. Jonas Meske is from Canada, representing the Maple Leaf. Surfer that loves eating seafood burritos on the regular back at home in LA, dropped a 6.07 on the finish, and he takes away the lead. Joey Biasato for Puerto Rico finds himself in second. They'll be advancing through, and we will say goodbye to Teo of Panama and Surprise from South Africa.
Congratulations to all those guys for the effort put in. It was a heartfelt heat, and you could tell how much it meant to people.
We've got more action when we return. Rapid charge rounds continue. It is all on the line today at the World Junior Championships.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Back into it for heat number 4 of the round. There's 8 in total, and we're going to be completing that this afternoon before we finish out our day of competition. So still about an hour and 20 minutes on the clock here at La Bocana to see surfers battling their way through the repechage rounds as Noah Davis, representing England, living in France, is up and riding with a sharp bit of backhand surfing. He'll go down on the in section, unfortunately. In the lineup, up against Jory Claes of Belgium, Joaquim Munoz of Argentina, and Italy's Michele Scopa. Shannon Hughes alongside the 88 world champ Barton Lynch to call the action. And Barton, you've surfed a few heats in conditions like this during your life.
Oh, yeah. Well, a few in a lot worse conditions than this as well. The good thing about this afternoon is the wind's died down. While the ocean surface still has the bump and lump from the wind that was blowing, it's backed off now and things are kind of glassing off, a little bit of afternoon glass off, so to speak, and creating some better opportunities. But you've just got to treat this like a beach break and just hunt and deliver energy that excites the judges. It can be one big turn as long as the energy is positive.
Well, lots of energy for the start of this wave. Let's take a look at what we missed.
A little bit of a catch on the second turn. Gets that third turn in, stands up for a fourth. Nice ride there. Jorge Claes from Belgium. Good starter.
Michele Scopa on his forehand.
Flared in the one turn. Will it stand up on the inside? No, it will not. Cuts out of that one. Couple of contrasting rides. Quantity of manoeuvres and then a one big one. Now this has the potential to be the best wave of the start. Couple of nice backhand re-entries. Cuts out in front of his opponent to get back out the back and beat him to priority.
Noah Davis with this opportunity that we got to see just as we came out of the break.
Representing England. Unfortunate fall at the end of that one.
And a deep takeoff for Joaquim Munoz for Argentina.
Some urgency in this one, eh? Everybody understands at this point in the event they've watched enough of these 15-minute heats, enough of the conditions of the day, and everybody knows how important the start is.
Michele now up and riding. Setting himself up down the line. Quick snap to start. Nice bottom to top turn combination. And a second one. Seamless from one into another. Goes incomplete on that finishing maneuver, but got the work he needed to done before that. He's already sitting on a 4-point ride for his opener. He'll have a second. And now Noah Davis up and riding. Quick snap on the backhand for that opening section. Goes for a big re-entry on the inside. And Jory up and riding on his forehand. Little float to start. Driving down the line now. And puts a quick jam on to finish.
Fast and furious out there right now is another wave.
Joaquin on the inside. That's a convincing finishing maneuver.
Yeah, it's going to back our judges up. They've got a lot of waves to consider and watch. And they all were good. The best, though, the Italians, it seemed like that was a really well-selected wave. And he really got to vertically snap out of the lip, get the board vertical, and then whip it around multiple times. As you said in the live call, he kind of got stuck on the last bit, but he didn't fall. He just got stuck. So that's a little bit better than a fall for sure. So it'd be interesting to see what he backs his four up with.
Well, a final wave for Jonas Meskies sends him into the leading position for Team Canada. He's on the beach with Mitch.
Yeah, I had a great performance. Jonas, congratulations. Coming from the 805, but representing Canada, must be very proud of yourself, competing out there in beach break-like conditions.
Yeah, it's super sick. It's fun that I live in California and get good waves, then go compete in nationals. And I'm just stoked to represent Canada. All my family members are from Canada, so it's kind of sick. I hope they're watching.
On that topic, going to Nationals, Cox Bay over there in Tofino. Some amazing waves, by the way, super consistent, but how heavy is it to be able to go from cold water in California to freezing water in Tofino?
I mean, honestly, it's not that bad. You just got to deal with the extra layers of suit, but I don't know. Waves are kind of similar there to where I live, so it's not too much of a change. It's just like the 3-day drive to get up there. You got to cross the border, drive for 3 days. It sucks, but it's worth it in the long run.
All right, Team Canada looking strong once again. Anything you want to say back home?
Whoever's watching, thank you for watching. I'll see you guys home soon. And yeah, I'm stoked.
And show off the drip right before we leave you.
I got some ice, a little more, some earrings. That's right.
Thanks, Jonas.
Thank you.
A little frosting there for Jonas as we take a look at Michele getting this heat underway. And we've got some big scores to drop because that last wave of Joaquin during the interview, outstanding.
He went to the air and pulled it so cleanly. Green and white, little paddle battle from the inside now. It was, this is a great heat. Everybody's had rides. We saw the right from Jorge Clayas being considered, the previous left for Scopa being considered. This is a smoking heat, and we might just call Jonas Bling Boy.
Bling Boy.
Bling, he's just got bling everywhere.
Shining as he paddles.
Like a diamond.
Shining like a diamond.
Sing it,
Great surfing
Shannon.
as well.
Judges got a lot of things to consider right now. I'm not sure.
There's so many waves. I've completely lost track of who might be sitting in the lead right now.
I know, and well, they don't know. We don't know. We look at this paddle battle. It's furious.
This is a true paddle battle.
Look,
Joaquin just kind of getting the edge on him. Both of them just shoulder and shoulder as Joaquin seems to be inching away and
surrender.
Michele.
Yeah, a bit of a surrender there.
Yeah, it's a good word for it.
Yeah, but, you know, it was, I suppose as well, the Italian rode the wave last, so the previous of Munoz, it would mean that he would get the priority if they were even equal because he had, you know,
in
hadn't
the order
ridden the
of
last
who'd,
wave. Yeah,
who'd
the old
caught waves.
Here's the air. Woohoo! Travelled across the section. What an incredible way to transition a section. Perfect. That's going to be a big score. Judges going to. I loved it.
Taking a look at this one for the answer back from Michele.
First turn, that was a fat, weird shoulder, and somehow he just made it look so easy into that closeout maneuver on the inside. That was his last ride. There was one before that as well being considered by the judges that I think was better than that ride. So fireworks from all four guys. Congratulations to them. This has been a great heat in challenging conditions in a repechage round where you know two people are going home.
Team England there in support of Noah Davis out in the lineup.
And Argentinian coach in the bottom of the screen getting emotional and shouting out some direction and advice.
At the moment, Michele Scopa's gone into the lead with a 5.93. We've got more scores to drop, though, and we'll track with live action. Joaquin into a challenging, critical section for the first turn.
Wow.
And just lightning fast. Straight out there, wins the paddle battle, uses his priority, claims it on the inside section. He's needing a 5.41 now to go into first. We're still waiting for his last wave to drop as well. For our surfer from Belgium, a 5.33 is on the board. He's waiting for a score. And for England, a 5.10 is on the board, but he's also waiting. So again, still so much work for the judges to be doing. They're looking at replays. They've got that great setup also where in the judges panel, there's cameramen specifically dedicated to that judging team. There's 4 cameras. They're different from our broadcast cameras, and what we're seeing here, they're getting a dedicated camera per color out in the lineup so that every single wave is caught on camera, is recorded. They're able to reference it at any time that they need to.
Absolutely. It's how we saw that great 10-point ride earlier in the day. And then the judges can watch every wave that's ridden on a replay. Score comes through for green, a 4.13.
And up and riding now, Clay's on his backhand. Couple backhand re-entries.
A little bit of a stumble on the second one in the lip. There's a splash of water that he knew that there was a missed opportunity, or at least a few, you know, micro bits of a point scraped off because of that catch at the top.
4 minutes remaining on the clock, and the 413 in for the second to last wave of Joaquin, which I believe would be the wave that included the air.
Yeah, I was hoping it wasn't the wave that included the air, because I really thought that was so unique, and the way he travelled horizontally across the whitewater doing that air reverse it took great skill and great timing.
So we're waiting for at least one more score for him. We've got a score to drop for white, for blue, and for red as well.
Fireworks left, right, and centre out there at the moment.
So much happening at the moment. Italy knows that they're in first, but that could change based off of what we have coming from the rest of the field. We've got another paddle, and it's blue, goes for big air.
That's the way to deal with this situation and the situation on that particular wave. Good try, worth it. Doesn't matter if you don't make it, because it was never going to be anything anyway. Perhaps there was an exciting closeout re-entry that might have got you some points, but I like the bravery and the adventure in that.
And thinking of, a closeout re-entry on a section like that, maybe a 4-point ride.
Yeah.
You land a big air in that section that has some height, has a little distance to it. A 6-point ride.
Could be a 9.
Could be a 9 if it's really good, huh?
The judges have got to hurry up and get these scores in. There's 2.5 minutes on the clock. The surfers need to know where they stand. They haven't seen everything. We've seen everything, and I don't know where they stand, because it's so competitive and so even in so many ways that we just need to see these scores, and the surfers need to hear them to understand the next move.
That's exactly right. What we do know now is that Noah Davis dropped a 4.73 for his second to last wave, a 0.5 throwaway after that, and all scores are locked for Noah. He's currently in second with an 8.83 heat total. We're waiting for scores, though, for Joaquin and for Jore in that third and fourth place position. Michele in the lead also has a score to come.
I don't feel like the 413 can be the air, personally. I feel like it
maybe there was another wave before that even.
Exactly. That's
that
what I'm
we've
thinking.
kind of missed sight of. Noah up and riding. He's in second, but he's going to have to improve that scoreline, likely to stay in that position just based off the fact of what it kind of feels like in the lineup. And there we go. A 3.80 drops in for Clays out of Belgium.
That was the
He now
right-hander.
takes second.
Yep.
And he's got another score to drop for blue, a score to drop for red.
And for white, heat leader was that one big turn on the outside. There's potential for he to improve on the 4 with that. So I can't wait to see this next score of greens and see what that does. There's a 4.30, an improvement for Jorge Clajes on the backhand, even though he didn't really like it that much. It's helped his position.
And it means the requirements are up. Noah Davis now needs a 4.91, and Joaquin Munoz needs a 5.11. So we're slowly, as these scores are trickling, we're starting to see those requirements really come into light. That's also going to give those judges a good idea of, now that they have a few of those 4s on the board, some great comparisons within the context of this heat. As we see Clays up and riding, powerful opening turn, a little bit of a cleaner face, finds the finish as well, so gets some work done there. He's got that 5.33 and a 4.3 as his high scores at the moment. We'll see if that improves. Noah now getting stuck behind the section.
Get off that. 10 seconds to go. You may as well ride it. It's over.
See what he can do. Just that single kind of quick whip on his backhand. That's not going to get him the score that he needs. He is sitting on those 2 4s as his high marks at the moment. A score still to drop for Joaquin Munoz. As Joaquin finishes off on the inside, just launches into the air once again. And Mikel Scopa currently holding on to the leading position. But we have scores to drop for every single surfer, Barton. And coming down to it, this is a wild finish.
It's a wild finish, and congratulations. No matter which way it goes, all 4 of those guys give themselves every opportunity. They can hold their heads high because it was quite the heat. One of the better, more competitive heats that we've seen. And now while we're waiting for the scores, look how high the water is. Remember earlier in the day when we talked about how much that tide had to come in and how to be right up against the rocks and you'd be surfing over where you were walking at low tide? That's what we're seeing right there.
And you can see that angle of the rocks as well as that tide as well over the 7-foot kind of high mark. that it's going to create a lot of that backwash because that water's rushing back down. At the low tide, there's none of that backwash in the lineup. It's a lot cleaner. Every wave kind of just runs over those cobblestones as it would like. Now you've got waves coming in the opposite direction, sending surfers out to sea, as well as meeting those oncoming sets. And so it's been a really interesting kind of afternoon to see how the ocean is unfolding. We've got scores to drop across the board. At this stage, I really couldn't tell you who's going to take away the win or who's going to take away fourth.
And nobody knows. You know, there's so much to be digested and transformed into scores. I don't think any of the surfers know. The teams wouldn't know. 5.6, that's the air then. I feel confident that makes a lot more sense. Takes him up into the lead.
Wow, okay, so he's just gone from fourth into first. We were feeling like that could happen.
Yeah.
Now Italy, so Argentina in the lead, Italy into second. Italy has another score to drop. If he improves on a 4, it's going to make a more challenging situation. Will Belgium be able to drop at least the 4.61, potentially something higher depending on last of Italy? Italy drops the 4.47, he's back into first.
And remember Jorge Clare's 2-turn left at the end? That was a sick wave.
That was such a good wave.
What's he need? 4.81. Every chance he gets that as well. Things flip-flopping here in the final moments of one of the most competitive heats of the day.
Okay, so what we know is that Michele Scopa for Italy is sitting in the lead right now and all his scores are locked in. He only caught 3 waves in that heat, which seems unbelievable because every 3 seconds somebody was up and riding.
Yeah.
His top score is a 5.93 and a 4.47. We're now waiting to see last maybe 1 or 2 waves of Joaquin. Another score for Yore on the inside section as well, for sure, in that 3rd place position. And scores to drop for last of Noah.
I feel like Noah Davis's wasn't such a good score.
And it's just the single score to drop. Let's take a look at this one, though, for Belgium.
I'm calling, he needs a 5, call it, because it's a 4.81. Call it a flat 5. I think he gets it for that wave for sure. Look at it, boom. Beautiful re-entry on the outside. Great to see some of these rides again. Into the closeout re-entry, backing up the 5.6 after the beautiful air.
It'd have to be better than a 4.53 for that last one of Joaquin. As we take a look, this was the last wave of Noah, but we know that's not going to, unfortunately, help his equation because he just got stuck behind for so long.
Yep.
And so Joaquin drops another score, a 4.83. He just took first. That pushes Italy, Michele, back into second. Now the question, is it going to be a 5.08 for Clays out of Belgium?
So Joaquin is done. Munoz, he scores a lock?
Yes, everything is in.
So it's
we
just
know
blue
that
and red.
he's going to be sitting higher than white.
Yes.
For sure, Argentina's in a better position than Italy now.
He now needs a 5.08, the Belgium surfer. So it's a little over 5. Someone's got to go to 5.5 for him.
Right. If Belgium gets over the 5, he knocks Italy out of the competition.
Wow, what an exciting heat. And regardless of advancement or not, take my hat off to all 4 of these guys.
Holy
Super entertaining heat. And you made the judges earn their pay at the end of the day.
Scores are in. Last of Clays for Belgium. It's a 5.43. He takes away the leading position. Joaquin Munoz then down into second, and that knocks Michele Scopa for Italy down into third. Noah Davis still has a score to drop, but again, it was caught behind the section. One soft turn at the end. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't facilitate him any better opportunity.
I'm so glad we got to stay with this because I would have hated to have walked away and not got to see the end result. Congratulations to Jorge from Belgium. What a heat win.
Well, let's just go straight and check in with the winner from Belgium, Mitch Salazar, on the shoreline.
Yeah, Clays, what a heat. What an exciting finish, Hugh. Congratulations. Did you feel confident enough that you were getting the score in the end?
Well, I really thought I was going to get it, but I didn't know if I was going to be first or second, but I'm happy to be first. I really was doubting it actually for a second, but got the score, so really happy with that.
Hey, Belgium has a strong team this year. Luisa Scudetto's coming up in a few heats, but how do we promote surfing in Belgium? How do we grow the sport in that beautiful country in Europe?
Well, I shouldn't really call it a beautiful country because it doesn't have any waves, only if there's like a really big storm. But we try our best, so when there's a storm, we for sure will use it. But yeah, we have a really strong team. Everybody is still in the competition, even the 12-year-old Camille de Rave. But yeah, I think the next heat is Luisa Scudetto, and pretty sure he will do also very good.
Anything you want to say back home before we let you go?
Ja, ik wil weer iedereen bedanken voor het kijken. Zeker de Jamaica Soldiers, mijn vriendin Febe. Zeker ook weer big ups naar Shivan. En zeker ook deze keer aan Persijn. Ja, dat was het. Dank u wel voor het kijken iedereen.
Congratulations, thank you.
What a finish, Barton.
Yeah.
Wow.
Clap for all those 4 guys. Win, lose or draw. Hold your head high. One of the most entertaining heats of the event so far.
Unbelievable. So much fun to witness. Well done to Belgium advancing through. We've got more action when we return. Paul Evans alongside the silver medalist from the ISA World Longboard Championships, Rachel Tilley, in the booth.
Welcome to day 5 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. These are our top single wave scores from day 5 of competition. Team Mexico's Lucas Sankbale with a 9.10.
Performance is climbing at the same time. Here's some power.
Alfonso bringing a lot of power to that 3-turn combination.
My heat was really difficult. I were with Inigo Medina, one of the best surfers I think in this comp. Yeah, really happy and really stoked.
Team USA's Olivia Storr with an 8.93. Belle Betteridge with a 9.60 for Team England.
The wave looked pretty good, and I was just like surfing, I don't know, just chilling.
That's it for day 5 of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action from here in Surf City, El Salvador.
Welcome back to the World Juniors Under 18 Boys Repechage. Third round of that. Heat 5 sees Afonso Pinto of Portugal taking on Yuma Nagasawa of Japan. Love that guy surfing. Also in the water, Luke Lepront from South Africa. Finn Gillespie from Newquay in England as well. And straight into it, Pinto.
Yeah, taking a look at this opening ride, finding a 2-turn combination. That was a really strong start as we see another angle of this, driving straight off the bottom, wrapping it all the way around. Doesn't even have to double bottom turn. He goes straight from one rail to the other, bottom turns into that second maneuver. Very strong start. And our surfer in green having to kind of gain some energy out of that wave. The wave not really providing the energy itself. And so that will be a smaller one. He'll use that to just get his feet in the wax. And conditions look like they are improving.
Yeah, they are. Good number for Pinto, 683. 317 for Nagasawa. And he'll go again here. I love the style on this surfer. Everything's super polished in the right place all the time. It's another pretty soft-looking wave, but I like the tactics. Repechage, of course, 15 minutes. You're basically running out of time as soon as the horn goes to start the heat. Here goes Luke Lepront from South Africa. Backhand from him. And there's a whip and a little tag. And he's into this now, so he'll get in the rotation. Just waiting for Finn Gillespie to get involved. But that wave from Pinto early on, a really solid one. Drawing off the reef and standing up with thickness. And talking about those combos that we see, the carve to the tag into the lip. Judges tend to love that stuff. And a good reward from him, 683 is a great way to kick off. The Portuguese team, they've been pretty thorough with their prep and big energy. I saw some of their preparations going down just before we step back in here. Down on the other location, Sunzal. Good energy from that squad. All right, Finn Gillespie here from England. They've had plenty to cheer about today. It's a good chop off the top from him to start. And then a smaller section. The wrap is a bit of a road to nowhere. It won't go complete on the inside, but he got one turn done. Meanwhile, Pint, what's he got? Backhand this time. And hits it really hard. And with Finn Gillespie making his way out, Afonso will go down just in front of him. And he shouldn't have too much trouble in terms of that paddle back out. I don't think they're close enough together for a paddle battle, Rachel.
No, I don't think so, but you could still see Afonso paddling with a purpose back out there just to make sure that he gets those extra few seconds on on white and makes that nice and clear.
Backhand from Nagasawa, first turn, clips off the top. It's steep here. That's very well done. Really, really nice. He goes super late into it. Oh, I like the shaka as well to finish. Don't see many of them at the end of the ride. See surfers doing all sorts of stuff, gesticulating, various things. Don't get a lot of shakas, weirdly. I like that one.
I know. That was good. Why don't we get more of that?
It's like a lot of it looks almost like sort of angry energy. There's some really positive vibes. It's saying, you know what, judges, I see you. How about a shaka?
I know.
What do you think of that?
Yeah. I think maybe talking about playlists before, you know, maybe he was listening to a bit of Spice Girls before. He got into the happy mood rather than the angry mood.
Yeah, okay. They do have some songs with a bit of edge, though, don't they, the Spice Girls? Yeah. Do they? I don't know. Here we go. Afonso Pinto of Portugal. And that one will stretch away from him. They've got a couple of slow numbers, too. Mama, I'm thinking, the ballad.
Oh, you just said you don't know, and now you're pulling this out. Of course you do. You're English.
All right, Luc Lepront here. Wrap from him with a slide out. And he's just matching the pace of the wave. Doesn't need to do too much. Got nice rhythm to it. And that is very polished and stylish surfing. Okay, Pinto again here. So he's been super busy. Got quite a business-like stance and a muscular stance too. And that's a good crack. And he'll get another solid number, Rachel.
Yeah, that is a strong way to start a heat, to have two waves back to back. He did have that just 1 point ride in and out, obviously, but he'll feel good starting with that, putting the pressure early on to all the other surfers. I liked that wave of blue, a smaller wave, but he really surfed it up. And I think in those scenarios when you kind of make something of not much, if I'm paddling back out, I'm going, okay, I think I just got a decent backup score. So now I'm going to go out there and look for my primary, like, main score. You know, so if he gets a 3 or a 4, that'll sit there nice in his backup line, and he's going to try and improve, get something that will really compare to that 6.83 that Afonso already has out there.
Yeah, in terms of that busy approach, that's his 4th wave, and a real obvious strategy to catch as many waves as possible. That sounds fairly obvious. Go out and catch as many waves as possible. You've got just 15 minutes as 4 surfers in the water. Anything that comes through that you think has a chance of improving your current position, take it. And getting that 6.83 early on, that's big. And then a couple of very small throwaways, but this one will be a bit better. I don't think it would be as high as his opening wave, but better than the one that he's currently holding on to, in just 6.5. So we're down past halfway in this. Finn Gillespie's number, we don't have that yet.
A very different strategy for these surfers too at Bocana than at El Sunzal, because at El Sunzal, if you get a wave that is a bit of a nothing, you have a long paddle back out, and you do still pay for that in terms of time. Where if there's a lot more opportunity at La Bocana to stand up and decide that, oh, I don't want this, and then you end up right back out there. If everyone's on one peak, you can paddle out and sit somewhere else away from those competitors under that 4th priority and still find some of those excellent scores. Exactly like we're seeing Afonso way down the beach sitting on his own peak.
Here goes Gillespie here, Team England's first section's pretty nice, and a good spring in his step. He just extends that second turn. This wave will split in 2 when he gets a little bit of a runner on that second part of the double up. Not sure that'll be a complete turn. That definitely isn't. Lepront somehow takes his eye off the ball and goes down. Yeah, it's a great point, especially with the high tide as well, right? You're much closer to shore. On low tide, we've seen it take several minutes, maybe even longer than that, to paddle back out. But right now, you can punch through. You might not even really have to duck dive much as well. We've got some of those gullies showing up.
And it looked like Afonso way down the beach just took off on a right. So again, just staying busy, well away from all of that, all the other competitors.
Here goes Afonso Pinto of Portugal on the backhand again. Times that one. Gets a good hit, and then this is steep here. And the lip just crumbles sort of quite cooperatively for him. And he'll keep swinging. Little crack. Flicking up spray off the heels, so a couple of numbers to come in for him. I think we've got 2, possibly 3 numbers to drop in. His 1 will be gone for sure. 6.83 the high, and he'll have a reasonable lead. And suddenly, we're down to the last 4.5 minutes in this. Couple of 3s for Nagasawa. He's got priority, but we're waiting for a 3rd score to come in for him, and also a score for Luc Lepront. And 2 scores for Finn Gillespie.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we know White has stood up on multiple waves and just no scores have been dropped yet. So that can be kind of a frustrating situation when you're out there and you know that you've caught waves, you don't know, maybe you know that you need to improve upon them. They're not going to compare. You know, you judge in your own mind where that's probably going to sit when you're paddling back out. But even still, he needs to know his situation. And that makes it so many waves ridden. The judges really trying to make sure they're getting it right. It's a tough situation.
Your new heat leader just dropped to 5-6. This guy, Yuma Nagasawa, and just knifing this.
Wow.
That's a great turn. That is really hard to do. This time, it's a salute with a nod and a little bit of attitude and swag. We love that. He's enjoying it. He's a showman. He's got great energy. That last turn for me, I think that's really, really impressive surf. And he's away from our camera, so it's hard to appreciate just how steep it was. But the patience that he had from the bottom there, Rachel, really, really cool. Every time I see this guy surf, I like him more and more. Here goes Finn Gillespie. Backhand tools from him. Nice slice. And you can see the concentration on his face and how much it means to him. He's got the bit between his teeth here. And slicing on the inside, a little bit of a grimace to finish. I think you might just be feeling pretty tired in there. It takes a lot out of you paddling back, surfing this wave, multiple turns for the Englishman there. Let's see where that puts him. A couple of twos in already for him. But Nagasawa, I think he's got a great chance of improving again. He's already in the lead. He's such a showman, this guy, such an entertainer.
He is, and that is not something that the judges obviously score on in terms of...
They should do.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, sometimes I think surfers, when they're claiming, especially in those buzzer beater moments, they show their emotion, really trying to convince the judges, doing everything they possibly can, showing that emotion, convincing them that was the score that I need. And you see some really big claims in those moments.
Did you like the salute?
I did.
Do you know where the salute comes from?
Where?
Knights in shining armor.
Huh.
So they had the visor.
Yep.
And they would flip it up to show who they were, to show that it wasn't an imposter when they met for their duel.
Wow, interesting. Now I know.
Is it interesting?
No, I think that's very interesting.
All right, final couple of minutes here. Nagasawa goes from strength to strength before the salute. He smashed a right-hander for a 7.1. Here goes Luke Lapront from South Africa, uses prio. Good first turn. Look at the spray he gets. Goes upside down, vertical hit on the backhand. And then has to sort of reach for a second turn a little bit. It's not super convincing. The first one was nice. His requirement to move up, 3.94 at the moment, although we will get scoring for Pinto, so he'll improve for sure, actually. So he can add a couple of points on that, actually. All right, number 4, previous to last of Pinto, 4.67. So that requirement already for Luke goes up towards an 8. Let's have another look here at Yuma.
Yeah, a really nice opening turn, but it was the fact that he got a second one and this one just bowled up nicely for him. And like you said, coming from our angle, we know he's way down the beach. So we're still looking at it from that kind of side on angle. We can't appreciate it in full factor of it straight on. But even from our angle, when we see that it's standing up and bowling up, we know straight on it would be even more so. So that was a beautiful taking advantage. He stalled at the bottom there on that bottom turn, making sure that he got that timing just perfectly, and he did.
Just love his energy. You see a lot of surfers, when they get a good wave at the end, they almost look angry and fired up. He just looks stoked, got a big smile on his dun, and look how smooth he is on the wave as well. That's why we really like him. It's what he does on the wave, and this is, again, really nice, entertaining surfing. All right, Pinto, he was leading this heat. He wants to get back there. A couple of full-bodied cracks at this. And he'll give it more of a standard, just the one fist.
Woohoo. That's kind of what, if I were to give words to that, it looked like a woohoo.
We're down to the end of the heat here, so last knockings for Lapront, who, not great body language when you got your head held in your hands while you're still surfing.
That's the wrong claim to convince the judges.
Generally means that he's not feeling great about just what just went down, and suddenly that heat is all over. So a frenzy of activity. That's Team England. They look a little bit concerned, and it's going to be very tough for, well, Finn Gillespie is actually going to be out because his requirement's huge. It was an 8-2. We saw nothing like that on the end. We're actually all caught up with his scores. So we're just waiting for the last score of green, and all that will do as we watch Finn Gillespie bringing it in. all it'll possibly do is just improve his overall position. Oh, actually, we are going to get a number for Pinto as well. So disappointment for Team England. Elsewhere, they've had a pretty good day. It's tough in the repechage rounds. Gillespie will move into a support role for the rest of that strong England squad. We'll go to commercial break here. When we come back, we'll keep rolling. We're 3 heats away from rounding out another massive day of competition here at Surf City, El Salvador. More live action right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to live coverage of the ISA World Juniors as we take a flyby, a dreamy looking coastline here at Surf City, El Salvador. We've been based up Podium 1, La Bocana, and we'll head down and check out El Sunzal, which is much more of a point setup, characteristic from above. You see those boulders that usually reach out into the Pacific here. We've covered those actually at the moment on high tide, but you can still see the shape of this Rachel as we have a look down here, and we're looking at heat number 6 of repechage for the girls. Got good memories for you. You got yourself a silver medal here just last week. Tell us about the wave.
This is actually probably my favorite wave to compete on. It's amazing. It looks so different now to how we were competing on it. The sand has changed with just in the 5 days what that was in between our events. We had some really large swell during our event, and I think my favorite thing about this is not just the fact that it's a long ride and a really rippable ride, but it was consistent for us. Yeah, it offers so much in terms of a longboard. You had a nice opening nose ride section, had opportunities to show some tail work, and the only hard part is how long the paddle out is. And saying that, even being on a longboard, we are trying to hold a 20-minute heat with a 5-6 minute paddle out on a longboard. So I was thinking, even while I was competing, gosh, the juniors coming here next week, being on a shortboard, timing at this break is going to be really crucial in how you manage your heat, because you catch a wave all the way in and you're spending a lot of your heat time paddling back out.
Yeah, being on a very short board. The Japanese team going all right in this one. We're watching Cannon, their surfer on the backhand right now. She's leading this heat. There's a good turn. And there's that bounce through the wave. She actually uses it as the wave got taller. That's exactly where she put her turn, and then just trying to get onto the face, which she'll just about do here. And then some steepness as she swoops back and keeps that board cutting into the wave on the backhands. Oh, nice to finish on dry beach. Meanwhile, this is a surfer from Argentina, Razunas. She's in second place. She's got the high score. It's a 5-5, and she's ripping this one. She'll improve her back up, and she'll go all the way to the sand. Also out in the water, Lila Skinner, just 13 years old, from England. Younger sister to Lucas, daughter, of course, to Ben Skinner. And I saw her about an hour ago getting ready for this. Asked her when she's surfing. Here she is. This is live action from it. Here goes Lila Skinner. The least nervous surfer I think I've ever seen. Certainly in this event, she was smiling, happy. She was like, yeah, I'm just going to go out and have fun. I love that approach, particularly from the youngster, not piling pressure upon herself, and that's how you surf your best.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about learning, and sometimes that takes people years of competition to learn how to tap into, being able to just be relaxed and have fun and not feel that pressure, even when that pressure is there.
Here's McGrath from Switzerland. She's got a nice looking wave. And she'll try and steer the ship through to an inside. The whitewater will get hold of her though, and that wave just goes a little fat. So as we can see from this vision, are completely different kettle of fish to what we're dealing with at La Bocana. And this wave, long rides, as you mentioned, the challenge is just getting 2 in 15 minutes on a really small board. We talked about the current. There's plenty of it out there as well. There's some bombs still. There's a bit of duck diving involved in getting yourself in position. So basically from the get-go in this, it's all about trying to find a wave early and paddle straight back out. Looks like Lila Skinner trying to go again here in position. There she goes. Good drop from her. And she needs a score here. She's still sitting on a 1 and just can't quite hang on to that.
Well, fortunately, if you're going to fall, it's actually best to do it kind of almost right away. In terms of timing, she only has 3 minutes remaining, so she can get back out there with enough time to have another chance instead of getting too far down and it not being the score.
Again, amazing positivity there from you, Rachel. I love that.
This is what I tell I mean, these are all the things that I've been in practically every situation you can be in terms of my career and in heat dynamics. And so these are all the things that I manage in my own head and what I'm telling to myself.
Picking things up at La Bocana. Let's get back down to action here. Watching a replay of Escudero, surfer from Belgium who ripped early on and doing good work on this left.
Yeah, making his way all the way to the inside. He finds another section to throw some zest into it. That will come in as a decent score to kick off this heat.
Escudero out there with Ricci from Italy, also Piñeres of Colombia. You're watching Arthur Randall from England right now. He's got some power, this guy. Throws up a backhand hack. There's another. This is set up work. He's looking towards an inside. He sees something here, and he'll get a little bowl.
Whoa.
And a chop hop to finish. Why not?
Why not?
Piñeres, good release of the tail from him up into that lip. Just that one maneuver is all we caught vision of. That will leave Ricci out the back on his own. The Italian, number 4, Escudero, the Belgian, 4-3-3. Let's go down as we'll pick up vision right now. This is Escudero, still swinging here. And that's a really nice turn. So great surfing from the Belgian while we wait for score to come in. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, my new favorite surfer, guys. He's got the best style on the event, and obviously he knows how to dress too. Yuma Nagasawa, congratulations. Super fun waves out there.
Yeah, that was so super fun. I watched wave check, my favorite wave, and the favorite spot. Yeah, that was so good wave. Yeah.
2 wins today. Are we going to see 3 wins tomorrow, Yuma?
Of course, yeah.
You got a message to send back home to Japan?
今日は2回とも1位で上がれて、でさっきも昼寝していい感じに疲れも取りながらリラックスしてサーフィンしてるので、明日は多分3回ぐらいあると思うので、ぶちかますんで応援よろしくお願いします。ヤモン。
Guys, check out his Instagram too. He's got some cool content on there.
We'll do that, absolutely. What a legend. Team Japan winning hearts and minds here. There's such a good squad to have around. They're winning heats as well with great surfing. They got so much talent, strength in depth. I think we sometimes look for national characteristics in teams, and sometimes you'll get, a bunch of different sort of surfers. I think the thing about Japan that I'm not sure if any other team's got this, they've all got incredible, impeccable style. Why do you think that is?
I just think they're super cool.
Not meant to put you on the spot or anything.
Yeah, actually you did. But no,
But you know what I mean? They all just look amazing and polished all the time.
I was talking about this with one of the judges, Ren, who is from Japan, and we're staying at the same hotel, and she has amazing style to everything she comes down wearing. I'm like, that's cool. Where did you get that? Where everything she has, I want.
On the wave as well, particularly, which is, the sort of way to get points from the panel as well. The surf style's really, really good from them. It seems like something they've really prioritized it.
Yeah.
It's all about doing big turns and linking it together with speed, but the body position is really, really good. Pretty much everyone that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's finding that combination of the speed and the flow, being able to not just power through sections and force the issue, but they have found a nice rhythm with the ocean, and you can see that connection, that respect towards the wave, and their ability to, I guess great surfing is like a dance, a great balance with what the wave is offering and what you can do on it.
Ricci here, nice vertical prod from him. for his first turn. He won't get much more done than that. Meanwhile, Piñeres, Colombia, backhand from him. Nice first turn, good whip to it, and straight up to a float, very light on his feet. Wow, this is cool. So a good combo and a very light touch. He thought about another one, and he's like, you know what, no. And he's so good with his control of his board and body that he just easily pulls out of that last maneuver without kind of making a big deal out of it. And he's already in second place. He's going to get a good number, 373, his high score. Good chance of improving that here.
Yeah, and you said so light on his feet, and sometimes we see people light on their feet that takes it's in compromise of some power, but he had a nice balance of both, especially being light on his feet through that floater section. He didn't just do it as a maneuver, but he did it as a nice connecting maneuver towards that second snap. And those are the minute details that the judges are keeping close attention to, that the floater being should be a really respected transitional maneuver.
Yeah, all right. Numbers 4, Escudero of Belgium, 5.33, so it adds a point to his previous score. And a reasonably healthy total, 5.5 on the clock. We're waiting for Blue Piñeres, his number to come in. For sure he's going to improve. Let's see how close he gets to Escudero. Ricci from Italy, we've got a number for him. It's a 3.03, it's just the one turn. He's got some power on him, as does Arthur Randall from England. He's got a 3 and a 0.5, so small numbers at the moment, requirements, but that's all the while we wait for that score to come in for Piñeres. When that does, it'll get a little tougher for Ricci and Randall, but not overly. I think they'll definitely still be in this. There's still plenty of time, 5 minutes on the clock to go out there and find something good.
Yeah, well, what they're looking for are really minute scores. And I'd say at this point, he's still looking to improve, not just get the score, but improve well past that here.
Randall here in full float. Nice couple of cracks from him. Good spray, good power, and a nice rhythm to the surfing there. No real downtime between the maneuvers. There was something of a smaller inside section, but every time it offered up a bit of steepness, he was right there with the board.
Yeah, really he kept that power stance the entire time. Legs really bent and compressed, and made some not so powerful sections have really powerful maneuvers in them.
Squeezing the juice after Randall gets a number 3.6. His best goes up to second for the Mo. We're still going to get a number for Blue, though. That will change. He needs a 2.87. I reckon he's getting that all day long for the backhand work, the variety. First priorities with the heat leader from Belgium, Escudero. What's he got for us? Green out the back. He's having a look. He might like this left. Looked like he made a very late decision to not go. And is he going to lose priority here, Rachel?
I think he will.
Okay,
I was waiting to see if the judges would
we
answer the
noticed you were
question.
waiting to see. Yeah. So he looked like
it looks like he maintained it.
To be honest, from where our angle, he was like a little dot, so we couldn't really see how much he's swinging. But let's just clear up how you lose priority. It's by paddling in earnest for a wave. So you can put yourself in position, but if you actually paddle to get on the wave, that's when you'll surrender priority. He didn't, but under priority, Piñeres will go, right-hander. He'll open up and swing off the top. Whoa, that was really cool.
Oh.
The tail slide, love that maneuver. Doesn't go complete though, so it won't score for him. Now, Escudero out the back on his own, and for almost inexplicable reasons, goes down.
It was like he went to do the little check bottom turn to set up for that main bottom turn to drive off, and got that outside rail stuck on a lump that wasn't considered.
So getting tangled up there, the heat leader, he won't add significantly. Still waiting on this number for Piñeres. Meanwhile, Randall with some speed. That was sick. Oh, thought he was going to hang on there. Just got a little straight leg, didn't he? But gave that so much. Gave it a full crack. It's good to see. That would have been a good score just for that turn. Going all the way, driving off the bottom and into the lip as well. He'll be back in the line, as you mentioned earlier on. It's just a quick paddle back. 15, 20 seconds, he's back. And he'll be looking for a number, though. He's gone down to 4th right now. He needs a mid-range of 5.16.
And I think when you need a 5.16 like that, he has to go for maneuvers like that with that type of time on the board. He's not now looking to improve upon a 3.6 and lower his requirement. He's just looking for the score.
Yeah, surfing to the requirement that he needs. It's a mid-range number. He'll need to get a decent looking section. He won't be able to kind of milk insiders for that. You would think it'll be giving it a full speed hit. We got some concerted paddling from Richie, who's coming back. And is he going on the right? He's going somewhere, and he's going there fast. Look at him go, motoring over. He's in 4th priority, so surfers up the order are going, whoa, 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 hang on a second, buddy. Where you think you're going? And they'll go with him. So now everybody, inspired by the reposition of Richie, head down the beach a touch and heading down the line and swinging back to the pocket is Escudero, the Belgian. Bang. Nice little quick clip from him. 4.33 is the low score. Don't know if he'll add to that, particularly with that wave. It was an interesting choice to go, actually. Didn't look like it had loads on offer. He just fancied surfing.
Yeah, I think he's feeling confident in his first place at the moment, but it's not over till it's over. And seeing what Red is doing here, he's looking for a 5.09. We saw that end maneuver. That looked really strong and cool. Yeah, well, we talked about power. And Richie trying to deliver some there. And Arthur Randall paddle for a wave that always looked like a bit of a shutdown. Not sure where he was going. He didn't go very far anyway, and he'll still be looking for the 5.16, 35 seconds to go. So a score in for Richie, the Italian. Let's see where that goes. And it comes in a 4.13. So not quite the number that he needed. His requirement, because that's his top score, it comes down, but I think that'll all be elementary because we've only got 15 seconds to go. And that's just it. That's what we were talking about before. At this time, you're going for broke and trying to get the requirement. Had he had 5 minutes left, now all he needs is a 4.64, but that's not where we're at in this heat anymore. Well, we're all out of time here. Whether Pinares gets up before or after will be largely inconsequential because he was in second place. In terms of his advancing, if this were to count, he could potentially get a first. I don't think he's particularly trying to surf for a score here. He's cruising, and well done from him. It was that 5.03 that really put the difference. Other than that, you look at the scores, there's not a lot of difference between what he had and 3rd and 4th chasing. But well done to him. The backhand work, the smooth technique, good enough to advance in 2nd. It's another heat win for Escudero, who, again, the early work done in the heat just proved very important for him. The 5.33 that he managed to get, built him a platform to go all the way for a win. That'll wrap things up. We're going to go quick commercial break. Just 2 heats left to go. We're going to see USA, Mexico, France, and Switzerland take to the water soon. Join us for more live action from El Salvador right after the break.
So depending on the side of the waves, it's super raw. You know, it just breaks like right on the dry reef, and it's super like intimidating.
Nature, you gotta be careful. You know, you just can't take things for granted.
You can feel the energy, and it's really strong. It's probably one of the strongest places in the whole world and the whole French Polynesia.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to a balmy Thursday afternoon in Surf City, El Salvador. Bright, vibrant colors, great vibes around this setup here at La Bocana. Our first podium having a look at Benji Lang from USA, Theo Sorrentino from Mexico, Jay Phipps from France, Jake Anderson from Switzerland, Paul Evans and Rachel Tilley here to talk you through it. And we're getting close to the end of the day here, and for surfers taken to the water, they've already surfed here today. They had to keep their focus up. They need to get busy. Yeah, and sometimes that's not easy to do, to muster up that energy after waiting all day and getting ready for your heat. All right, here goes Sorrentino from Mexico, gets a little caught. It's quite a lot caught, actually. And that'll be it for him. That wave will go deep and fat and weird, and he's out. 12.5 to go. That was the first wave ridden in anger in this one, so a little bit of a slow start. Saw Benji Lang surf well earlier. Jay Phipps as well. And he's back in action here. Let's see what he can do when he gets himself away. But it is Teo Cirantino who'll go again on a right this time. And it doesn't quite work out on the second turn. The first one was decent. And maybe he thought that wave was going to come at him a bit faster. I'm not sure what happened. He sort of miscalculated. He actually did pretty well to complete the turn, though.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It looked like he was anticipating the lip or the left coming at him to hit his board, and he actually just kind of over-jammed it, and it didn't have that energy that I think he was expecting to meet him with.
11:45 to go in this. Plenty of time for surfers who haven't caught waves yet and don't want to panic, but they do want to get going soon. It looks like here goes Jay Phipps from France. Bang, great hit turn for him, hangs that one up. That was a sick turn from Jay. Riding a board shaped by his dad, Mark Phipps, a brilliant surfer himself and a great shaper, and the equipment looks great for Jay as he puts that up on a critical section. And in terms of surfers scrapping around for sections, Jay found one, as does, whoa, big turn for Lang, but he'll go down. So surfers, maybe one turn will do it. If you don't get the completion, that's a bummer. If you do, like Jay Phipps, you're gonna get a big score.
And I think they're about to hear that drop for our surfer in green. That turn from red as well, having the same moments, but just not quite completed.
Sorrentino here having a swing, so he's been busy by far. This is his third wave, gets a piece of the white water. When he banged off the white water, it looks cool. The board redirects. There's not as many points in it as stuff like this.
Yeah, taking a look at this again, he waited for that to stand up, and it is the release of the fins and that stall at the top that really made that turn extra critical. Then rather had he just gone up, hit it, and come down. So it was his technical surfing that will have that score going even higher than what that section provided in potential.
Let's go check in with Team Belgium, winners of the last heat, standing by with Mitch.
Yeah, we are practicing our Flemish down here, guys. Luis Escudero, muchas felicidades, parabéns, felicitación. I got a couple more that I could think of too, but it's really congratulations. It was a close heat, dude. 3 people fell at the same time in an important matter. Did you feel like you did enough to take away the win?
Yeah, I think with 2 good waves, solid, with some turns, I think I was going to take the win.
And Yore paddled out just a couple heats before you did. Did you take anything, especially inspiration-wise, from his victory into yours?
Yeah, I always take from Yore inspiration. He's good, really good surfer. Bobson also. And I always take inspiration from the others, yeah.
Anything you want to say back home?
Olá a todos. Alô, alles goed. I want to say hi to Nina, Paco, Jorge, Vasco, meu pai também, e o meu coach, Canelas.
Happy birthday, Louis!
Thank you. Também ao Kike e ao Lars.
Happy birthday, Luis.
Well, all sorts of languages going down there. It's home is Portugal. So certainly what we can gather from that. Shout out to the crew watching back home. Happy birthday to that man.
Happy
Another
birthday.
heat win for him. He's still alive in the comp. The squad energy is great from Belgium.
It is. They have been a really happy team and really supportive of each other down there. I've been enjoying watching their dynamic down when I am in Mitch's position at the moment in the sidelines.
So in terms of scores in this, we got a number in for Jay Phipps, 4-4-3 for him. And he'll go again here on a bomb of a wave on the right. That time he built up the speed, he just couldn't quite get to the section. So Jay looking for a sort of similar kind of thing. That was possibly a slightly bigger wave. And he won't add particularly to his total with that. I thought maybe that his first wave would go a little higher than that, but the judges
I thought so too.
Going low mid-range. Meanwhile, here goes Lang. Bang. Will he make this? No, he won't. He's down.
No, he was so close to riding out of that one too. Same as that wave previous. I thought, yep, he's about to come out. And then at the last second seems to just get unstuck. But I agree with you. I thought that wave of green was going to go higher. Potentially, just from our angle, it was not as critical as maybe the judges' angle. They're able to decipher it in different ways and obviously compare it on scale to other waves that they have seen that have had similar shape and power.
It's a high score from what we've seen so far, but it has been a pretty low scoring affair. We saw a quick in and out for Sorrentino there. It was in and then very out. He went flying over the top with all that speed, didn't he? It's sort of spectacular, the flying kick out, but obviously not a lot of points there. But being out the back, it'll be a short paddle for him to see if he can get in the priority rotation. First spot in priority, Jay Phipps having a look around, surfer out of Southwest France. Senyos is where he's based. Dad from Australia, his mum's from Wales.
Ooh.
And he's got a great first turn as he whips that one and another one. So a nice combo for Team France then. The former Jay Phipps, so went right a couple of times, fell on the last right and wasted no time at all after falling off. How important to get another good wave straight away?
Well, that's a nice way to shake off that fall, because sometimes you can get it in your head if you fall, and then if you fall again, then all of a sudden now you're dealing with your head like, why do I keep falling? So he did the exact opposite. He got the energy going, and he'd feel good paddling back out of that with scores to drop.
Wait for that number to come in. We see Sorrentino here with a ton of speed and a big wall. Look out. He'll tag that one. Look at the speed from him. So much speed, in fact, that the fins disengage. He'll just get scored on the one turn. We're having a look at the replay. We got the number in for this. This came in as a 5-4.
Yeah, I think this is a really technical surfing from him. I love the speed that he came into that and the flow. He looked light on his feet, extending that back leg to add that flare.
Jake Anderson with a bomb here. Massive wave for the surfer out of Switzerland. Puts it up hard. I like the approach from him, raw aggression. And he just gets overcome by the plunging lip line at La Bocana here. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this heat. Phipps with that 5-4 in the driving seat right now. He's in the lead. He's out the back as well. We'll want to go again here. He likes to ride waves. And I want to get something else and just put this one to bed. The French team are very well dialed in and coached in terms of heat craft and strategy and what you need to do. And he'll certainly be looking to add more points with 5 minutes to go.
Well, I'd say this is a really well-crafted heat. He's listened to his coaches. His coaches are watching him right now going, you're implementing exactly what we have said. 5 minutes remaining, first priority. Now he's getting an opportunity to improve upon his scoreline.
Another great looking wave for Jay Phipps. And he'll sting out the tail on the second turn and just won't quite get that one done. He had so much momentum and drive, and he's annoyed with himself. It will be a short paddle out, though, but that was an opportunity to really put big numbers up there. And he'll probably, let's see where he goes in priority. It looks like we've got Lang holding down first. He might get second priority as our drone takes in the scenes here. Yeah, Anderson's on the inside, and as is Sorrentino.
And I think what we just saw from that drone angle, basically looking where the athletes are sitting, and as they rotated, we're looking straight at the river there. I think our athletes are sitting really far down towards that left peak that sometimes tends to pick up in these afternoon heats with this tide at the height that it is, high tide. This peak working better for the surfers.
That number comes in for Jay Phipps. And it won't be a keeper for him, just to throw away. He knew that when he fell down. I mentioned the equipment that he's riding, of course. Mark Phipps making brilliant surfboards out of Bell Surf in Southwest France. A lot of competitors in this event also riding Bradleys, come out the same factory. They've been working really well. And even in the longboard event, Phil Grace, the legend, the doctor from Australia, making longboards for the likes of Zoe Grospiron, who surfed here a couple of weeks ago with you. So great equipment coming out of Southwest France. The board looks good for Jay, but he just needs to stop falling.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's in the lead right now, but I love that aggression from him. You can see that he's not just out there he's not satisfied with sitting exactly where he is. He is determined. It's not just a competition against his competitors. It's a competition against what he expects of himself. And falling is not what he expects of himself.
All right, here's Jake Anderson here. What can he do? He only needs a 3.8 in this heat. It's been Low scoring, certainly for second. Surfer in second with a 3 and a 2. It's this guy, Sorrentino. He's been rallying hard to try and improve. He keeps falling as well. So a mistake-riddled heat, this one, and it keeps it open, which keeps it entertaining as we come down, potentially for a really dramatic finish.
Oh,
the heat
my
leader
goodness.
goes down again, and there are wobbles in there. I think it's the high tide that's proven tough here, Rachel.
Yeah, and you can see he's so frustrated by that. But I wonder if maybe he doesn't even know that he's in the lead right now. The door is open. I think Jay has a pretty good lock on first place at the moment, seeing that second place's requirement is even a 616, but it is that second place position that is up for grabs. The door is open for it with the requirements for second only in the 3s.
A tight, nervy close to this one. 1:45 on the clock. Priority with the American Lang, who been surprised that he's not got much going. The first wave that he got in that first big attempt at a forehand turn he did, showed us what he can do. And from there, you're thinking, all right, fell on that one. He's going to get another wave and rip it up. He's had nothing since then. It's not got much going at all.
Yeah, and that's to say it's important to have a quick start because you never know where the heat will go. And oftentimes when you have a really strong start, it manifests into you building that energy out. But he'll go back and reset. And I think for him, in the position that he is, maybe he doesn't know he's in the lead, but you can see he's, from his body language, he's getting really frustrated with himself. And that's getting in his mind. It really doesn't need to be. He is in a position of strength out there and could be using his priority and that to not be fighting for these waves so much.
Yeah, let's see where he goes here from behind a section with loads of drive and speed. Can he get on the face? He does. There's a nice turn. Gets a little extra. Just squirts out the tail, and then that one, throwing some spray. And a really nice, incisive carve from him onto the inside. And again, so good combos. And what a difference in the body language as he kicks out. He enjoyed that ride. An important one just for his own morale. He was in the lead, as you mentioned, but he just wants to put in a good performance. Meanwhile, Lang, the American, only needing a 3.08 on this. Slides it around. Look how much it means. I don't mind a claim mid-ride. Does another turn after the double fist. Did you see a 3.08 there, Rachel?
I think I did. It was a small wave. He had to go 20 seconds on the clock. But a 3.08, not too much of a requirement, and he surfed that wave flawlessly for what it offered. It was a not much on offer, but he surfed it aggressive. He surfed it with power, and he got about 3 maneuvers in there. So, 1 point per maneuver.
Let's get another look here.
So that first opening turn, really a nice critical one. Now, a small wave, but he got those critical opportunities, and I think that's what says everything about this wave, and he made the most of it. He put it on risk, put it on rail, and looks like he was rewarded.
You got the number 4 points for the American Lang, and he made his crew nervous there. He didn't get anything going in that heat. You got 3-4 early on, a small decimal 0.5, and then a 2. And he made them all sweat, didn't he? And he saved it right to the end. Maybe he's just a natural entertainer.
Yeah.
He wanted to put a bit of jeopardy in it. He did that. He got the score anyway, and he saw how much it meant to him. So the American squad will be happy. Well done to France. Their strong team gets the win in the form of Jay Phipps. We're going to go to break. When we come back, the last heat of the day. We're also going to package up some highlights on what's been a fab day of competition here. We'll be right back after the break with the final heat.
So depending on the side of the waves, it's super raw. It just breaks like right on the dry reef, and it's super like intimidating.
Nature, you got to be careful. You just can't take things for granted.
You can feel the energy, and it's really strong. It's probably one of the strongest places in the whole world and the whole French Polynesia.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know.
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Bringing it in for the last heat of the day, boys under 18, repechage round 3, heat number 8, Ocho. We're going to check out Thomas Castillo from Chile, Noah Storhaug from Norway, Kai Schmitz from Germany, and Spencer Rosen from New Zealand. Here's the Norwegian, Storhaug. Lives in Costa Rica, loves warm water, and loves shredding hard with style and flair. And an opening, couple of swings, couple of prods for him. Not going to be a huge number, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, but we did just see the surfer who got second place in that heat in the last one needed a 3 in order to advance, ended up getting a 4. So even those smaller scores that might not seem really impactful can turn very impactful.
Yeah, the tide just got into this a bit in terms of conditions. We saw a lot of people wiping out, maybe some of those nervy moments as well. Bit of fatigue for people that have surfed twice. We talked about surfing late in the day, in the afternoon, and how hard that can be. So yeah, maybe that was part of the reason, but a lot of people falling off in that last heat.
Yeah, we saw a lot of mistakes. I think they're surfing down at a farther down peak that we haven't seen them competing at before. Oh, and there's a fall.
Ouchie, that could have gone wrong. Did well to stay away from the board. Don't like to see the blade turning upside down, 3 fins. But he did well just to stay away from anything untoward going down. Good, reasonable number actually in for Noah, 4.83. So decent start for him. Goes high mid-range. That's worthy. Castillo's got a 3.5 in. We're looking for first contributions to the scoreboard from Schmitz and Rosen. Let's have a chat with Jay Phipps. He's standing by for a chat with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, we've had multiple chats so far, and I don't feel like it's going to be the last one either. Congratulations, Jay. It seems like activity right now is the game plan. It seemed very smart out there. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was actually pretty fun out there. I fell on a couple, but I got a couple of right scores and super stoked to make it through the next round.
You know, I'm surprised that you're in the repechage because of the way you competed so far. I mean, the activity is one thing, but most importantly, you're really converting on waves at the beginning of the heat too.
Yeah, that was my mistake in the first main round. Was I just didn't consume enough waves. I only caught 2 waves and I fell on my first one, so changed up the game plan a little bit, and it seems like it's working pretty well.
And what about the 15-minute heats too? It seems like you're no stranger to them.
Yeah, I've had a few practice of 15-minute heats in France because they seem to enjoy doing that. But yeah, it's definitely a test to your cardio, and yeah.
Congratulations, Jay. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well done to Jay Phipps. Solid performance from him. Oh, hello. Picked the leash up with the foot there. That was cool.
That was cool.
Nicely done. He's been practicing the 15-minute heats, and it will take a lot out of you as well. He'd prefer to be surfing the 20-minute heats in the main draw, but, you know, you might get back. There'll be a longer road, though. You can get back and go all the way to the final from the repechage, but you have to keep winning and staying alive. Looking to do that here. It is Castillo from Chile. And he's got a section to aim at. What's he going to do with it? Doesn't force that one, but it's got nice flow to it, and then fully wets the rail from nose to tail as he swings around in a tight pocket. There's another nice snap out of the tail. And still going with some speed here. Little bonus on the end. Oh, hello. Okay. Interesting.
Another claim. I think we should start. What would you, if you were to verbally give that claim a word, what would it be?
I'd say something to do with like the waiter.
Huh.
Holding a...
The waiter.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Do you call them servers in America?
Yeah.
Use
Server,
both?
waiter.
Okay. Cool.
Waitress.
Glad we cleared that up. Just over 9 minutes to go in this. It's still the Norwegian Storhaug with just the one saw. 4.83. It's decent. There he is on your screen. He's on the prowl. He's looking around. He wants rid of the 0, obviously. He'll get that next time he stands up. We're going to get a 3rd number for Castillo. I reckon it'll be healthy. Covered a lot of ground, didn't he? Did a lot of turns.
Yeah, that was a really well-surfed wave, and he did well to manage that, navigate that end section by connecting through a area that didn't have a lot of energy. And let's take another look at it here. Good opening turn. Bogs the rail a little bit, but doesn't impact his speed too much, and here he connects into this last section and hits it off there. That was, I think, an earlier wave from our surfer in blue, and here we see a replay of Red's two-turn combination. Nice and crisp. That was the 4.83. Replay of our surfer in white. Another two-turn combination, very comparable to Red's. That one came in at a 4.23. Red's was a 4.83, so comparable there. And this is that replay of blue. We're waiting for that score. And nice wraparound. And this is what he did well to connect into that next section, manage his speed. He sees it down the line, and there he goes, banks off the whitewash. And I actually think I'm going to call that the pull-up. You know, like if you pull up on a bar and you just get your chin over the pull-up bar, that's kind of, he had it, his fists. If his hands were out, maybe that would be the waiter.
Oh, yeah, or the handcuffs.
Or the handcuffs. Actually, all right, the handcuffs. Well, these boys love to claim. We've seen so much body language and expression from these boys. And do you think that's a testament to, we see that a lot on the men's CT, a lot from our professional men, always using their body language and their passion at the end of waves. Do you think this is them kind of seeing themselves in their idols?
100%, definitely, for sure. They'll be watching those broadcasts and watching their heroes go at it, and they want to emulate them when they're surfing, every part of the act, really. And we have seen a lot of surfing that really does mirror what's going down at the very highest level. It's been really impressive to see. Going across on a bouncy, slightly wobbly right-hander away from our camera is Tomás Castillo, the heat leader from Chile. Got that 5-1 in for his last wave, and he'll look to try and improve here.
And if you can see that blue flag just kind of on the cliff there, that's the end of the area. That's as far as the surfers can go down away from the judges until the judges can't really see what's going on anymore.
Our Norwegian surfer, Storhaug, finds a backup finally for him with just over 6 on the clock, couple of turns on the left.
So the judges, or I guess the contest, is very intentional about having that area mapped out. And so that way they can call surfers in. If you're outside the area, it gives the surfers a direct indication of, hey, come back into the judging scoring area. If you take a wave outside of that, you won't get judged on it, because at that point it's deemed as the fact that the judges aren't able to see it live from where they're sitting in their perspective.
5.5 to go in this. A number in for Storhaug. If it's 3.78 or better, it'll be good enough to go back first. I reckon it will be. Castillo, not sure exactly what he was thinking there. Went away, don't know why. It was going left on a right almost. It was such a closeout. Here goes Noah of Norway. And it'll tag his first one, and it'll swing around again. And then this wave's not got loads behind it. Can he find a bit of spice on the inside? And he goes all the way through.
That's on the rocks.
Dry docks it. That board would have made some noises that you don't really want to hear from a board, connecting the fin noise, possibly even the bottom of the board. Really putting everything on the line there. You can see how much this has changed with the high tide. And the commitment, that's not lacking.
Yeah, not at all. So he's looking to replace a 4.73 with that wave. Requirement for our surfer in green, though, quite high, because he has yet to catch a wave.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything of Schmitz in this. He wants to get busy here. 4.5 minutes, less than that to go. He needs some numbers. Thinking of the two scores of Castillo, totaling 8.6. Well, that's a couple of 4s required for Kai Schmitz. Can't see him. Maybe he's not there.
That may be why he's not catching any waves.
We covered the Brunust earlier. We got that. And the Österhövel, the Norwegian cheese. Didn't get into sweets, though, did we, Candy?
See, I forget what the chocolate is called, but I tried chocolate and I learned how to say it.
From Norway?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Have you tried Turkish peppers?
No.
The little sweeties there. They're kind of spicy little things.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm not going to say they're good. They're unusual.
Oh, okay.
But they like them. Here he goes, Noah Storhaug. And he's got himself a backup to 4.73, and he gets a turn there, just the one maneuver. So all the way to the inside was actually a throwaway, 4.47. That was his third wave. Meanwhile, Castillo into action here. What's he got for us? He still owns the high score in this heat. Whoa, great first wrapping turn with a ton of spray. I can hear in my headphones the Chile squad going absolutely mad for him in support. Here goes Spencer, the Kiwi. He's got himself a 4.23 already. Oh, and he loses traction. The board hits him on the bum. And he's trying to wash off a 4.23. He basically needs a similar score, a mid-4. And he'll be gutted to lose the traction there. We talked about how difficult it is to keep the wax sticky. Maybe that's what went wrong.
Yeah, it's it looks like he has a dark board too, and I think that's something actually I saw before Lucas Skinner was paddling out into his heat yesterday. His dad, Ben Skinner, was rubbing a bag of ice all over the board because Lucas's board is black. It's all...
The board gets an ice bath. Team England leaving no stone unturned.
Yeah, the board got an ice bath, and I think that is for the sake of just keeping it cool, especially when you go to wax it up, that the wax is actually sticking and not just smearing around.
Your Norwegian chocolate, it wasn't varm chocolade, was it? I don't think it was, because that means hot chocolate.
Oh, no, it definitely wasn't that.
Yeah, you wouldn't want one of those at the moment around here, would you?
No, not around here. Chocolate milk, though, would be delicious.
2 minutes on the clock here. Surfer from Norway in the leads. He's got a couple of throwaways since putting his numbers up. He hasn't added with his last couple of efforts. Valiant efforts, though. They've been an important number for the Chilean, and that's why we heard the bellows of support from the squad. 4.23 helps his cause, and it makes requirement for white go up now to 5.11. And Noah, who has priority, is sitting very close to Spencer Rosen of New Zealand. And the work required of Spencer, it will need to be the highest score of the heat. Only just, we've already got a 5-1. He needs a 5-1-1, and I need to try and get away, and it looks like Noah is sticking to him like glue.
Yeah, that is a good use of priority. And that's interesting that Blue is now left for his own devices to get exactly this.
All right, here goes Castillo. He'll throw that away. A minute on the clock. An ambitious turn. So we're just 3 surfers in the water. Obviously, if we remain where we are, I mean, surfers in 1 or 2 will go through, and very aware of that. It's the Norwegian Storhog who says, oh, sorry, Spencer, but mate, I've got priority, you don't. And I'm going to stay very close to you. And Spencer's just desperately trying to get away.
Gosh.
The last person he wants to see right now is Noah breathing down his neck. But Noah knows all about competing with priority and where he needs to be to affect the outcome here. And he'll just stick with him. And that's all Spencer can really do at the moment. It's just try and paddle around, just force something. He'll try and get himself onto this wave, which he won't be able to do. You see Noah not paddle for that purposely. That means he hangs on to priority. And Castillo, meanwhile, says, oh, OK, I'll keep surfing, shall I? Thanks.
I think Castillo and Team Chile need to thank Noah after this, because they're doing a lot of his work. Normally, it's that second place position who sticks on glue to that third place position. But Noah did all of that work and maintained that first and second position for him and Thomas Castillo.
Yeah, he paddles off remorselessly here as we're out of time. And well done to Norway. And another victory for that guy in the repechage round. Wraps up the action for today. It's heartbreak for Spencer Rosen, who got half the job done. Couldn't find a backup score. We've had a brilliant day of competition with loads of highlights. Let's have a look and look back at some of the peak moments from another massive day here in El Salvador. Another massive day here at the ISA World Junior Surf City, El Salvador. Feel like just even looking from those highlights, you saw the big contrast in conditions to what we saw this morning and those dynamic condition surfers having to adapt to that. In terms of what we've seen a lot of big performances, but any key takeaways from you, Rachel, from today?
Gosh, I think the takeaway, Lucas Skinner was a big standout today. You know, he's been showing his strength heat on heat, and today was no exception, especially in conditions that were really tricky in the middle of the day. So that was a very impressive performance. But I think also seeing there's a lot of talent still obviously in the main round, but in the repecharge round, lots of people who are working really hard to make their way all the way through the repecharge round back to the grand final is very exciting to see.
Okay, well, surfing in the last heat of the day, it's never easy. All about bringing back that focus, that concentration, and then delivering. Someone who did that. Winner of our last heat of the day is standing by for a chat with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, Noah Storhaug from Norway. Once again, congratulations, Noah. A big heat, and as Paul was saying, it's never easy to either be the first heat of the morning or the last heat of the day. How were you able to remain composed out there?
Well, I've been very, taking a lot of rests at my hotel. I've been trying to meditate, trying to focus on what I'm going to do on my heats, because, you're, all day thinking about the heat, so I'm just trying to hang out with my friends, meditation, visualization. And I'm happy everything worked out. Super, super happy.
What kind of meditation do you do?
Well, I try to just close my eyes, visualize, breathe, and imagine myself on what I'm doing. You gotta really feel it. You gotta put emotion on it, and that's what I try to do on every heat.
All right, it was a good heat win. Let's not talk about surfing for a little bit. Rapid fire. I'm gonna ask you 3 questions. First thing that comes to your mind, you're gonna answer. All right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was one of them. Okay, that wasn't quick enough. Let's start again. 3. Mick Fanning or B. Durbridge?
Mick Fanning.
Kelly Slater, Andy Irons?
Andy Irons.
El Salvador or Costa Rica?
Both.
Congratulations, Noah. See you tomorrow.
And I also want to thank Wooster, my surfboards. He's been really been helping me a lot, so I'm really grateful for having this board, amazing boards. And yeah, thank you.
Woo. Noah Storhaug.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mitch. Great work all day on those interviews and getting really cool insights from our competitors. Really good to check in with them. Obviously, they're stoked when they make it through a heat, but learning about them as well and getting insights, and that's all part of building towards a successful career, being able to deal with the interviews and talk as well and, explain the sport to people. That's really cool to see. We'll fly by over the coast here and see in this late afternoon. Guess what? There's still plenty of waves on offer here. Top of the tide, a beautiful looking coastline with loads to explore and see. A brilliant part of the world for a trip and a great place to be for a comp. Should we come back and do more of this tomorrow?
I think that sounds like a perfect plan.
How about maybe 7 a.m.? Does that sound about right?
I'll see you then.
Rachel, I look forward to the pleasure of your company. Thanks for tuning in online. We'll see you tomorrow at 7 a.m. local time. You.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion.